Well, that didn't work like I wanted to. So, welcome to Impact Third again. But this is gonna be a little bit different one because you may or may not notice that this is not my account. This is my mod's account. This is Insane's account. This is his stuff. He has done a little bit, but I'll tell you, I looked at this, and his account is pathetic. It's really bad. Like let me show you guys this. Like how like little shit he has. He has like no characters. He does have Helia, which he's not leveled at all. She's like the only part 2 character he actually has. Does he even have Coralie? Is she even in here? He's a fucking Coralie. How do you not have Coralie? They just gave you her for free. How do you not have Coralie? He has nothing. It's awful. I'm so used to my own account spoiling the shit out of me that I looked at this and I was like, oh, this hurts me. This is painful. Not having, like, where's my Ellie? God, I need so many fucking characters to make this account useful. But, nonetheless, the reason why I have done this to myself, to make myself suffer, is because I wanted to actually stream the story of Impact Third, which I can't do on my account. At least not all of it, because, you know, my account is level 88, and everything is done. Minus the new event, which is a rerun anyway, but it's fine. Like, there is a lot of shit in this game. There's a lot of things to do, and I've been hesitant to stream it in the past, purely because there's never been, like, a way for me to, like, replay stuff, and then also, like, have it recorded, so if I wanted to make videos, I could do that. I've never really been able to do that. So, like, I was gonna make an entirely new account, but Insane suggested that I just use his instead, which is almost completely unused. Like, he's only done a little bit of, like, the very beginning of the game, like these chapters, and then he did, like, halfway into this. So he's not done much of anything. And then as far as the open world stuff is concerned, I don't know what he's even done. I don't know what he's actually finished here. He might have done, like, a little bit of some of the story. What did he do? Okay, he cleared Sakura Samsara. So we won't be able to, like, stream this one, it looks like. So we may have to just, like, watch a video, or I'll just talk about it, something like that. We'll have to figure out how to talk about this, because he finished Sakura Samsara, which is a bit of a problem. Because I wanted to stream this. This is part of why I wanted to make a new account entirely, so I could play through all of this old stuff. And we may still do that at some point, but for now, this will work. So, I've been debating about how I wanted to, like, handle this, because I mean there's so much content in this game. Like it's been out for a really long time, and I think I have 2 options. I have option the first, which is that I'll just play through the story and then take breaks into other sections as is necessary to go do things. So we have like all of these fucking events, because damn. Oh my god, new Impact Third player. It feels like it. Krail, look at this like absolute abysmal roster of stuff my mod had. Look at this. This is all he has. That's it. That's all he has. I can't build teams with this. What am I supposed to do here? I can't do shit with this. There's like nothing in this. Ugh. This I'm so used. My account spoils me, man. I'm so spoiled. And then I come back and look at this nonsense. I'm like, oh god. Oh, this is painful. I don't even have my wife. I can't have Ellie. This hurts me so much. You're welcome to work on my... Yeah, I don't want to. This is painful. So, okay, we have kind of like 2 routes. Route the first is I can do this stuff in chronological order. Because I have an actual working timeline for where everything takes place, which would require us to do a lot of this stuff. I'm not actually sure that I can do these in the order of their release now that I think about it. Because I was checking through all the old, like, release updates. And I want to say that wait, what does this say on challenge mode? Does it mean this? What the fuck? Oh god, he has to do... What is this now? This is not how this was set up originally. I'm gonna replay some of this stuff. But there's a lot of, like, these things that need to be done. So all of this story stuff, because all of this largely predates the main story. So, do you need... I thought it was Captain Levels, but like he's already done, like Insane did some of this stuff, right? But I think it's like they've changed this to lock it behind the challenge mode stuff for this one. I guess? I genuinely don't know. That's so... Because this was not how this was originally for us. Like, I was checking the release stuff for it, and I think it was like... We got Dilemma Dreamland was one of the first ones. And then Call of Fantasy VII and The Forgotten. And then these three together, I think. You've all unlocked 2, but never played any of them. I think it's just Captain level. Clear Everlasting Memory on Challenge Mode. And reach level 30. So, no, he has to do these challenge modes, which he's not done. And he's not level 60 yet. He's like 57. Because I was doing a bunch of other shit in his account to make it function. He's just... This hurts me so much. He has like nothing in this. This is painful. But I think we'll just start with the main story for now. And we'll just progress onwards up. But we can't start it properly because, he already started the account. So, collection, cutscenes. We're going to watch the very first actual cutscene of the game. Let's go. I guess I might need to read this, huh? Two years, 5 months, 16 days after the third Honkai eruption. That's been retconned. It's after the second eruption. Look at little baby Kiana. This was a new cutscene. This wasn't when the game first launched either. Look at our little baby. She's not a god yet. We gotta work to that. Alright, Himiko's just tired of her shit. I forgot about that. Okay, so there it is. We got Sapphire's under attack. Shit's fucked. We have work to go do. So I will try to read it as best I can. Sometimes this game does add weird stuff to it, but... Wait, can I just, like, click cutscenes? Okay. Let's go. And I have to use this team because I got nothing else. Actually, you know, maybe. Hold on. Maybe for, like, the true, authentic playthrough of this. Hold on. Maybe for the real, authentic shit, we go for the original trio. I feel like maybe that's what we do. Hold on. No. Sealy, you need to go away. We don't need you right now. Where's Kiana? Alright, there's Kiana. And then we need May. And then we need not Himiko, we need Bronya. Where's Bronya? Oh, look at our Babby team! Go for the lore accurate team. Yeah! Lore accurate squad. Let's go, dude. I haven't played with these fucking characters in so long. Lore accurate squad. God, she's so weak. I think I did a lot of this stuff like with Sakura, because I came in right with the Sakura Samsara update. Oh, that was it. Okay. Next. Onwards. They're a lot further ahead than new players. Well, yeah, this is true. We didn't create a fresh account. Insane did do some stuff. And to do level 1 Kiana, yeah, I would die. Yes, I know how this stuff works. Bonk, bonk. See if I can remember how Kiana actually functions. Himiko says, save the explosions later, I'll prepare a new drone for you now. Sapphire's on the brink of destruction. The battle machine's nearby. Keep moving forward. God, I haven't... What's kind of odd about this, like, for, like, me being a veteran playing this now, is, like, this isn't even the original version of this. This was, like, the version when they revamped everything with the original Reburn event. And when they did the Reburn event, they revamped these stages to have better presentation. So this is, like, the revamped original first couple chapters. Not what it was when I played. It was very different back then. I kind of miss these little cutscenes. They don't do this anymore. Not that they need to, but... I also love that Kiana's, like, idle lines are just talking about Mei. She can't just, like, never shut up about... Well, she's always talking about her girlfriend. She can't not... Also, god damn, that's loud. Why the fuck is that so fucking loud? Jesus. Let's bump those sound effects down. That's too much. Holy fuck, that's so loud. It's still kind of loud, too. That's after I turn it down and you're still that loud? How are you still that loud? God damn. Yes, I get it. Sapphire's blowing up. Why are they all retreating? Seems there's a big one about to arrive. Yeah. Big one, she says, as if this thing's even a problem. Oh, right, he does like a weird thing. I love the cat paws. It's so silly. God, that's so loud. I've set the Honkai Beast packing. The sling is within sight. Prepare to land, Kiana. Yeah, let's get it started. We gotta go find your girlfriend. Who's not your wife yet, but soon. Soon, TM. I'm hoping that they're not as loud sound effects moving forward. I think the game balance is much better later. And look, it's Himiko! Dude, I love old Himiko. She's fun. Kiana, status report. I'm on deck. Everything's going smooth, Himiko. I've said it many times, but I'll say it again. You may only address me as Major Himiko. 30 minutes before the battleship crashes. We must seize the helm of this battleship. We cannot let it destroy Sapphire. You know what's interesting about this is, like, I forgot that this was Sapphire. And this comes up, like, a lot later with, like, Fuku's backstory, that, like, even the previous era, they had a Sapphire. It's, like, a pretty important location, all things considered. Your teammates are in position. They will rendezvous with you in a while. Mei? You're talking about Mei, right? Immediate with Mei, right? Girl, what the fuck? Immediate blushing, immediate hearts. And people try to tell me that Kiana's not lesbian as fuck. Okay, you need to calm down and stop being so obsessed about Mei. Stay vigilant. We've lost track of that Emperor-class Honkai beast you fought. By the time that idiot comes around, I'll be riding this battleship home. I love how cocky she is. She doesn't yet know suffering, but she will. She will suffer. As will everyone, really. They're all gonna have a miserable time of it. Because it's Honkai, things can't be happy. Ah, look at old Mei, Crimson Impulse. This is such nostalgic for me. Kiana, Mei reporting, I'm safely in position. Mei, awesome, I'll hold over right now. Hey, wait, we should follow the battle plan. We're the bestest partners. We must stick together to make things easier for them. I think it should be make things easier for us. Oh dear, whatever. The battle plan also allowed us to be flexible and respond as required, right? Just wait for me. Sure, Kiana. Can't wait any longer. It's already been 2 hours, 27 minutes, and 38 seconds since I've last seen Mei. Why are you counting down the seconds to this? What the fuck? I know you're, like, deeply in love with her, but for real. No annoying zombies or beasts can get between Mei and I. Sure, if you say so, Kiana. Got it. That's about it. Good job, Kiana. Mei, we'll get the strength of 100 warriors if Mei's around. 100? I'm no ultra woman. Not yet, but soon. I mean, that's if Mei's around me. I can feel my power increase 100-fold. That really sounds like something Kiana would say. What I love that comes back later, like during the Herrscher of Thunder stuff. Like we're not anywhere fucking close to that, but I do like that comes back later. It's fun and nostalgic. Alright, now if I remember right, when this chapter first released, we were able to play as Mei as the team leader this time. So let's go see how Crimson Impulse plays. See if I can even remember how this old battlesuit shit functions. Oh god. I haven't used these like basic ass battlesuits in so long. Mei, why did you switch off those traps? We're not super hackers like Bronya. This is a waste of time. Kiana, you should know that a stitch in time saves 9. A stitch in 9 saves time? What the hell is that? Kiana. Girl, I know you're not real book smart, but you gotta do better than this. Switching off the traps here will make things easier for us down the road. Yeah. Kiana, you have good battle sense. Why do you not recognize this? I know you're a little dumb, but you can do a little better. Oh god, they do so little damage! Jesus. I mean, this does, it is very much like what I expected, but also, god. You're telling me I can't just one-shot everything for a really long time because I have my own Valkyries to use? Alright, what is this one? Alright, that's the aft of the ship, right? Himiko told us to gather at the aft of the ship and secure a breach. Something doesn't feel right about this. Pfft, Mei, you're always worrying about stuff. You don't have to worry about those pesky enemies with me around. Uh-huh. Well, I mean, to be fair, she does type counter these things. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Alright, let's secure this breach. Wait. Oh no! Honkai beasts! Dang it, didn't I send this guy packing last time? No, you didn't. Oh no, whatever will I do? It's a Honkai beast! I'm so scared of this thing. Alright. Oh, the fire one, right. Agni the Karmic Fire. That's kind of a cool name. Oh, you didn't even let me kill it? Yeah, it's way stronger than I thought. Not really. I can't fall here. I must save Kiana. Girl, this is the first thing you guys have fought. Oh. Oh, yeah. Mei activates her Hersher powers and gets stronger. This was a weird time for Honkai. This is a really, really odd time for this. Okay, yeah. Oh, oops. Passing my beginner characters to get a rank is about... Well, I mean, yeah. I know that. Hi, Bronya. The Bronya must be faster. I think you got this, Bronya. It really does, like, they're trying so hard to be dramatic, but I can't not look at this. Like, man, if I had my actual account. Oh no, Mei, what happened? Is updated about what they're supposed to... Oh no, I'm not surprised at all. Like, I'm a Honkai veteran. I've been playing this game since, like, fucking launch. We're just not on my account. So, my account is like level 88 with like every fucking Valkyrie in the game. Like, I've been playing this game for a really long time. We're borrowing my mods account to actually put through the story. But yeah, like, what I was gonna say is this is a really odd time for Honkai, because, like, this is sort of pre-retcon era. So they had it where at the time it was, like, the way it was explained to us originally, and they may get into it a bit, which is that, like, when a person becomes a Hersher, their body's, like, overtaken by the Hersher personality. And then that's who that is. That was retconned out of existence later. So, like, this whole thing of, like, Mei's personality changing, it's not really like another personality, but they'll frame it like it is moving forward. Something with Kiana, when she becomes Searcher of the Void, they frame it like it's another personality, but in her case it is kind of actually that, because it's Siren's consciousness in the Void Core, but that's a whole other thing. Ah, God, I gotta play as Bronya now. God, OG Bronya sucks. It's so rough. I understand the situation. Bronya, please take care of Kiana. Da, Major Himiko. Kiana is carrying Mei. Physio readings are stable. The Bronya shall handle all hostiles. Hey, Himiko, what did Mei mean by restriction protocols? And what about the countdown? That's a long story. I'll give you the detailed rundown once this is over. Oh, wait, did they not tell her that, like... Wait, Kiana, do you not remember this? You were there for this. Like, Mei partially awoke as the Hersher of Thunder, and she's terrified of her own power, so she had Himiko put a bomb in her chest. You're a late 2019 player. I mean, early things are weird. Yeah, they're a bit strange. Like it's... There's a lot of, like, old retcon stuff. We haven't got to it yet, but when we do the Chronicle stages, there's a lot of, like, pre-retcon errors in the text where, like, the dates are wrong. Because I think what they had originally planned was that Impactor was supposed to be, like, an adaptation of Guns Girl Z. But then it diverged, like, immediately. So it's not really, like, one-to-one with that very, very quickly. There's some stuff from Guns Girl Z that I'll talk about as it becomes relevant, but, like, that's probably because some of this early stuff doesn't always do a great job of properly explaining things. Oh, God. They just straight up show you her ass when she's flying around. I don't remember this. What the fuck? Early Honkai, man. It was a different time. Okay, how the fuck does Bronya work? Oh, right. It's a charging thing. Oh, God. No wonder people hated playing Bronya back then. You would do, like, the co-op stages and stuff, and no one would fucking play Bronya because it sucks. Like, no one wants to do that. No one wants to sit there and charge a character for, like, 5 minutes. It's kind of wild to think about that now, because Bronya is, like, actually fun nowadays, but, like, in the early times, like, nah, dude. Having to do this, like, manually, like, being required to do this. There was no DPS Bronya. You didn't have that. I think, like, Dimension Breaker was, like, the closest thing to DPS Bronya. But even then, like, she wasn't really, like, that good. She was one of, like, the last... I think she was, like, the last Valkyrie I needed to get before I had every Valkyrie in the game. And, like... When I got her, I was like, wow, this is just, like, not very good. Like, Bronya really was just not a fun character to play. I'm not playing her just because I thought she was... Yeah, like, she was neat and different. I always, like... had this policy when I was playing co-op stuff in the early games was like, if I saw somebody who would play Bronya willingly in the co-op stages, you could always give like other players like thumbs up and stuff. And it was always my rule of thumb to like make sure that I always gave thumbs up to the Bronya players because those poor guys had it rough. Oh wait, did I? Okay, hold on. Skip that. That's the wrong stage. Give up. That's not what I wanted. Did we do this? Did it push me through all of them, or did you just do the one stage and stop? Kiana, Mei. Bronya, you must have helped us access the interiors of the battleship. How's the combat? Combat performance nominal. The defense system is familiar to the Bronya. Hacking will be simple. Where's Kiana? Is she injured? I'm A-okay. I think I could run another marathon piggybacking Mei like this. If you say so. Bronya, when you said you've seen these defense systems before, were you talking about the time with anti-entropy? Oh, wow. Their exposition is so clunky in this. They got so much better at their writing later on. Affirmative. Designs, features, and even slogans and logos bear the marks of anti-entropy. Yeah, because this is like a thing that Tesla and Welt set up, isn't it? But then they never actually tell us what they were doing. I forgot about that. Cilia Death 99 to 2000. Yeah, it's not just that, but that is one of those things. Kind of wish they redid the early game, like some chronicles and chapters, and maybe a better explain of Sakura Samsara. Yeah, I think so too. It's a nerd, no you.
It's a nerd.
My problem with like the Sakura Samsara stuff, which we'll get to it in a minute, is like, I think most people, if you were to ask them, like, the manga for Sakura Samsara is the one that's mostly canon. But then in the actual game mode, the like afterward part, where you're like working with Hyu Kumaru to like, I guess, create the new sword or whatever. Like the Thief Colin thing, like all of that. That's still canon because May references it in the Elysian Realm stuff later. So like, I want them to like go back and fix a lot of this old stuff to like do like a Reburn 2 or 3 or something and like really redo the old stuff to make it a lot more like optimized and better presentation. They won't do that, but I would like them to do that. The Brana does not understand why any unmanned battleship like this would appear here. Yeah, I don't know what they were planning on doing here exactly. Well, you know, actually, okay, hold on. Let's get our timeline straight, because we had like before this happens, there's like the Nagazora thing, where Kiana saves May from falling to her death, and she partially awakens as the Hersher of Thunder. Kiana partially awakens as Hersher of the Void, but only slightly, and then prevents that from happening. Himiko intervenes, and then they go into being students at, Saint Freya. It was, give the ship to Kiana as a gift, if I remember that part. Yeah, that was weird, wasn't it? Well, like, so here's what I'm thinking is the case. Is, like, when May partially awoke as the Hersher of Thunder, that was because, the game doesn't explain this. This is like a Guns Girl Z detail. Cocolia set off a Honkai, like, nuke, essentially. And she did that to force the awakening of the Hersher of Thunder so they could capture her and use her as a pawn. In the same way that Otto was trying to do, right? And that only, like, partially worked, but then Himiko shows up and, like, she takes in May. They help suppress her Honkai stuff because she didn't fully awaken anyway. And then that's that. Does Anti-Entropy at this point know that Kiana's a clone? Like, what were they attempting to do here? Because, I mean, later when you get to, like, the Moon's origin and finality, and you ask Tesla about what the fuck this is about, she's like, yeah, it was not a great plan. And she, like, doesn't actually tell you what was going on. But I'm like, what were you actually hoping to accomplish? Like, did you want to, like, get control of Kiana? Because you know that she has, like, Sidron's Void core in her? Or were you just, like, blowing up Sapphire just because? Because, like, at this point, Anti-Entropy kind of operates like a terrorist organization. Which they're really not, but they were definitely acting like one. Because Cocolia's stupid. I cannot wait to get to the, was it the Sea of Quanda stuff? Where Bronia slaps the shit out of Cocolia. I can't wait for that. Blowing up Auto stuff is kind of valid. Well, I mean, yeah, but Sapphire isn't Auto stuff. It's just a city. So, like, they're just kind of being dicks right now. Kiana, you can put me down now. I'm alright. What? So soon? There is no need to overstress your physicals. I'm really alright. Thanks for being so considerate. May, overstressing your physicals will be harmful. The Bronya only managed to escape Anti-Entropy with your help. She used her name again. How awkward. Allow the Bronya to take care of things for now. What's up, Kiana? May, you wanted to get off me because you gained weight, but you didn't want me to find out? Oh, dear Kiana. I'm so dumb. Also, this is another thing that they don't really, like, explain very well. So, like, in Guns Girl Z, Bronya goes to be a part of the group because she's sort of, like, dispatched by Cocolia to do it. But here, Bronya implies that, like, she escaped them with May's assistance. So that's already, we're diverging from, like, the Guns Girl Z timeline here. Because, like, Bronya was sent here as, like, on a mission. And, I mean, that comes up, like, somewhat later on, but still. Weird. I love these, like, spike traps. These are so silly. Like, do they expect this to actually do anything? It's more like, or hostile architecture more than anything else. I'm pretty sure, May, you could just jump right over that. I don't think you need to worry too much about it. I think you could just jump over it. I mean, you know what? Like, for as silly as this looks now, and like how easy it is to navigate, there still wasn't a game like this when it came out. Like, early Honkai might be scuffed as fuck now, but like when this came out, I mean, this was like revolutionary, which is such a weird thing to think about because of how like awkward it is at this point. Okay, let's go. What do we got? Everything takes stamina too, that sucks. Thankfully, Insane's account has a bunch of extra shit, so we can use it. Alright, May's physio readings do not look good. May, the Bronya has a recommendation. What do you see, Bronya? The Bronya intends to make use of the mech units here. What do you mean? Yeah, what do you mean? I don't remember what you did here. Like, I know she does some hacking shit, and this goes into like the Dilemma Dreamland stuff later. I'm trying to remember like what. God, I haven't looked at these stages in so long. I don't remember. Password protection disabled. Pilot access granted. Combat systems activated. A Trojan? No, it seems like a minor Honkai leak. Minor event categorized. Infantry specialist combat mech armed and ready. Whoa, this is super cool. I'll pilot this one. No, I can't. Why? It's my turn to do something cool. Mech piloting requires at least 10,000 hours of training. Candidate pilot must be well versed in the basic principles of EM theories, fluid dynamics, and aerodynamics. Really? You must be kidding me. This mech looks simpler than a bike. Stop floating around, Kiana. Bronya, do you have 10,000 hours in dealing with mechs? Have you done any of that? I don't know that you've done that, Bronya. I think you're full of shit. I don't think you've actually done any of that. Most aren't gacha at the time. Yeah, most gachas were 2D at the time, you're right. There wasn't like a lot of like good 3D games. And mobile games were like very much like PNG collectors. I had a very strong stint against them actually. Like, in the early days, I was very much like, I refuse to play gacha games because of how predatory they are. But, like, I don't know, something about, really what it was like, I got it. I explained my history with this. So, I watched a collaboration video that I-chan, Kizuna Ai, right, that VTuber, she did, like, a collaboration with Impact 3rd when Fuqua was still, like, a new character. But new on the Chinese and Japanese servers, not on the global server, because we were like a year behind. So like, I saw Fuqua and I was like, oh shit, that looks like an actual game. That looks fun. I want to play that. And then like, I decided to download the game, and then I had to wait like a year before we got Fuqua. I was very sad, because I really wanted to play as her. Absolutely lying so she can be the pilot. You know what? You're right. Bronya would do that. That's very on brand for her. How's that? My piloting skills is simply spelled with awesome. Awesomely inept. I forgot that Bronya is like always shitting on her. What? I reduced all this hostile mechs to slag. Idiot Kiana has destroyed the only operational mech we managed to hack. Can't do anything about that. But at least we destroyed a ton of enemy units. Idiot Kiana pressed the self-destruct button as well. What? How did you know? Kiana can't fucking read. Since we can't pilot the mech anymore, we should move on with our mission. According to the prints on the battleship interiors, the bridge is beyond that door, right? Affirmative, May. Let's do this. We'll bust through and seize control of the helm. Also, who the fuck is piloting the Celine right now? Like, Einstein and Tesla aren't here. Welt's not here. Like, are they just remote piloting this fucking thing? Like, what's going on with that? Alright, I guess it's new mech time. don't care about Honkai zombies. You know what, actually, maybe they did have people on it. Like, Honkai zombies are usually, like, corpses and people who used to work here. So maybe, like, all the people who were on, like, the enemies were fighting were the actual staff piloting the ship. And whenever they triggered the Honkai eruption, for whatever reason, the staff got turned into zombies. In which case, bad plan, Tesla. Really bad plan. Like, did you just let Cocolia do this bullshit? Or did Welt make this call? Welt's the Sovereign. He's supposed to know this stuff. Bad plan. Really bad plan. Alright, let's go. Fucking fight me. I'll punch you to death. I remember this being like a really common thing they did in the early days too. Like the mech control stuff. This was like a kind of a gimmick thing they did. I want to say since the Evangelion crossover, we haven't really done that since. It's just not really been like a thing. It's been a hot minute. Oh god. Why do I have to go manually pick up all the coins? Can it not just like ratchet towards me, please? Alright, let's go. No hostile units on the bridge. Project Bunny 19C, force access into the main control system. No login passwords, full administrator privileges granted. No conformance with standard protocols. Ew, suspicious. I wonder what that means, as if I don't already know the answer. What could it mean? This is really weird. They're giving us a free battleship. Be careful, Bronya. The enemy may have hidden a few Trojans in the codes. Major Himiko, the Bronya found a strange mail in the Master Control Unit. Mail? Dear Kiana, greetings. We hereby return you the battleship Selene after 14 years. Oh, right. Okay, I know what they're referencing. They're referencing the second eruption. Which, you know what, actually, this is kind of an interesting bit of, like, foreshadowing. Because, like, Kiana was just born. Like, you know, I guess Dudendal Kiana. Like, she was just born when the second eruption started. She wasn't really that old yet. Well, she wasn't just born. She was, like, maybe 2 at the time. She was not very old. And then you have Sidon becomes a Herrscher of the Void. So, like, this is them basically saying, like, because they had to use the Selene during that fight with Sidon. So this is them kind of telling you that, like, Kiana is Sidon in some way here. So that means that Anti-Free does know that Kiana's a clone. Well, I mean, you know what? Actually, that does make sense, though, because Siegfried is also aware of it. And he's in contact with them right now, I think. Or he was, for a bit. What is he doing right now? Fuck, I can't remember what Siegfried's up to right now. I know he, like, later is in, like, he gets captured by World Serpent. I'm trying to remember what he's doing at this exact moment. And I can't really remember. You shall ascend the throne and rule this world. But before that, you'll need to find 4 keys. Lightning of Conquest, Fire of Affliction, Storm of Desire, and Death of Tranquility. P.S. The password to the bridge is your birthday. Yeah, they're really just telling you outright, aren't they? Because those are the different, like, Herrscher cores. Like, that's just straight up the different Herrscher cores that Sidon used in the second eruption. Huh. Wait, why is this mail written for me? Kiana, do you know anything about this? Do you know anyone who would write letters like this to you? No, I'm clueless. Don't you think I'd remember if I had a friend so rich they could give me a battleship? Plus, my stupid old man probably can't write anything like this. Lightning of Conquest, Storm of Desire. They sound really familiar to me. Yeah, they fucking should! You were in the second eruption! You should know that! You should fucking know this shit, Himiko. Goddamn. You were there! That weird time between Chites and Global, a year at start, didn't know that that era in second months, and now 3 weeks. Oh yeah, you're talking about the delay between. Yeah, it was really weird back then. I do remember like there was that really big controversy too, where like the YouTube channel revealed the Herrscher of the Void cutscene and spoiled Kiana becoming the Herrscher of the Void a full year before we actually got that in the game. People were so pissed. People were so mad about that. Which, I mean, fair. That's a huge twist. Like, your main character becomes the bad guy. Like, yeah, that's a big fucking twist. And they just spoiled that shit on Global. Kiana, tell Bronny your birthday. Why would I tell you girls my birthday? Himiko, this is just a stupid prank. Bronya, Kiana's birthday is December 7th. Hey, May. System navigation privileges granted. Rerouting vessel. New decision at St. Freya High School. What? They really used my birthday as a password. We'll fly the battleship back to St. Freya High and get to the bottom of this. It seems that some... Oh, wait. Yeah, somebody has ill intents. Oh, no! Brody is turning evil! Biochip anomaly detected. Force activate energy... Emergency system rebooting. Switching to troubleshooting mode. Purge all surrounding hostiles. Oh yeah, I forgot we had to fight Bronya. A lot early on. I don't dislike the way this battlesuit looks, but it's still not very fun to use. I haven't used it in ages though. Alright, I can just do... Yeah, my black nucleus is way cooler than yours. I just don't have her on this account. Sees Kiana. Oh look, trouble. Yeah, you right. Meanwhile, as Kiana, we can beat Bronya's ass. Dark Bronya. I forget that's what they call her. No, come on, Bronya. Let me beat you up. I gotta knock you back to your senses. Kokolia did this to you, and we're gonna slap her for it later. Bronya, wake up, Bronya. What happened, May? Great, you're finally awake. The Bronya may have lost control over her ship. Valkyries, are the communications back online? Bronya, are you alright? Bronya's alright, Major Himiko. Please arrange a full physiological exam for the Bronya at school. Yeah, you definitely need that. The Bronya will not drag anyone down in any way. Well, I mean... Yeah, I guess. Sure. Alright, so there we go. We're chapter 1. Finished. I like the early bits of this because there is a bit of scuff to it. It's very nostalgic. Like, they did improve it. They did fix quite a lot of it. But, like, man, some of this early stuff is really, really goddamn scuffed. Like, the translations were, like, not great back in the day. They did improve it, to be fair. But, like, man, it was really fucking scuffed. Alright, let's see. What do we got happening here? Let's put Kiana back as a leader. Alright, what's happening? Bronya went to full physiological examination upon returning to St. Freya High. Investigation concluded that energy emitted by the Selene's power drives may have interfered with the Valkyrie's biochip. Repairs thus started in earnest. Meanwhile, the annual Valkyrie examination was about to start. Classes became increasingly tough and stressful. Our girl! Fuhua! Alright, to pass the exam, every student in school subjected themselves to grueling training. Fuhua, my beloved! Dude, I'm so excited. Burb mentioned. Hi, Terry. What a fabulous sunset. Yawn. And Rita! Right, Rita wasn't in this originally. Good evening, Madam Teresa. Overseer Otto has received your report regarding the Selene. I'll be visiting the Far East Branch tomorrow to verify report details. It's Rita. Hi, Rita. Welcome. See you tomorrow. I'll have the agenda prepared. Crying and shitting. Is there something else you're looking into? The visit seems unnecessary if you just want to see the battleship. Of course, but the Overseer wants me to attend the Valkyrie exam for this year. He seems to be expecting something interesting. Well, yeah, he's monitoring Kiana the entire fucking time. Of course he is. Grandpa's so pesky. And, by the way, you're as cute as ever. Just like a little baby. Little baby? What the hell? No one calls Teddy a little baby. Excuse me for now. I'll see you tomorrow. This woman sounds pretty dangerous. I really want to bash her with the Judah. I forgot that, like, Teddy and Rita don't quite mesh well at the start of this, because Rita just really likes messing with her. God, I haven't played as Bonky in a long time. Little Bonk Teddy. Well, it's not technically the real Bonk one, but it's fine. Actually, I don't think I've used Teddy really at all in a long time. Other than, like, playing Luna, but, like, Luna only, like, kinda counts. Even without Judah, you wouldn't stand a chance. Well, no, because you're, like, a clone and Honkai stuff mixed together. You're a Mantis Soldier, essentially. Burb! Look at our favorite. It's Burb. I love Fuqua so much. Kiana, class is about to start. Don't be late. My Burb. So, like, okay, I want to explain this a bit to give you guys an idea of, like, what this looked like for me. When Impact 3rd first launched, we didn't have Teddy, we didn't have Rita, we didn't have Fuqua. Sakura was, like, there when I joined, but that was only, like, just barely. I made a list today of, like, including all of the, like, original, like, patches and, like, what was released then. So we had version 1.8 was the base, version 2 was Sakura and Ice Sakura, and the Sakura Sams are open world, which is when I joined the game. And then 2.2 was when they added Teddy. They had 3 versions of her. So Sakura Rondo, which is the Sakura Samsara one, and Executor Teddy, which is the one that's in the Everlasting Memory stuff, which we'll probably do later. And then in version 2.2, that's when we got Black Nucleus Bronya, the not Silver Wolf of the Urals Bronya, and then they did Dilemma Dreamland and Chapter 5. So, like, we didn't get Teddy until, like, the second patch, and then we didn't get Fuqua until, like, 2 patches after that. And then we didn't get Rita until version 2.8. So, like, we didn't have Rita for a really long fucking time. It took them a really, really long time to give us Rita. And then Fuqua was added. Okay, so if we're in, like, version 2.2 right now, it'd be like 2.2.5, so like 2 or 3 patches after this, something like that. But they didn't have her in the game at all. Like, that's very nostalgic to think about. Hi, mate. What's up with you? Kiana, I'm heading to the library to get some info. Do you have classes in the morning? Don't worry about it. Teddy, I'll talk to you in a minute. I gotta talk to Himiko. We gotta talk to Mom. Mom! Mom! Talk to me! I promise nothing bad will ever happen to you in this story, ever. For sure. Trust. Kiana, it's time for class. Where are you going? Aunt Teresa, is heading to class? Girl. I know you know how to talk. You can't address me by my name, and stop calling me your aunt. You must address me as Madam Principal, get it? Aye, Aunt Teddy. I mean, Madam Principal. Good. Health Department told me that Bronny is almost fully recovered. Visit her tomorrow and have her discharged. This will give her enough time to attend the exams on the day after. Gah, stupid Valkyrie exam. Well, I asked Himiko to give you pre-exam remedials. Pre-exam remedials? Really? I'm an uber genius. Your results speak otherwise. You've set a new low for House Kaslana this last time. Which is saying a lot, because Siegfried is also dumb as fuck. Kaslanas are not very smart. She is too short to be aunt anyway. I mean, she's also in her 40s, insane. Do remember that. Teddy might have the physical body of a 12-year-old, but she is in her 40s. You probably fought the exams again without help. Remember our promise. You'll tell me where my stupid old man is when I become an A-rank Valkyrie. Pinky swear, Principal. Does Teddy actually know where Siegfried is right now? Because, like, we know that he's on the run from Schicksal because, you know, he tried to kidnap Clone Kiana, lost Dudendal to Otto, and then was on the run for years. So, like, does she know where he is? I don't remember. It's been so long. Good news, Kiana. Is it about the remedials? Duh. Everyone knows you can't make it to rank 1. I've got the real rank 1 Valkyrie trainee in class, Fuqua, to help you out. What? The class monitor? I thought Aunt Teddy asked you to help me. I have a booze party. I mean, I'm a very busy woman. God, I forgot Himiko was an alcoholic back then. Fuqua is a qualified A-rank Valkyrie. She's the model student for the likes of you. You should be glad that she agreed to help. The girl is so serious and boring. I can't stand training with her. Meanwhile, Fuqua is like 50,000 years old. I'm not asking you to like it. I'm asking you to do it. Greetings, Kiana. Ugh, it's the class monitor. But our beloved! Dude, we love Fuqua, though. And she is absolutely more qualified than anybody here to train Kiana to be better. 100% she is more qualified. Alright, stupid Honkai zombie, get out of here. Simulation test complete, generating test results rating. Oh god, I don't have a dash anymore, that sucks. Alright, hi Fuqua, what say you? Kiana's current rating, attack A, reflex A, knowledge base E. What the hell? Overall rating, E. You managed to survive thanks to your good physique. Don't worry, I'll give you decent training. I mean, she needs book training, not physical training. She's just a dumb musclehead. The Honkai grows with civilization and is a recurring cataclysmic event. During the first Honkai eruption in Berlin, 1953, people first discovered that concentrated Honkai produces a core that turns a human host into a Herrscher who can bend physical laws. The Herrscher of the Void appeared in the second Honkai eruption of 2000 and initiated a global disaster. Was it 2000? Hold on, let me go back to my Google Drive and pull up my fucking timeline and see. I don't remember if it actually was 2000. It might have been 2002. I think they did change that. Hold on, let's see. Google Drive. Where's my timeline? Oh god. Where is that? My Drive, Honkai information, revised timeline. This is probably the one I'm looking for. Oh god, I have to scroll through all this shit. This is like, okay, to give you guys an idea of like how long this timeline is. My actual like current timeline, which doesn't even include all this information yet, is 71 pages. It is a massively long timeline. Just a huge amount of information. Alright, let's see, we're in the 50s. Let's see, oh, so she mentioned that the first eruption. So that was... Yep, 1952, according to the manga, is when Welt Joyce awakens as the first Herrscher in Berlin. Is that what she said? Did she say that? Yeah, so that's already off. They say 1953 here, but the manga changed that. So that's already been retconned. And then, let's see. Okay, no, it does begin in 2000, according to this. The Second Honkai War does start in February of 2000. So that's correct. Maybe they did change it to 53. Maybe I'll have to go back and check to see if the manga got wrong there. Being a year off isn't too bad, though. Of course, Kiana's asleep. Kiana, do better, girl. Alright, let's see. What say you, Fuqua? Kiana, Miss Himiko is lecturing. Keep it down a bit. A listed Valkyrie should uphold discipline. This is the only way for us to survive battles against the Honkai. Yeah, I fucking bet that's what you think about this. Kiana, are you trying to skip class again? This remedial is important. You should try to stay awake. Also, I love the low textures. Like, the low quality textures. That's always fun. I remember, like, this area was also used quite a lot for, like, early combat stuff. It's like, over there, like, when we go do Teddy's stuff, like, Teddy's, prelude story, like, has a fight back that way, and there's a few in these little side areas over here. It's kind of fun. Alright, that's it for the classes. You'll have a day off tomorrow, but the exam is on the day after. Remember to review the course materials. Kiana, wake up, girl. The class has ended. Nom nom, chicken pot pie. Himiko. I can't believe we're counting on Valkyries like you. I feel sad for this world already. Just answer this question and I'll let you off. Please choose one form of Honkai manifestation. Well, I know this one. It's this thing. Honkai beasts, and zombies. Yeah, it's that one. I almost gave up hope on you. This question is super easy. Alright, I'll head off to the dorms to play study for the exam. You're not going anywhere. Fuqua, please help. Don't go easy on her. Yes, Miss Himiko. I'll do everything I can to help Kiana pass the exams. We can test the new training system installed on campus. It'll be used in the exam. Just watch out for the traps. Let me go. Too bad. Too bad, dumbass. You have to learn. All training targets destroyed. Perfect score, right? 0. I didn't expect you to be ignorant about enemy types. You just kept smashing things. And you almost broke the training device. Types? That's so stupid. Why care about that when you got arms like mine? You'll be fighting more than Honkai beasts. The Honkai manifests itself in many ways. Honkai corrupted mechs can be considered mech-type enemies. Honkai can also resurrect corpses as zombies. These are biological or bio-type enemies. Finally, Honkai beasts themselves are psychic or psi-type enemies. And there's also, like imaginary and quanta and stardust, but don't worry about that. That makes me the ultimate type, right? Fucking dumbass. The types counter each other. To make battles easier, you'll need a Valkyrie battlesuit of different types as well. Time for a small quiz, Kiana. How do these 3 types counter each other? Swords, axes, lances, and swords. I kind of want to choose the Kiana answers. What does Fuqua say what if I pick this one? What does she say here? Wrong answer. You probably got that from Homu of Thrones Mobile. Please spend more time on course materials and not the game. Always remember, mech beats bio, bio beats psi, and psi beats mech. Lectures may be too boring for you. I've arranged a training session. Yeah, I know about type countering. Fire Emblem reference. It's good. Zombies are zombos. Zombies are biotypes. Their corpses resurrected by the Honkai. Alright, yeah, I know. Is it mech type? Kiana. It's color-coded. It's orange. You put the orange enemy with the orange logo. You take the pink enemies with the pink logo. And all the other ones go here. It's not weird yet. It will be later. What? Oh, right. They're choosing the type countering. Right. Okay. Kiana's a mech type, so it's fine. Let's see. Biotype. Let's pick that one because that's a psi type thing. Honkai beasts are psi type. They are direct manifestations of Honkai. Yeah, it's this one. Seems you paid attention in class. That's not true. She doesn't do that. Mechs are mech type. Such robots are often driven by Honkai energy. Yep, this is true. Correct. It seems you paid attention in class. No, she didn't. That's a lie. Alright, that's it for now. Try to remember them for the exam. I don't think you trust me at all. Let's take a small exam. How about the big guy you ran into in your last mission? Locked and loaded. I'll show you what I'm made of. Yeah, I know how countering works. It's fine. I played enough of this. And just for the sake of having it, we'll use May to counter these things here. And you know what? Ronnie, just summon a black hole casually. It's fine. Alright, she can't move during that. Right. I forgot about that. Let's call it a day, Kiana. I'll be at the training plaza in the evening. You can ask me any questions then. Alright, rest well. I'm getting out of here. It seems that Fupa can be a pretty nice person from time to time. Can't believe she's an A-rank Valkyrie already. Dang it, I must work hard to catch up. Yeah, but she's also 50,000 years old, and at this point in time, she's a spy for Otto, so don't worry about it too much. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Alright, let's see. Where did that leave us? Did we go through all of this stuff? Or is it just this first phase here? Remember, we're gonna have hobbies. You're right, she can have hobbies. What does this one say? A bridge battle. S-Ring Valkyries. What is the one we just finished? Oh, we still have to do this. Okay, so we're still a ways away. You know what? Let's see. Does Insane have the actual, like, other battle suits? Like, the ones for when they're in class? So then... Let's see. Well, we need this May, for sure. And then, where's Brawny's other one? It's not Yamabuki armor. Yeah, there's this one. So that Kiana. I guess Brawny would still be this, huh? Confirmed team. Oh god, she's level 1! Oh no. No, we can't do that. She's level 1! No! What has happened? Oh god, what is going on here? Let's level her up a little bit. There. She can be level 46 now. Oh god. Why? I don't want to level her too much because I don't want to, like, waste too much on characters that we aren't going to use for very long, but still. Hey, look, I can summon myself with my Alicia. Good. My Triple S Ellie can do a lot more damage than anything here. I want that Humble body pillow. That seems fun. My head, it's hurting. This place, it's St. Freya High School. Who is that? Who's there? Welcome home, lost girl. Ooh, spooky voices. Where is this place? Why am I here? I've slept for too long, but the wheels of fate have started to turn again. So, fun factoid. So, remember, Herrscher of the Void wasn't in the game yet. So, this whole, like, actually showing us the Herrscher of the Void, they didn't do that originally. They had us, like, I guess, like, this part wasn't really well communicated originally. That, like, Kiana was, like, hearing Sidon's voice through the core. But, like, originally it had it as, like, a sort of Kiana, like, model, I think, that was, like, recolored and retextured to look a little different. They did not actually have the Herrscher of the Void properly, but, like, having her here now is kind of fun. I do like that. Welcome home, Kiana of House Kaslana. Home? This isn't my home. Who are you? Why do you know my name? Now that's a story. Do you like the world I've built for you? World? What are you talking about? Alright, this must be a dream. Pinch yourself. Wake up! Are you trying to leave already? You're making me cry. But leaving this place isn't as easy as you think. Hey, what are you doing? Ugh, I'll show you the might of Kaslana. I'm the bestest and most uber Valkyrie of Schicksal. In a few years' time, of course. Kaslana? A Valkyrie? They really didn't tell you anything. You're an orphan, abandoned by your father. You don't even know what your mother looks like. Aren't you curious about this? Where did your mother go? Why did your father leave you? Hey, why come you know all this? You know what? I hope that, like, if they ever redo this, they will leave, like, Kiana's weird, like, bad grammar in this. I hope they keep that. Oh, I hope I have your attention now. I've been watching you, even in your dreams. So I know everything there is about you. Your life as you know it is nothing but a mountain of lies. Come, let's play a little game. Catch me, and I'll share a few secrets with you. I'm trying to like what stages they used for this. I think it was like what would be like the New Zealand stages. I'm right here. Go through the door of Dreamland and catch me. Yeah. Sirin, get back here, goddammit. Catch me and I'll share more secrets with you. You're not gonna share shit. You just want to take over. You ain't gonna do anything. Alright, how does this Kiana work? I did remember, like, when I first played this game, like, I think this Kiana was one that I used quite a bit because she was a lot more useful than basic Kiana. But only, like, slightly. Oh, that's Spin to Win Kiana. Isn't that supposed... Oh, this isn't Spin to Win Kiana. The other one's Spin to Win Kiana. Like, her old S-Rank one, the Moonlight one.
Hello.
Hi, Pending. How goes it?
It goes pretty well. How far into the game are you?
Not particularly. We're at, like, Kiana's Dreams of Sidon. So
Okay.
she's not very far in yet. But that's fine. I have the context for everything anyway, so...
I'm trying to remember what happened already. So, we went... you start off with Kiana, May, and Bronya on that ship, right?
Yeah, they're trying to stop the Celine from crashing into Sapphire. And then they take control of it, Bronya gets hacked and turns into evil Bronya for a bit. And then they fight her, stop that, and then bring the battleship back to St. Freya, where Kiana has to go back into practice for her exams because she sucks.
Right.
And she has to do better.
Was it already established who hacked Bronya?
Not yet, no. I know who it is, but like...
Yeah, I know who it is too, but I wasn't sure if that's spoilers at this stage of the game.
It is, but I also don't care because, like, again, I am a very, very long-standing veteran and I've been talking about spoilers the entire time.
Okay, cool. I wasn't sure if, like, getting ahead of ourselves was frowned upon for this.
I mean, part of why I wanted to do this was because I haven't seen it in a long time, and it'll help refresh my memory on some stuff. Also, because I've never been able to really stream Impact 3, partly because I've never had, like, the ability to, like, replay stuff without, like, having to do it whenever it first launches. And I don't like that that's, like, how you go standard now. So,
I guess just to give, like, context for where my mind was at this stage, like, the first little bit happens, like, with on the ship and stuff, and that seems that struck me as fairly straightforward and bordering, I guess, on rudimentary.
Sure.
Story-wise. Then Bronya gets hacked, and that's interesting. To that point in the game, like, I wouldn't say it's necessarily dramatic in the sense that you don't really have a good grasp of who Bronya is as a character before she gets hacked.
Right.
Although that being said, of course, coming from HSR, like, I had some familiarity with Bronya already.
A little bit, sure.
Yeah, and I was also aware of the memes of, like, because the HSR community like to make memes early on about the idea that everyone is secretly Bronya.
Right.
Also, like, the veterans like to talk about how Silverwolf and Bronya are the same person, and, like, as someone who had only played HSR to that point, that didn't make any sense to me. But I just, like, okay. Anyways, but yeah, that happens, and then we get to the school, and I'm just like, wow, this has a really different feel to it. It kind of feels like that first part is just like a kind of narrow mission, and then you get to the school and kind of the world opens up at that point, and it feels more like there's there's more to chew on plot-wise.
Mm-hmm.
Although I have to say, when we got to this dream sequence, I was also a little bit confused.
So I was talking about this earlier, that like when the game first launched, right? We didn't have Terry, we didn't have Fuqua, we didn't have Rita. Like none of those characters were even in the game yet. Terry was added like in the third patch for the game. So the first patch we had was the one that was Sakura Samzora with Sakura and her like ice version. And then Terry was immediately the patch after that. And then we didn't get Rita or Fuqua for like a while after the fact. So the original Reburn event, I don't remember what patch, I was just going to look this up right now, but like, hold on, let me find it up. My third patch list. So they had like the Reburn event, which was essentially just a remake of the first like 2 or 3 chapters of the game to get the presentation better. Because originally they were reusing a lot of the same stages, it was very mobile gamey. And this sequence of like Sidrin talking to Kiana in her head was even less clear because they didn't have a Herschel the Void model in the game. They didn't have any way of like communicating this to you. They didn't have like the little like CGIs that shows you, or the little like cutscene things. They didn't have any of that showing Kiana was asleep, really. Like it was really, really wonky compared to now. Like now this presentation is much better, but like it definitely is like there's still some scuff to it, which I find very funny.
I think that's kind of like how I would view like that first mission. It feels extremely mobile game, and it's interesting to kind of see the evolution of like it's starting out as more of a kind of standard fare mobile game and growing into something that is more akin to the kind of quality we've come to expect from Hoyo.
Well, remember also that this wasn't a standard fare mobile game at the time. Like, somebody on YouTube pointed out that, like, at the time that Impact 3 came out, most mobile games were very, like auto-clickers and stuff. You had, like, Arknights, which was, like, a tower defense thing. They were all, like, 2D PNG collectors. Even Guns N' Z before this was just, like, it was a PNG thing of, like, shooting zombies and stuff because those games were popular in Japan at the time. Like,
so
there was no 3D, like, mobile game. Like, there was nothing like this when this game came out.
Right. So the idea that there was a fleshed out combat system in and of itself made it rather unique at the time.
I mean, that was one of the, like I said this before, that was one of the reasons that it, like, brought me into the game in the first place. It was like, I watched Keys and I play it, and she was playing the patch where Fuqua was new, which we wouldn't get for another year after the fact, but, like, that's because they had a huge desync between the Chinese-Japanese servers and the global server. But, like, I saw that, I'm like, wow, that looks fucking cool. Like, that looks like an actual game with, like, decent combat and stuff. I want to play Fuqua. That sounds like a great time. And then I went to go play it. I'm like, okay, so Fuqua's not in the game yet. I'm anticipating her at some point in time. But then, like, you had Sakura was, like, the new character, because I think I came in version 2, which was, like, I don't remember exactly when it released, but that was, like, the Sakura Samzora patch. So... Yeah, so the base version I missed, and then about a month later they released version 2, which was Sakura Samzora, and I came in about a month after release, and I was like, okay, well, Sakura's fucking rad as hell. I love Sakura. Let's play her. And then I kind of stuck with it for a while after the fact. And I don't remember exactly. I think our patches were a little bit more frequent back then. They weren't like 6 to 8 weeks. It was like about a month or so. It was. At least it felt like that. It was really fast compared to it. And then
I think it would have taken less time to do the patches back then because they didn't have like to worry about the like making open world maps and stuff.
Right.
So I think that's where, like, I would venture a guess that getting like the maps ready is a significant development bottleneck for like HSR and Genshin and Zenless Zone Zero.
Yeah, I would
and now
say so.
HSI too, because HSI had, or sorry, HI3. HI3, I mean, has followed that same route of going into a semi-open world aesthetic.
I will say, like, the newer stages, especially in like part 2, they are smaller generally and a lot easier to make compared to like what Zenless or whatever else is trying to do. Like, a lot of the other video games are much larger comparatively. And they also tend to reuse locations quite a bit. So, like, I do think Impact 3's development is generally easier compared to the others. Such would
makes
be
sense.
my impression anyway.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find what the patch was for the Reburn thing. See like how long that was before we actually got that. And I genuinely do not remember.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever, doesn't matter. But anyways, continuing the plot to spooky things I definitely don't already know the answers to.
Yeah.
Huff, huff, these minions are nothing to me. Tell me something already. Congrats, you just got a prize. So, Kiana, what do you want to know? Well, I know what happened to her mom. Why did old man leave? You're a Valkyrie, so you should know about the second eruption in Siberia 14 years ago. A girl was chosen by the Honkai, just like Mei and Nagazora, to act as its Hersher. Of course, this third Hersher is a pale imitation of what true Honkai is, which is correct. Mei is not fully awakened as a Hersher of Thunder yet, so she's not at her full power, so Siren isn't just being a bitch just for the sake of it.
I forgot that they had established this early on that Mei was a Hersher.
The way that they've already framed it for us right now is that they didn't... Kiana doesn't know this.
Right.
Like, Mei does, and Teddy and Himiko do, but they've not told Kiana this. Because, like, Kiana asked earlier, like, why there was, like, a weird system notification from Mei when she activated her Hersher powers. And she doesn't know that Mei currently has a bomb in her suit that will blow her up if she uses her Hersher power. So they've not told her that yet. And Kiana doesn't seem to remember much about what happened during the third eruption when Kokolia blew up Nagazora. Because, like, what really ends up going on is that, like, Mei partially awakens, and she fights Himiko and Hyperion, and then Kiana partially awakens as the Hersher of the Void and kind of, like, shatters parts of her connection to Honkai, so Mei can be, like, recovered. Right. Which is all in the manga, but, like, it's not a thing that the game does a good job of explaining, from what I remember. I haven't really played much of this since the Reburn event originally, so it's been a hot minute.
Yeah.
Which is another reason why I want to refresh myself on this stuff, because it's been, like, literal years since I have seen any of this.
Yeah.
Since we have a third Hersher, there is a first and a second. The second Honkai eruption 14 years ago in Siberia gave birth to the second Hersher. Yes, you said that already. The third Hersher has mastery over lightning, and the second Hersher has command over the void itself. Facing planetary annihilation, Schicksal dispatched the only S-rank Valkyrie they had, I guess, to defeat this Hersher. That Valkyrie is unique. She is a precious, yet expendable doll. Which isn't wrong either, because, like, even in the manga for Second Eruption, like, Cecilia is, like, sheltered. Like, Otto keeps her, like, basically locked up in Schicksal. She's not allowed to do much of anything. And then it's not until she meets Siegfried, and he, like, is as is usually the case with Castellana, is a bad influence on her. And then she decides to sort of, like, break the rules and do her own thing, and then eventually they get married and have Didendal/Kiana. Originally. And Otto didn't necessarily want to blow her up, but calling her, like, precious yet expendable is correct. Because at the end of the day, he's like, I don't care. And nuked her ass.
He didn't necessarily want to blow her up, just such an Otto thing.
It really is, though. And that Valkyrie would be your mother, Cecilia Sharik. And technically speaking, Sidon, she was Kiana's mom by the time that the second eruption happened.
I really want Otto to do things in HSR. They've kept him in literal jail now for, like, 3 years worth of patches.
I don't think the Star Wars fans are ready for, like, villains like Otto and Vita. I don't think they're ready for that. Because, like...
I'm really interested to see not just how Vita is received, but more specifically how the HSR writers handle Vita, because I don't think that I think that the HSR writers have a pretty shaky history when it comes to writing villains.
I would agree. And Vita is really nuanced, too, is the other problem. Like, there's a lot to her character.
And that's not to say that we are incapable of writing nuanced characters. Like, I would say that it's fair to say that Lygus was a nuanced villain. But, man, did he relish in vocalizing every aspect of that nuance, which kind of did away a little bit with it.
we can get into this a little bit more later, but like what I liked about like both Vita and later on with Senna as a character is like Vita and Senna both try to draw on sort of acting like Alicia. So like when we do like the Elysian Realm stuff, like Ellie's personality is really distinct. I mean, she is quite like literally lesbian Jesus. And then when we meet Vita initially in the beginning of part 1.5, she's sort of like trying to play on that a bit, like trying to be the sweet and innocent, genuine person, but she reads immediately really fake. And so that doesn't work for her. And Senna does the same thing, except with Senna, the whole thesis statement with her is like Senna's like toxically positive and can't actually feel any of these emotions genuinely in the first place. So like, it's really interesting how they took this idea of like Ellie's personality and seeing how people don't understand it and then make that into other characters.
That kind of makes me think that they're like, I don't think HSR has had like a really charismatic villain yet.
No.
Like, I guess you could make the argument Sunday, but I think Sunday, more of his charisma came out after he switched sides, because I think the issue is that HSR likes their lengthy villain monologues, and it's hard to feel charismatic over the course of a villain monologue.
Yeah. I mean, Vita gets her moments to monologue, but like, what I sort of like about her story, at least in part 1.5, is like Vita kind of wins. She gets exactly what she wanted. Like, Vita is a master manipulator and rage baiter. But in the beginning of part 1.5, what the entire thing for her is that, like, she's technically a clone of the original Vita, who's now Sa. And Sa controls her. Like, she has no, like, real actual freedom. Her and the little Vitamins, like, none of them have, like, any actual freedom. They're just things that Sa creates to accomplish a purpose. And so what Vita's unique position is that she's sort of like a not Hersher for Sa, in a sense. She's a representative, is what she calls herself. And so Sa shares parts of her authority as this eldritch horror with Vita to accomplish whatever task she needs. So through the course of part 1.5, Vita is manipulating Seelie and Veliona and Senti and all the others, so that way she can force Sa's hand to give her more and more authority. And then when she gets enough, she helps us usurp her and then steals her god power for herself. So, like, Vita fucking wins. Like, she gets exactly what she wanted. She breaks free of Sa's control, helps kill her, and then takes her power for herself.
Yeah.
And I love that. Like, I love that for her. Like, Vita is a menace in every possible sense of the word. She fights us, she causes problems, she lies consistently, she's always manipulating everyone, but she did fucking win. She got exactly what she wanted.
Yeah.
And then now in part 2, it's not really clear what Vita's goals actually are, but, like, I wouldn't be shocked if she wins again. Because Vita gets what she wants. Like, she's really good at that. And she holds all of her cards close to her chest. And I'm looking at that, I'm like, how they've been writing her character in Impact 3rd, and I'm just wondering, how are they going to handle that when they introduce her in Star Rail? Like, I don't know that, like, they've really written a character like that at all. And same goes for, like, Otto. Like, Otto technically wins. He gets what he wanted. Sort of.
Yeah.
And it's like, hell, Kevin kind of wins. Because Kevin's entire purpose was just to fulfill his mission, to, like, help humanity usurp Honkai. Like, his entire thing is humanity will defeat the Honkai. That's the whole thing of it. And he becomes the semi-Hersher finality or whatever at the end because it's his mission to do so. He has to be that barrier so humanity can face Honkai and usurp it and transcend that. He has to do that role. So, like, even in killing him, he gets kind of what he wanted because his mission's completed. He did what he needed to do. He doesn't succeed in turning the world into dream soup, but, like, if you really get down to the core of it, he completes his mission, humanity transcends Honkai and beats it, and he dies and goes to see all the people that he cared about, all the Flame Chasers and stuff. I guess
there's an argument that Finan kind of has a similar conclusion in that, in the end, he wins.
But Finan's also not a villain, necessarily. I mean, he sort of is, but he merges a lot. He
sort of is, but he doesn't really have... I guess he does take on the role of the villain.
I mean, but really
I
only
guess
in like the
that's
very
kind of
end,
what
though.
his dedicated patch is about. Yeah.
And that's only for like the one boss fight, because he like you fight him briefly, and then he merges with Iron Tomb. So really, Iron Tomb's the big villain.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing. If you were fighting something that looks like Kevin for the climactic battle, and I know briefly we are, but like, I mean, if you had stuck with that for the entire time, maybe instead of like having it transform into Iron Tomb, maybe that would have had more of an emotional impact.
Yeah, I mean,
know.
it's not that Fine didn't have emotional impact. It's just like when I said that like they speedran Kevin's like
has.
story.
I more mean that maybe Iron Tomb would have had an emotional impact as opposed to being.
I mean,
like a big
Iron Tomb also is like just kind of like this vague existential threat. It's not really much of anything else. And this is why, like, I think that when we get to it, in however long that takes us to get to it, when you get to the Elysian Realm, where we have our, Iron Tomb threat, as it were, it's the Herrscher corruption. And, like, by the time we get to this, we already know what Herrschers are like. We know the kind of damage they can do. We've seen this happen. And then not only do we know that, but we also get to see the Herrscher corruption personified. She, like, takes on Alicia's form. She talks to us. We get an idea of, like, what her motivations are. And then it's satisfying to see her get bested. Whereas, like, Iron Tomb's just, like, a vague existential threat. Like, okay, sure. But, like, with Impact Third, like, every villain that we run into, we have, like, a personal investment in each one of them. We know these villains. We know who they are. We know what they're about. They talk to us. We get an idea of it. Even the ones like the Herrscher of Domination. Like, Herrscher of Domination, we don't know any one specific person because it's controlling, like, 10,000 people at once. So it's, like, affecting everyone. We're trying to find its core, but then it has like a whole arc of like Kiana inheriting Himiko's legacy, and Veliana taking Sidley's body and like being her own character as well. Like, we get to see more and more of like these satisfying character arcs, and the villains themselves are also interesting and charismatic. Like, the Herrscher of Domination is a weird fucking villain, but it's also like kind of interesting to watch what it does and like understanding that it has goals that it tells you about, like what it wants to do. But that's kind of cool. Like, but like the Iron Tomb is like, yeah, it's a big robot thing. Okay. It's like, sure, I guess. I'm not as personally invested in the destruction of Iron Tomb, other than just everybody's gonna, die because of Apocalypse, which is whatever. But Impact Third doesn't really do that. Like, every villain is somebody we know, or something that we're tied to, or like something that has like a personification that we can talk to and know what they're about. Like, we have more going on there. There's a lot more like complexity and nuance to the villains, whereas like the most we get of that in Star Rail is like, oh hey, here's Cocolia. Good backstory for that. Cool, we like this. We have Fantilia, who disappeared after that was done, and her whole thing is just destruction, I guess, but at least she gets to talk to us. And then Sunday, who does have nuance, so I guess we can give him a pass on that one. And then a big robot thing.
Yes.
And I'm like, uh-huh. But I think also it's like, if you consider how long like these stories are, like the Iron Tomb thing took like a year or so to get to that. And I just feel like how disjointed the patches are, it just doesn't feel nearly as like personally invested in things. Same with Panaconi and everything else. Like, it just feels really, I don't know. Like, I feel like the pacing of Star Wars really hurts the ability to get invested in charismatic villains, because they're not like perpetually there causing problems.
Yeah, I guess that is part of the thing.
Is like, if we were to look through, like, I've got my entire story here. Like, Otto starts as our bad guy in version 1.8, and then that's like chapter 1, and we have him as our main bad guy until, when the fuck is this? Chapter 28 in version 5.3. Like, Otto was our villain for a huge chunk of Impact Third's like history. Like, we had years we spent like hating this motherfucker, and the longest that Star Wars will do anything with is like a year. And even then, like, I mean, Impact Third did this as well with the Elysian Realm. Like, that started in version 5, and that wrapped up a year later in version 5.9, I think, or maybe version 6. Version 6 has the main story with the Project Sigma, like the start of like the end of things. But Ellie was the banner character for version 6. But like, There's like 10 patches or so of Elysian Realm stuff.
I guess we really don't have like an overarching villain in HSR.
Not, I mean, other than like Nanook, but Nanook is still just like a vague existential threat.
Well, that's the thing. Like, we have the Aeons, but the Aeons are the force of nature, so they're not really villains in and of themselves.
Well, this is why I like the Hersher thing in Impact Third of all. It's like, we meet them, we talk to them, we get to see who they are or who they were before they like lose control of themselves. So like, there's sort of like a twinge of tragedy with each of the villains. Like when we hit to like the Hersher of Ice, like we met Arna Sharhig.
In addition to like having the Hershers, which like were kind of more seasonal villains, you had like the overarching big personalities like Otto and like Kevin.
Yeah, like Hershers were more of like, they were like an existential threat, but like it was a threat that we always knew was coming, because again they established pretty early on that like the Hershers appear in a sequence. Like they did establish that as like a big thing. We knew that was happening. But then like you explain that like, okay, this is our big bad thing, whatever. But then you also have like Otto and Kokolia and Kevin operating as like antagonists in the background. And then Otto sort of becomes like our big actual bad up until he dies. And then Kevin takes over after the fact. It's like, but we spend a lot of time like hating or loving or getting to know these characters, their personalities through like the main story and also through events, which I mean, HSR just like doesn't really do that much of. It doesn't not do it, but like it's just not the same. It doesn't feel as like cohesive, I feel like.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's just my own feelings about it. You know, I should probably progress this stage. That might be a good idea. What? Mom? So my mom's a Schicksal Valkyrie as well? Did no one tell you that Cecilia was a Valkyrie? Did everyone just like not tell you about the second eruption? Yes, and her husband happens to be your father. Yeah, he happens to be. We weren't sure, but he happens to be. Siegfried Kesslana. He was supposed to
give her support. The DNA test just came in.
But you know, actually, thinking about that, he like, I guess technically is, but like this is also a clone Kiana, so like, Did my mom? That's it for now. Dawn is breaking. I'll leave you with this cliffhanger. We'll continue this next time. Hey, wait. Yeah, no one told Kiana that her mom is dead? Like, no one told her this? I feel like she should have known this. Why did no one tell you? That feels like a problem. Okay. Where? Okay, let me. Where did we just? Was that just 2-3 that I just did? Hold on. Let's see. What is this one? I don't remember where the fuck I was. Okay, no, we didn't do this stage. So we can skip that one. Was it just 2-3? Okay, yeah, okay, that is what it was. Okay. Skip. Okay, I see. I know what we did. We got it. I do kind of wish I could just have... I do wonder if I should have started an actual like new account instead of stealing Insanes. So that way I could like properly track where we are, but... Alright, let's continue. I do like these stages. They're very nostalgic for me. Hey, look, the actual book textures are slightly better than they were on the bottom floor.
Yeah.
But only slightly. Alright, Bronny, what's up? My head hurts. I think I had a weird dream, but I can't remember it too well. Gotcha, Bronya. I was supposed to discharge you from the hospital, but you managed to escape to the library. What a naughty brat. Bronya is not a baby. Bronya performed self-diagnostics using the health terminal. All systems are back online. Bronya then accessed system database, updated all physio readings, and approved her own discharge. Can you do that, Bronya? I feel like that's not allowed. Hey, that sounds like hacking. That's illegal. Is Kiana the reason I say that's illegal? Is that the reason?
Maybe.
Subject Kiana is up to something again. Perhaps Subject Kiana is here to beg Bronya for emergency remedials. Hey, I am really trying to care, brat. Anyway, I'm worried you might get bored. I'll just...
Bronya really was short back then.
She's still short. I mean, she's not as short anymore now that she got big Brawny EX is decidedly much taller.
Yes.
She got big in a lot of ways, but it's fine. I'll try some reverse psychology. I'm here to mess up your studies. I brought your Humu station. Humu adventure. Since Bronya only likes studying, I'll just play this on my own. You're short. I'm not short. Insane. You and I are like very close in height. What do you mean I'm short? Subject Kiana is leaving as she acknowledges Bronya's supremacy in gaming. I won't let you beat me. Not in gaming at least. Alloy Bronya deployed. Oh yeah, I get to play as the weird Homu thing. I love the Homus. They're so silly. I still feel like Planet Arcadia should have, like, instead of using the duck things, they should just use Homus. I feel like that would have been fun. Apparently in Nexus Anima, like, there's people who've been playing the, like, beta and stuff. They do have the Homus and stuff showing up in that, which is kind of fun. I don't remember if we had this originally, like, showcasing this little platforming section. I don't remember how, like, early on this was that we got these. The shortest? You're the shortest. So did this always not have music? I thought this had music. It feels very quiet, and that's mildly upsetting. I remember, like, when the game was still new, we had these, like, Homu events that were, like, actually kind of hard. Because, like, the platform was kind of awkward and strange. They improved it quite a bit, but, like, it definitely has moments of being awkward and strange. No, let me up! Damn it. I missed it. Let's go. Is there really, like, no... Did they really not... They had music in this stuff originally. Yeah, I have the BGM up to, like, 80. What do you mean there's, like, no music in this section? That doesn't seem right. Alright, who am I fighting? Oh, look at this absolutely amazing gameplay, guys. As we jump on a big Honkai boar monster.
It's great.
I didn't have to hold my controller at all for that. I know, May's come to bust us. That hurts. May, please don't pull my ears again. I was making lunch and noticed that you were missing because no one's stealing the tempura. That's how I knew you're here. I love how, like, that's the reason. It's just like, you weren't here stealing the food I was making, so you must have been off goofing around. I love how predictable Kiana is for that. But Aunt Teddy asked me to visit Bronya and study with her. No music in a Hoyo game? What do you mean my steak is vegan? Study with a Homu station. Kiana, I hope you didn't forget about your goal of becoming an A-rank Valkyrie. If you fail again, they'll demote you from a B rank to a D rank Ancillary Valkyrie. Support Valkyries. Only B rank and better Valkyries get to fight in the front lines. If you get demoted to D rank, you'll be given support and logistics duty far from the real fighting. Yeah, you'll be like Sasana. Logistics? Like the exchange and snack bar? No way! Then go to the training plaza now. No more lazing about today. Covers ears. Kya, don't pull my ears again, man. You tried your best. It's fine. And we did 2-4 Homu Adventure. Okay, let's go to 2-5. Alright, now, who do they want me to... I want me to talk to Fuqua, but I want to talk to Himiko. Mom! Talk to me! Damn it. Mom won't talk to me pending. I'm offended.
Disappointing.
Kiana, I didn't expect you to show up in the training plaza. Fuqua, you're here too. Do you camp here? Where's your tent? You're so hardworking, Fuqua. Are you here to practice too, May? They said you were injured in the Sapphire mission. But it seems those rumors were exaggerated. It's great to see you again. So, is there anything wrong with you? I mean, she has a lot of things wrong with her, but don't worry about that. Anything wrong with me? I don't know. I mean, she's codependent. There's a lot of other issues that she has she's therapy for, but we don't worry about that. Hey, Fuqua, stop mishandling my May. Mishandling, that's a term. Apologies. There is no end to learning. I must continue my training, May. Please work hard as well, Kiana. She's so polite. I like Fuqua, though. She's great. All right, Mom, what say you? Ha! Swings fist. Why am I not surprised? Kiana is actually training. The world is coming to an end already. Kiana's leaving ghost images in her wake. What are you talking about, Aunt Himiko? You definitely drank too much again. Of course not. How's Bronny doing, by the way? She looks healthy, but she missed the triple jump sledgehammer combo in the game. What did you encounter in that mission? It affected her pretty badly. The report says something about Honkai energy in the battleship engines, but that doesn't sound right to me. Perhaps Bronny was being controlled by someone else, just like Homu's in the game. Forget it. I shouldn't ask an idiot like you to begin with. So fucking rude. Like, Himiko. Damn. Anyway, Himiko, a lazy bag like you often sleeps in real late after Friday night. Why are you here so early? Lazy bag, why you little... Valkyries must maintain a healthy training routine. Himiko, you're an instructor of St. Freya High and a major leading a Valkyrie squad. Poor discipline will set a poor example. Hey, Kiana, you're here? I love how everyone is shocked. They're all stunned that Kiana's actually doing shit. I hate when people think I'm a bad student. I'm leaving. Himiko, try to cut down on the Homu beer. It's bad for you. I hate hearing that. Tisk. Even Kiana's working hard. I'm itching for a workout myself. Alright, I get to play as Himiko now. That's fun. This is how we actually unlocked her originally, if I'm right. Well, let's see. Alright, so she's telling Kiana to pay attention. Stop monsters from entering the thing. God, how does old Himiko work? Oh, God. How does she work again? Okay, well, that's more damage than I expected. Why did they put them so far away? Holy shit. I get it's like a defense mission, but like, these things are spawning a million miles away and they don't even like move very fast. Alright, Himiko, how the fuck do you work again? God.
Badly, it looks like.
Yeah, not great. I love when you play as Himiko in the story and they make her just fucking broken with one-hit kill machine. I mean, she was supposed to be like a pretty powerful unit originally because she was a great sword. They wanted her to feel impactful. It made it
feels
really not
like
that
though that she's kind of clunky.
It is
like powerful but clunky.
That is exactly how it was. Like, she was very clunky originally.
Yeah.
I liked her a lot, but like she was definitely, even in the time that she was introduced, was very clunky. I think that now with how fluid everything is, it is decidedly better. The exam is starting tomorrow. Oh no. Wake up, Kiana. May, is that you? Oh no, it's evil May. From where should the story start, Kiana? Who the hell are you? I am a ghost of your past, a nightmare you'll never escape from. I like that they gave May Sidon's eyes there. What's wrong, May? You look weird. May, question mark? Kiana, I've putting up with you all this time. That's... I've been putting up with you all this time. You're always getting in early. Yeah, it's perfectly fine. What do you mean? What? That's not nice. If it weren't for me, that Honkai beast would have turned you into a rotting corpse. Everyone has to work hard to keep you alive. You're even worse than that kid, Bronya. Why are you hurting me, May? You're pathetic, Kiana. Pathetic. Dang it, you're not May. May is never this mean. I mean, this is true. Even with her, like, Herrscher of Thunder stuff, even May's not, like, that aggressive, typically. You know what? Let's just get my Mei to fight you. God, how does this fucking Mei work? I think I remember it being like a dodge-based thing. Also, that's a weird weapon they give Mei. I think, what weapon is that? Is that her default one, or is that the other one from Windy? Oh, no, that's not the. I thought it was the Windy sword for a second. Oh no, I'm taking damage. Whatever will I do? I'm at threat of losing for sure. I'm definitely worried about it. What the hell? The world just turned upside down. Also, I like now we have the Hersher of the Void hanging out behind Himiko. Himiko, why are you here? Why are you surprised? The both of you are under my custody and strict monitoring. What are you talking about? Stupid brat. Just don't get it at all. Ever thought why I enrolled you two into the school? Because you're ticking time bombs that must be watched. Your problem, kids. That third Hersher lurking within Mei is a real threat. You can't talk about Mei this way. Wait, aren't you the woman who appeared in my dreams last night? Yep, hi, Sidin. Oh, Terry's fighting me. Kiana. Aunt Terry. I'm sorry, despite our promise, I can't tell you where Siegfried is. Why? Because he doesn't want to see you. You're a harbinger of bad luck. What? A harbinger? What are you talking about? When the second Hersher appeared in Siberia 14 years ago, your mother, Cecilia Shariak, the only S-rank Valkyrie of Schicksal, was deployed. But even she could not defeat this opponent despite her prowess. Do you know why? No. Please don't tell me. She has yet to recover after giving birth to you. In the end, the leaders of Schicksal, which is to say, Otto, those cowards feared Cecilia will be defeated. They launched tactical nukes at the target to destroy the second Hersher along with Cecilia. Oh yeah, Kiana does not respond well to this, I forgot. Shut up, shut up! Poor Siegfried. He didn't take the loss of his wife too well, and he hated his daughter for being the cause of it. That's not entirely correct. You have brought nothing but bad luck to your parents. Shut up, I don't believe you. Like, the reality of it is, like, when Cecilia was nuked, obviously Siegfried wasn't too happy about it. I don't remember exactly the timeline of this, but he was, like, disillusioned with Schicksal for that after the fact. And then he goes to, like, rescue Clone Kiana because he and Dudendal found her. But then in the process of that, Dudendal gets captured and she's, you know, kept in Schicksal, and he takes over Clone Kiana's, like, training or whatever. But, like, he doesn't really view Clone Kiana as his actual daughter. He's still grieving the loss of Kiana. And it's not until, like, later that he kind of, like, actually does... Because, like, when he's raising Clone Kiana, he doesn't even give her a name. He doesn't call her by anything. So there's, like, a big thing later on in the story, and I don't remember when they actually tell us this, but, like, it's a big point for Kiana where, like, I think it's, like, her 9th or 10th birthday, where he actually starts giving her a proper name and treating her like his actual daughter. So he didn't treat her like a kid properly for a really long time while he was, like, on the run. Which is a lot of stuff that she has as memories. But I think at this point in time, Kiana doesn't really remember being on the run with Siegfried for a while. I think a lot of that's, like, trauma and having suppressed her own memories. And obviously this Kiana doesn't know that she's a clone yet. Alright. Teddy, I'm gonna need you to stop. I'm gonna beat you with Brawny just to make a point. Just to prove a point. Fire. 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 The most riveting of gameplay. You creep, how dare you to pretend to be my loved one to trick me. Show me how you've got, scum. What a foolhardy girl. You're always swinging at me. I have no choice but to disguise myself to converse with you. But make no mistake, girl, I said nothing but the truth. There's no happy ending with these so-called loved ones. You're not like them. You will never be like them. But if you join me, you'll have anything you want. People will recognize your powers, and you'll become an S-rank Valkyrie. Actually, you might be more than that. You will get powers beyond your imagination. What I like about this is, like, this is like a sort of like a pre-retcon thing, which I talked about before. Like, originally they framed it like Herschers are, like, people who are, like, lured in with the promise of power and revenge or whatever else by the will of Honkai. And then, eventually, when the Herrscher Core forms, the Honkai personality takes over their bodies, and then they become, like, a whole different person. That was what it was originally told to us. That has been retconned out of existence. That is not the case. Herschers either become monster people, and they don't have any control of themselves, but they don't have a separate personality designated by the will of Honkai. That doesn't exist. Not really. So what's happening here is, like, Sidon, because remember, like, Kiana's a clone, she has Sidon's void core in her, that's why she can even exist at all. Sidon's personality is within the core. And Sidon's essentially describing what her experience with Honkai was to Kiana, to manipulate her. Because when Sidon was, like, in Babylon Labs being experimented on by Schicksal and stuff, she was given the promise of power by, like, little Honkai things. But it was not as direct as this. It was very vague, like, whatever. And then she becomes the Herrscher of the Void and kind of gives into that grief and hatred, and that's why she becomes a big fucking problem. But all she's doing here is literally just framing it the same way that she was told. The other thing that's really unique about Sidon is, like, she forms a very powerful connection to the will of Honkai. And she has, like, a very, like, religious reverence to it in the manga. So her framing it kind of like this, too, is very interesting. And it's, like, a sort of reflection of, like, how Sidon viewed that at the time. Just kind of neat. Just context that you wouldn't have had playing this normally. Shut up, you liar. What a shame. Dawn has arrived. No matter, we will meet again. The other fun part about this, too, is this isn't even the first time that Sidon's taken control of Kiana. There's, like, another manga that, like, is just before the story starts, where, like, Kiana does become the Herrscher of the Void partially. She has, like, the Moonlight Knight Kiana battlesuit thing, and Fuka has to stop her because Sidon took control of her. And she has no recollection of this at all. Like, she's completely devoid of that memory. Which is kind of interesting. May definitely did that. No, May was not a separate Herrscher personality either. They say it's a stigmata thing. May's other personality is because her mom was, like, a failed Project Stigmata person. Like, she would have been a genetic, like, May was intended to have a genetic stigmata that she would have inherited like Sigly did. But her mom wasn't, like, it wasn't properly, like, working in her, so this is why her mom dies. Like, they called it cancer, but it was retconned to be the fact that she was, like, a failed Project Stigma person. So the personality that May sees is not actually the Herrscher personality, it's the Stigmata personality. So they retconned it, it's weird, it's very strange to explain, but, like, no, it is also not a Herrscher personality. It was originally, but it's not anymore. So, weird retcon shit. Let's see, we did this one, the bridge battle. Is that what we did? Did we do, was this the one we just did? I think it was, right? Let's skip it, and we'll see. Okay, yeah, no, we did this one. Alright, onwards to this stuff. And I'll summon myself. The exam's starting tomorrow. Oh, no, we already did this. Okay. Alright, so we did this one. Dream's Gloom. I really do kind of wish I'd started a new proper thing for this.
Fair.
I can't remember where I've been. Are we doing the actual Valkyrie exam? Yeah, here we go. Hello, testing. The exam is about to start. Combat trials will be single-round competitions. All Valkyries will be divided in pairs. The graders will rate you according to your performance. Winning is not everything, Valkyries. Remember better, waifu? I will do my best, Insane. Don't expect, like, I was gonna just make a new account. You gave me yours. You already did a bunch of shit. So, I have to figure out where we are. Candidates and graders, please take your positions. Well, Kiana, you look terrible. Are you stealing food from the fridge without microwaving them? I mean, they might call something different. May definitely had another personality. I mean, yeah, May does have another personality, but it's not the Hersher personality. Like that's the point of that, Crail. Like, that's what I was getting at. Is like, originally they said, like, Hershers, like, the personality they have when they're awakened Hershers are a separate entity created by the will of Honkai to overtake the body, like, possession. But that isn't at all what was actually happening, because they retconned it. Kiana gets possessed because Sidon exists in the Void Core. May doesn't actually get possessed, it's just her Stigmata personality. Celia doesn't get possessed because Veliona is like the Stigmata personality. Like, again, Evil May is the same thing as Veliona. Like, she's the same kind of existence that Veliona was for a long time. So that's a separate thing. But it's not the Hersher thing, it's a separate thing. I've been having terrible dreams for the last 2 days. I can't remember the details, but it's terrible, May. You were leaving me in the dreams. It's alright, Kiana. It's just a dream. I think exam stress has gotten to you. I'll be here always. I'll make you great meals after this. Really? Please go easy on the exam, May. No, that will be cheating. Put on your battlesuit. It's time to get serious. May, you're so heartless today. She can't cheat, Kiana. You dingus. See, how the fuck does this... Actual Kiana work? God, I haven't played this in so long. This is old-ass shit I never touched. I haven't, like, okay, to give you an idea of, like, what, like, old Honkai was like for me, I did use this Kiana quite a lot, but, like, she was obviously, like, very clunky, as is most of the old Valkyries, all very clunky, right? And I do remember really liking when they added Void Drifter, because Void Drifter was, like, this, but better. I'm like, cool, I like Void Drifter a lot, like, all the Encore stuff was really fun, but, like, coming back to it now, we've been spoiled so much by the new stuff. Which is... It's a little hard to come back to it. Kiana, you did way better than I expected. It's because I'm up against you, May. I've been waiting for just to show off my skills to you. That's why you get to see me at 200% performance today. So you say. Brawny did not expect to meet Subject Kiana the Idiot in this round. Brawny, are you alright? I'm actually pretty glad to see you recover. Subject Kiana is attempting a sympathy attack against Bronya. Negative. Subject Kiana is too stupid to use such tactics. Of course. I'm glad because it's time to wall up you fair and square, you pesky little brat. I'll let you know that my powers are way beyond your scope of imagination. Bronya has no fear. Bronya shall counter the Neanderthal. Bronya, you're so mean. Subject Kiana's mental capacities are overtaxed by the Honkai. Bronya shall show no mercy. I'll show no mercy either. Aloy Bronya deployed. Bronya's such a dork. I like her though.
Yeah. Bronya is fun.
You haven't got to this in your own playthrough, but like at the end of part 1, they have a really moving scene with Bronya where like she's had this like love-hate relationship with Kiana like the entirety of it. But like when Kiana like cuz the whole thing with like the end of part 1's like graduation trip, right? And they're kind of moving on to other things. There's a scene of this where like Bronya is trying to play it really cool, but then she turns to leave, but just because she's trying to hide that she's crying. She doesn't want Kiana to see her weak. And I'm like, that's so fucking like hard. Like, I want to sob just thinking about it. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, Bronya actually like showing her appreciation to Kiana, even if she calls her an idiot. And then by part 2, we get little stories of like how her and Kiana are kind of like they're very sibling coded. Like, Bronya's getting in trouble with Celia because she's like up late at night, like gaming and snacking with Kiana when they're not supposed to. And then May snitches on them. And the Celia's like, all right, wife, time for you to get bullied. Which is so funny, and I love that so much. But like, I love how their dynamic changes over the course of the game. It's so much fun. Combat performance subpar. Bronya was too optimistic. Physios have yet to recover. Do not gloat, Subject Kiana. Bronya has scanned the score list. Subject Kiana will be fighting the class monitor next. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna do well against Fuqua. She can body us pretty immediately. What? You gotta be kidding me. Then again, Fuqua might go easy on us. She's not gonna like... It's not like when she fought Colin and, you know, bested her in combat. Before she joined Schicksal anyway, but like, you know. It's a different kind of thing. Greetings, Kiana. I am pleased to have you as an adversary. Fuhua. What is it, Kiana? Something you want to talk about? True intents are hidden behind the skin. But release your mental burdens and direct your focus to the fight ahead. Distractions will only keep you from victory. In truth, I have always admired you, Kiana. Your energetic spirit and optimism are inspiring. You are an outstanding Valkyrie, Kiana. I'm pleased to spar with you in honorable combat. I got it. I don't care if I win or not, I'll give it my best. But Fuhua, you talk like an adult. We're just high school girls. The way you talk is kind of weird. I also like this is also subtle like foreshadowing. Because again, Fuhua is 50,000 years old.
Mm-hmm.
So like, Kiana, for as like dumb as Kiana can be, she does pick up on things like pretty immediately. And she has really good battle sense about stuff. Like I think the Chronicles did just a really good job of showcasing this. It like, she might be like really stupid and like jock coded in a lot of ways. But like when it comes to picking up on like subtleties of situations and things, she does click on it. She doesn't know how to act on it properly because she's like not really thinking about what to do and how to like approach the situation correctly. But she is like picking up on things. And this is one of those. Like she doesn't know what she's clocked here, but it is an important detail. Which is kind of fun. Indeed. The fight's about to commence. Ready yourself, Kiana. Alright, Fuhua. Oh, we're type countered. Alright, I'll use Mei instead. Fuhua, I'm gonna bully you here. Actually, let's get Branya and see what Branya can do with her. Bon. Does that do anything? That did fucking nothing! Branya, your damage is shit.
You know, also, I don't think I've heard, like, Japanese Silver Wolf. I wonder...
I mean, she's the same as Branya's voice in here. Like they use the same VA, yeah.
But is it as monotone?
No. Well, the reason why Branya is monotone here is because, like, of a few different reasons. So, in the manga, I think it's Azure Waters, I think is what it's called. They tell you a bit about, like, Branya's backstory. Like, she was orphaned by the Second Eruption. And she was, like, tossed between different, like, you know, warring groups. Because Siberia became, like, ruled by warlords and stuff. Because, like, the government collapsed entirely. And she becomes an assassin, among other things. And she's sent to go assassinate Kekolia. Kekolia catches her and then eventually adopts her. So then she and Seele become friends. This out of the other reason, plot stuff. Branya's injured because Sin pushes her down the stairs. Sin Maul is another character who doesn't show up too much in this story. And Branya takes damage to her legs because of it. And then when they're going to... What is it? Branya's going to get voluntold to be a part of the X2 experiment, which is just like a Honkai adaptability test. Seele finds out and is like, I don't want Branya to do that. So she takes Branya's place. And while the experiment seems to work, Seele loses her physical form and kind of like quantizes out of existence and kind of becomes lost in the Sea of Quanta. So then Branya finds out and she's like, oh, hell no. You're not going to like quantize my wife. And she forces Kekolia's hand and makes her do the experiment anyway. And so what this does is it exposes Branya to an immense amount of Honkai energy, but because she hasn't fully recovered from being pushed down the stairs, it corrupts parts of her body and her brainstem. So her emotional cortex is like fried, partially. And so she can't feel emotions correctly at this point in time in the story. Now, while the story doesn't actually explain this, this is my current thing, because people weren't happy about the fact that like later Branya's like her being like sort of crippled and injured was sort of not how she is later on in the game, particularly when like Branya, like big Branya was added, right? But Mei gives us some details in the Elysian Realm that kind of rectify that a bit, which is that when you become a Hersher, your body kind of heals naturally and fixes itself. So you can make the case that when Branya becomes a motorcycle, among other things,
yes,
that she, because she's now a Hersher, it heals those previous injuries she had. And then even after the fact, when she like loses her Hershey core later on and she just becomes a regular Valkyrie, she's still recovered from that and she's able to grow. So part of like my theory as to why Bronya is so like small, why she's stunted growth, and it isn't until way later that she rapidly grows, is because she was being stunted by the injuries she had sustained. And then when those were healed, she was able to grow properly like she was supposed to. On top of her being like a neglected orphan.
Yeah.
But that's my current like headcanon about it. The game doesn't explain it, but it's the things that the lore does give us that makes the most sense to me. So, but like Silverwolf never had that, right? Like she doesn't behave that way, so naturally she's more of like playful and stuff. That's why whenever we see like Haxor Bronya, her personality is very similar to Silverwolf's, because Haxor Bronny didn't have her brain fried by Honkai. So she's also very different. To the point that I think we'll get to this inevitably, like, but at the end of part 1, there's a part where Kiana's going through different like bubble universe type things, and she runs into Bronny, which is the only time the Captain Verse has had a proper crossover with the main story. And she makes a comment of how, why is Bronny's personality so different? Like, she calls attention to it immediately because she's seeing a multiverse variant, which is kind of fun.
Are we are you planning on also playing through the Captain Verse stuff?
We can't. That's the sad part about it, is like Captain Verse stuff started really early, and they haven't done any reruns. We can't access it again.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's why I have a lot of recordings of old events. Like the ones that are story related now, they do let us replay them, but Captain Verse stuff has kind of always been its own self-contained thing. And to give you an idea, like I don't remember exactly when this was, but I'll check my patch history. Version 2.6 is when they gave us Vamp Teddy. And that's the one that was the original event for the Captain Verse. This is where Captain Verse started. It was version 2.6. And they did a story with that over the next 3 patches, I think. And then that was kind of the end of it, because Vamp Teddy dies, that young Himiko in that timeline dies, that version of Colin dies, and that was where Captain Verse kind of ended. Until, like, way the fuck later, I think it was the... Oh, God, which patch was this? I want to say it was... Hold on, I gotta scroll through and find where the fuck this started. Version 3.6, I think? Yeah, so about a year later... give or take, assuming that the patches were in the same thing they were before. But anyways, version 3.6 was when they brought in Ninja Sakura, which was like reviving the Captain Verse stuff. And then they sort of like went on with that to, was it version 4.0 with Astrologist Terry? And that was also continuing Captain Verse things. Because originally the way the Captain Verse stuff was like portrayed to us was that it was like supposed to be like a self-insert character for the player in a non-canon, usually tongue-in-cheek kind of event. They didn't have a big overarching story to tell with it. They made like Game of Thrones references and stuff like it was just a bunch of like goofy nonsense. And then they decided later on to do a proper story that eventually culminated with like Luna Terry, like big Terry with her chainsaw weapons. Mm-hmm. And that was like the end of the Captain Verse proper. But like Haxor Bronny, which was version 4.7, and then we have, oh god, who are the other ones with that? Where the fuck was all that? Version 6.9, which was Sirin being actually playable, and then Luna Teddy in 7. That was like the wrapping up of that. So like Captain Verse was like very much spread out over a huge chunk of the game's lifespan. And they never really gave us an opportunity to replay any of those events. So they're just kind of like off into the ether. Even when they revived it to like retcon the original ending of it and continue the story, they never gave us like a rerun of that original event. They just kind of like roughly told you what happened. But people who like didn't know about it would have been a little lost because it had been multiple years since we'd actually seen that and it had just been gone. So
yeah, it's unfortunate that it didn't get archived.
Yeah, as fun as it would be to like replay that from the beginning to end, because I would like to, like, being able to play the original Captain Verse stuff. There's no way to do it now. It's just completely gone.
Right.
Which is a shame. And at the time that this game came out, I mean, it was on mobile. I wouldn't have had a way to record it, even if I had wanted to. Because the PC port didn't happen until Sarcasm Nyx, which is the Velione battlesuit for Sealy, which is version 4.8. So that was like after Senti. Like, that was, I'm pretty sure Velione was the first patch we had where we moved over to a PC client. I think. Again, I have an entire list right now, like, pulled up in, like, Google Drive of every single patch for Impact 3rd from the very beginning to current. And, like, who was the banner character, what was the arcs that were done during that time, and if there was an event that I can replay now, like, I put that as, like, a list somewhere so I know to go back to it. But, like, there's a lot of shit. there's a lot of stuff, which is fun, but, like, damn. So why the fuck is my phone going off? Who's sending me all this stuff? Charlie sent me 10 TikToks. Damn.
Well, that's a TikTok.
I can't look at that right now. There's probably copyrighted material in it.
You gotta pay Fuqua, or at least hear her praise.
Yeah, most impressive, Kiana. I'm surprised myself. I'm like running at 1,000 performance today. I feel so uber today. You know, reading their early dialogue for this, because I give a little context for chat here. I've been doing my own, like, creative writing thing that you guys may or may not see a version of in the future. And I've been having, like, Pending and Jay, Charlie, Dapperly, and a couple of others, like, do some critiques of my dialogue, and we'll be going back and forth to make sure there's any grammatical errors or mistakes and issues. And I'm reading stuff like this in Impact 3rd, and I'm like, man, my dialogue is not as clunky as some of this is.
Yeah.
So maybe I'm being a little too hard on myself about it. It's probably fine. That's the perfectionist in me, though. Alright, let's see. What's it? Well, that's unhelpful. Okay, let's try this one. Oh, no, this is the same one again, isn't it? Yeah, it is. So another fun factoid about this. When we did the original Valkyrie exam, we didn't have this stage. It didn't exist. They kind of skipped over a bunch of this interim stuff. Because remember, we didn't have Rita. And we didn't have... I don't think Teddy was in there yet either. So, like, all this stuff with, like, Teddy giving a speech and everything, like, none of this was in the original version of this. We just went to, like, an arena. We fought an Emperor-class Honkai Beast, and that was kind of it. It was a very small arena thing at that. It was actually... It's this stage here. So, like, this circular stage here, we went to that, and we fought a Honkai Beast, and that was kind of the end of the Valkyrie examination. When characters like Rita or Durandal would talk, they would show text that was labeled for them, but they wouldn't actually have a model for them. Like, Durandal was mentioned in text multiple times before we ever actually got to even see her design. All we knew of is that she was, like, the most powerful Valkyrie in Schicksal at the time. And Rita was kind of the same for a little bit, too. That we knew Rita, like, proctored parts of this exam. We didn't know who she was. And it wasn't until, like, way later that we actually got to see her. When was she added? Let's see, Fuqua was version 2.2.5. Rita was version 2.8, which was the same patch that Vermilion Knight Himiko came out. So, right around the time that Himiko dies. Alright, hello. Before recess begins, I'd like to introduce Rita Roswise. I probably mispronounced that shit because I can't speak for nothing. Our auditor from HQ. She's here at St. Freya to see what you're doing for the Valkyrie exams, so do your best, girls. Wow, she looks so pretty and gentle. Is she really a Valkyrie? She is not gentle. She plays the role of maid, but she is also cutthroat as fuck. Excuse me, Madam Teresa, your students are an impressive lot. I feel like sharing a few moves with them myself. No, she's a fucking menace is what she is. I like the bit they've been doing with her now, where, like, she's sort of, like... Because, like, her and Durandal, they, like, live together, because they're, obviously, like, they're a couple, they're a married thing. And she finds out that, like, when Durandal enters the Mars system, she becomes tiny. She's, like, a kid form. And then she starts talking to Coralie to basically be her dealer to give her pictures of small Durandal. Which is so funny. She's like, Coralie, I'll give you whatever you want. You just give me pictures of Durandal in this tiny form, please. I need them. And I'm like, I love that this is how she is. Like, she's an absolute menace. It's great. sharing a few moves. Several Valkyries performed admirably. I'd like to ask if I can spar with one of them. Okay. Let's welcome Miss Rita. She'll show us a few combat moves. Who will be our lucky student? Who is that silver-haired girl? Reads the name tag. Kiana Kaslana. You're playing this so casually, Rita, but we all know that Otto dispatched you here specifically to fight Kiana, to test her combat capability. We know that's why you're really here. Kiana? Why her? Oh, a Kaslana. Oh no, not that Kaslana. She's not related to them at all. You fucking lie! Teddy, why do you lie? Like, we all know that she is absolutely connected to them. Technically.
Why must you do this?
You fucking lying. What? Spar with an HQ official? What will the fight be about? Oh, right, okay. We're having to... What, Rita? You can't just get, like, 15 fucking things while I get nothing. That's bullshit. Rita, this is some bullshit. What do you mean you have, like 65 as your score while I have 10? No, fuck you. This is my kill, Rita. Go away. This one's mine. Stole my fucking kill. I have a score of 10. Rita has 100. That's rude. Isn't Teddy trying to keep who Kiana is on the download for Siegfried? Is she? Is that what she's doing? Again, I can't remember what Siegfried's up to right now. I forgot what he was doing. That will be all. Good job, Kiana. Can you call that a good job, Rita? I got 10 points. Huff, huff. I'm not done yet. I can keep going. But you look so exhausted. I'll take my leave. You're lucky I don't have my Hersher of, like, Flame Scion or something here. Or Flame Scion. This is the final round. Candidates, please put on the sync device once your name is called. The simulated combat program will select a suitable module as your opponent. Do your best, girls. Kiana Kaslana, prepare sync. Access 98.6%. Sync rate 100%. Generating adversary modules. Sync ratio 100%. Generate adversary modules. System error. What happened? What's going on? Himiko, what's happening? Something's wrong. The program should initiate auto-exit upon an error report. Program sync ratio is stuck at 120%. This means force closing the program may be unwise. Adversary module generated. Ganesha. It's Ganesha. Impossible. Our database shouldn't be generating an Emperor-class Honkai Beast module. Don't worry about shutting things down. I'll just mop the floor with this thing. So this is yet another like moment of foreshadowing because like the system didn't malfunction necessarily. It picked up on her like Hersher core, so that's why it's generating Emperor class stuff because a Hersher should be able to easily deal with this.
Yeah.
Which I kind of like because again like this was not well communicated when I played this stuff originally, so they are doing a much better job of like foreshadowing this stuff in a way that they just didn't do originally.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I forgot this what Shadow Knight May's thing is. Also, I don't remember Bronya and May helping us. I think we tried to fight this on our own originally. Kiana, are you alright? Now that's a tiring fight, but I could easily have these enemies for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Alright, Kiana, go back to rest. An exciting battle. The opponent is a simulated module, but it's Emperor-class Honkai Beast. I'm really looking forward to her future performance. I fucking bet you are. Or rather, I bet Otto is. And finally done. This is so friggin' tiring.
I forgot how much wasn't voiced back then.
Yeah. The test program should be fine. And Bronya says this is no simple bug. Oh! Right. Hey, Bronya, where are you? Oh no, Sidon took control again. Well, I mean, they didn't have a lot of, like, VA stuff. Like, a lot of the really early stuff was... Like, they didn't have any voice acting for most of any of it, because they were, like, a team of 6 people, remember? So,
yeah.
Of course, they didn't have the money to, like, pay a bunch of voice actors to voice any of this stuff. Even now, like, I don't think a lot of people complain about it at this point, but, like, a lot of our events are also not voiced. They have sections that are voiced, but not the entirety of it. And Hoya being a massive company, it is kind of weird that they don't voice act for all the event stuff.
Well, HSR kind of has a similar problem where the MSQ is fully voiced, but outside of the MSQ, almost nothing is voiced.
Yeah.
Like, it's rare for an event to have much in the way of voice stuff.
Yeah, it is an odd choice. I mean, Hoyo could definitely afford to pay them to do that. Like, with Impact Third, I don't fault them too much for it right now, at least in the stage we're in, because, again, this is really old content, and they have, like, you know, grammatical errors and pre-retcon errors in the timeline and stuff. But, like, I do wonder why they've maintained that even into, like, other games and stuff.
Yeah, I wonder about that, too.
What a surprise, little one. You managed to defeat Ganesha. You should know that this Honkai Beast first appeared in India in 2012. It killed 2 A-rank Valkyries and severely wounded 12 others. Do we have any information about that now? Hold on. Let me scroll through my timeline here. I wonder if we have any more info about that from, like, the manga and stuff. Let me scroll. 2006, 2010, 2012. Okay, we do have some stuff. Let's see. Oh, that's interesting. So we have Bronya is dispatched to Russia to assassinate Kokolia, but Kokolia adopts her and introduces her to Seely. So that happens in 2012 in January. In February, Rita and Dudendal complete Operation Lonely Phanthelasm, where they're sent into the Sea of Quanta to search for the Ether Anchor, or one of them anyway. So that's like the Dudendal, like VN story. That's where that like takes place. That's one of the missions there. That's how like Dudendal has like a bubble universe tied up inside of herself, which helps give her power among other things. Let's see. Seely's kidnapped by warlords, and then they try to sell her. Bronya murders all said warlords and frees Seely. This is also where Seely sees Veliona for the first time. Let's see. Saint Fountain, which is where a post-Honkai takes place, is hit by a large tsunami. In the aftermath of the disaster, the city government closes off certain areas and warns citizens to avoid hazards like the coast and mountains. Specifically, West Town is severely impacted and covered in large amounts of debris. False Bay is closed to the public, and the ruins of the Portuguese fort at Cape of Good Hope is completely demolished. Many World War II sunken carriers are beached, becoming a tourist spot within a year, and the Plaza Oasis is flooded. Much of this damage would remain for at least a year. Popular areas such as Moors and Cape Boulevard remain open for guided tours. So yeah, there's nothing about this like mysterious mission that Sidon's talking about, which is kind of that's the thing that's missing from my timeline. This is another reason why I wanted to do this. Is I was making a timeline, but all the stuff from the main story is missing from my timeline. I have everything from like the dorm directories, or most of the dorm directories, all of, like most of the like documents and things, and from all the manga and stuff. So events like this are not mentioned in my timeline currently because I just hadn't got to them yet. Another reason for doing this. I thought a B-rank Valkyrie like you would never survive this. Pfft. Despite being a B-rank Valkyrie, I have the powers of an S-rank powerhouse. What a braggart. You're pretty good, I'll give you that, but you're so far from being an S-rank Valkyrie. I also like that when Sidon talks, they add a little star to the end of her text. Because I'm pretty sure that even with her, like, battlesuit, like the magical girl Sidon, I think they add the star into her, like, battlesuit name, if I remember correctly. I'll have to go check it later. I fought an actual S-rank Valkyrie 14 years ago. 14 years ago, you fought an S-rank Valkyrie. Wait, aren't you that... Hey, you're the second Hersher! Good on you, Kiana. You figured it out.
Yeah. Kiana will always figure things out eventually.
But, you know, I mean, to her credit, no one's told her this yet. Because, like, it's clear that they've been
keeping this stuff true.
Up. So she's only got the information that Sidon's been giving her. So this is actually a moment of Kiana being kind of smart, where she figured it out because, like, while Sidon's kind of spelling it out for her in a sense, she has been like, wait a minute. Oh, you said this thing before. It's like she is, like, picking up on it. Like, she's not super, super smart in this moment, but this is a moment of her, like, actually putting things together.
Yes.
Just, you know, Kiana, I don't think Kiana was ever meant to be, like, actually fucking, like, brain dead. Like, clearly it's, like, a joke. Like, she is, like, dumb. But, like, it's not the same kind of dumb as I think people talk about it. Impossible. I thought they nuked you 14 years ago. Why are you in my dreams? Huh. Your idiocy can be super cute at times. I really want to take a bite out of you. This might be a dream, but you're not getting out of here alive today. You killed my mom. I never expected to leave this place. You know why? Your dreams are my dreams. I am you, and you are me. The one to leave should be you, Kiana. Shut up. That's actually interesting, too, that they're, like, also just telling her outright, like, you are the Hersher of the Void. Mm-hmm. In a manner of speaking, anyway. Like, she's a clone that has the Hersher of the Void core in her, but, like, whatever, semantics. Tower of Babylon, experimental code group, whatever, experiment K423. Oh, they're just telling us that Kiana's a clone right now? Really? Come on, let's see the real world. Oh yeah, this is the clone reveal. This happens this early? I didn't think this happened this early. Girl in the incubator.
Yeah, I think it happens rather early, but we don't know who she's a clone of for a long time, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, well, we didn't learn who the real Kiana was for a long time, too. Like,
yeah.
we had met Dudendal, but we didn't know Dudendal was the original Kiana. Like, that was, like, almost to the end of part 1 that came up. Like,
yeah.
It was a really long time later.
I think that comes out around the same time as, like, the auto thing.
Like, I think that Dudendal, like, recognizes it, because that's when her Palatinus Equinox battlesuit, it's, like, tied to her, like, inheriting the Kasana legacy. Or something like that. So, like, that's when she learns it, but I think she and Kiana don't talk about it until, like, way later. Because she's, like, really concerned that, like, Kiana's gonna hate her. And then they get along. Like, Kiana's like, yeah, I kind of figured it out. And they get along just fine. Alright, Hersher the Void. I wonder if, like, me losing here is, like, scripted, or if I can actually do some proper damage to her. We're not type countering, which kind of sucks. No, your subspace lances will not do shit to me, Sidon. Fucking chill. I remember how to fight you, kinda. Ow. Rude. Also, we're not doing... I think it's elemental damage that, like, breaks her shield. Did you really think this would be the last time we would meet? All of your life from here on out, I will never, ever stop appearing in your deepest nightmares. That's actually kind of ominous. I like that. One day will come when you're powerless to resist. I like that, actually. Kiana's episodes of unconsciousness and dreamwalking remind me of Bronny's afflictions. Perhaps they have been influenced by the energy emitted by Celine's power drives. This battleship is driven by a strange engine indeed. Regardless, my mission here is complete. I will be reporting back to HQ. Yeah, I fucking bet it is. May, I'm hungry. Let's head back then. I'll make lunch for you. Observation log, subject 105K423. Subject made significant advancements in terms of physical and combat capabilities. However, further observation is required to confirm the success of persona replication. The Overseer's plan can now move on to a more practical phase. Everything is under his control. Oh yeah, I've heard that Rita was creepy. Like... She is creepy. And she's just a weirdo. Like, I love that, like, they play Dudendal and Rita as, like, villains early on. Especially Rita. And, like, Rita's just, like, doing her job. Like, it's fine, whatever. Did we do this one? I think, yeah, we did this one too, right? Yeah, that's the Kiana thing. So, we did this. Cool. Voice of the Dreams. We did Act 2.
Yay.
Good shit. All according to Keikaku. Exactly.
Yes.
Also, what I just now think I've put together is, like, in the early chapters here, they kind of, like, tell you that the Selene runs on, like, a Honkai engine, which Rita should definitely know, because, again, like, well, I guess she wasn't old enough for this. She was, like, a kid, probably, when this happened. But, like, the fact she works for Otto, like, they should be very familiar with the Selene, because it was used during the Second Honkai War. So, like, she should have at least access to some of this information. But yes, I noticed that, like, earlier, Bronya, she points out that, like, there's Honkai energy running through it. There might be, like, a minor leak. So it seems like part of the reason why Kiana's having her, like, nightmares now is because there was a Honkai leak inside the Selene. Which might have been the real reason why they did this, was to, like, have Kiana absorb more Honkai energy. Unless they, you know, actually, the other thing could be that they didn't know that Kiana has this. Because, like, remember that Otto doesn't have any control over the Selene until after it's taken to St. Freya. So it could be that, like, they just expected that, like, May would be dispatched. They wanted to try to awaken her again as the proper Hersher of Thunder, because that's what Kokoli was trying to do originally in Nagazora. So I guess that would make sense. Which is a weird plan. Still. Bad plan, Tesla. What's up with you guys? All according to me? You're not Keikaku. What do you mean?
Oh, like, so once you reach chapter 4, like at the end of chapter 4, then you'll stop being confused.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now we know where Insane stopped playing.
Yeah, this is where Insane gave up. But yeah. Insane also did, like, the entirety of, like, Sakura Samsara. Like, I wanted to stream this because I can't access this anymore, but I went and go to check this. And he's done all of it. He did the whole fucking thing. He did everything here. I can't stream any of Sakura Samsara because Insane did it already.
That's kind of funny that he didn't, like, complete chapter 4, and yet he did all of this.
Right? There's just, like, the adventure tasks and stuff, but he didn't do anything else. Too bad I liked it. I mean, yes, it is good. Sakura Samsara is a good thing, but also, fuck you for this. But you didn't do any of the other ones, right? So there's still, like, Schicksal HQ and a Post-Honkai Part 1 and 2, which I'm assuming you didn't do any of. So I'm going to assume you did none of these, and I can still do the story of those. But still, fuck you for that. How dare you? We could do Everlasting Memory. This was, when did this come out? This was, let's see. This was version 2.2, so we actually would have already had Sakura Samsara by now if we were doing the main story stuff. So then we would have gotten all of this completed, doing all the story stuff here. And then the next patch would have been Dilemma Dreamland, which is what happened to Bronya while she was in the hospital, basically.
Right.
And then after that would be the main story over here somewhere, chapter 5. So yeah, that one. So chapter 5 happens in version 2.2.2. So we can do all the rest of this stuff, and then we'll be through at least part of 2.2.1.
But first we gotta kill Wendy.
We do have to kill Wendy, who I feel like should have gotten more. Like, there's a thing they did at the end of part 1 that, like, made me kind of sad, which was, like, they went back through where Kiana's thinking about all the different Hershers being encountered, and, like, they do have, like, little symbols that represent each one. They have, like, a little pinwheel for Wendy. And, like, I feel like Wendy's one of those characters, like, if they were to redo a lot of the older stuff in this, I would like them to do more with her. Just so we can see a bit more of her personality, because I feel kind of sad we don't get to see much of her.
Yeah, we don't really get to see much of her.
I think in Guns Girl Z, Wendy's also a character there, and I think we do get to see more of her personality. I think she has a much larger role. Same with, like, Sin Maul. Like, Sin Maul is another character who, like, she shows up in the Chronicle stages as, like, a part of Bronya's backstory, but Sin gets kicked out of the story pretty much immediately, and we never see her again. But in Guns Girl Z, Sin is a very important character. Same thing with, like, Wendy and stuff. So I do wonder about that, of, like, if they were to redo this stuff, would they try to fix some of these things and give them more time to do stuff? But it's fine. We can do Wendy stuff.
Yeah, let's do Wendy stuff.
Poor Wendy.
Yeah.
Okay, so
see Bronya put her trust in someone.
Yeah, and then have that someone be immediately murdered by Schicksal. Or no, actually, I think it's Kokolia's fault. Now that I think about it.
Oh, actually, you know what? I think you're right. I think Kokolia is to blame for this.
Yeah, I think it's Kokolia's fault. You know, since Sakurada's been added, why don't we do a Sakurada team? Is Kokolia's fault? Yeah, I thought it was Kokolia's fault. Like, I couldn't remember exactly, but like, let's see. So this would have been, we would have had Sakura already. We would have had Teddy as a new Valkyrie too. So let's add basic bitch Teddy. And then Insane doesn't have the other two Teddys, so we can't do anything with it. We don't have Evil Bronya or Flashback Bronya, so we can't use either of them either.
That's fine.
This is depressing in so many different ways. Silly, you're not allowed to be in here. We'll put Kiana in. We'll go back and put basic bitch Kiana in. We'll do this. This is fine. You had to do weeklies? Excuses. Everything got back to normal when the Valkyrie tier examinations ended. New missions were set according to the message left behind in this lien. The Valkyries started the search for the 4 gems, which are Hertzer cores. The first destination is New Zealand, under the jurisdiction of the Schicksal Oceania branch. The Gem of Desire awaits them there. You know, I do remember now that, like, stuff was a bit weird back then. Second Lieutenant Kiana, I see you've arrived at New Zealand. Prepare for mission briefing. Wait, her name is Second Lieutenant? That's her actual fucking, like, title?
I guess.
Huh. I don't know what I expected. That's higher than I expected.
Second Lieutenant is not that high.
I know, but it's higher than I thought she'd get.
Yeah, that's like the lowest officer rank.
Wait, Himiko, can you tell me more about the analysis of that unmanned battleship?
Because keep in mind, Second Lieutenant is below First Lieutenant.
Oh god, they're talking too fast. Honkai Impact stayed in New Zealand a day ago. Oh god, they're... Himiko, shut the fuck up! What are you talking about? Stop! The Oceania branch is out of action. Bad stuff's happening. Good news, Hyperion is furnished with sensor capable of locating the gem. Find it and bring it back. Talk faster. I'm trying my best, okay? Himiko, what exactly is the Gem of Desire? Schicksal got hold of 3 powerful Honkai cubes 14 years ago, one of which was the Gem of Desire. A covert research program was started 3 years ago to use the gem and develop weapons capable of fighting a Herrscher, which is Divine Keys. The research program failed. The gem was kept in the Oceania branch ever since. That's all I know. Alright, let's go get that gem. Oh, hi, Teddy. Kiana-chan, Himiko told me that you're curious about the battleship. I'll tell you the analysis results. Aunt Teddy, you're the world's #1 cutie! Why do you greet her like this? Hi, Charlie.
Hey, Charlie.
What did you just say? Never mind. Analysis showed that the battleship was not fully activated. Only one of the 24 anti-grav drives were operational. Weapon systems were frozen as well. The fully activated battleship would have leveled North America within 24 hours. Is it really that powerful? For the sake of comparison, the Hyperion Honkai reactor has a max output of 1380 Honkai watts. The Selena's output of 12,000. Wow, the most powerful reactor of Schicksal has an output of 1500 Honkai watts.
Hey, good news, I finished the card game event. The dice card game. Yeah.
There's
just
only
in time for tomorrow's update.
Mm-hmm. Only one way to build a reactor with an output that exceeds 1500 Honkai watts. You're talking about Herrschers. Correct. In the Nagazora incident, the third Herrscher delivered a hit amounting to 3200 Honkai watts against the Hyperion. To fully activate that battleship, you would need the powers of 4 Herrschers. The voice mentioned
you would need God and anime on your side.
Yeah. Okay, so a lot of shit was just dumped at us. What's interesting is that they refer to them as Honkai cubes, but they're clearly not cubes, first of all. The timeline for this is really weird, right? Because Sidon awakened as the Hersher of the Void in like 2000. And then when she goes to the moon and gets closer to the Cocoon of Finality, even though they don't talk about the Cocoon of Finality.
I just love that is a sentence. When she goes to the moon.
Yeah, I mean, it took her 2 days to get there, but like, you know, she goes to the moon, to what the manga calls the Moonlight Throne. She convenes with the Will of Honkai, and it gives her just outright 4 Hersher cores: the Gem of Desire, the Gem of Conquest, and a few other things, right? So, I'm trying to remember, like, because these shouldn't be true Hersher cores. Because May has the Gem of Conquest, because that's the one for the Hersher of Thunder. But I think originally this gem was used for giving Benaris her human form. And then you have the other ones, the Gem of Desire, which was kept, and that's used to awaken the Hersher of Wind, which is Windy. And then you had, what were the other two? There was the Hersher of Death one, and then the Hersher of Fire one, the Gem of Haste, which is used in Himiko's Vermilion Knight battlesuit, which is why she's like, we don't have a proper Hersher of Flame up until that point, but like that's like our pseudo Hersher of Flame. And then the Gem of Death, I don't remember what happened to the Gem of Death. But it's called something else, but it was that. I don't remember specifically, but Sidon had those, which is partly why she was such a huge threat. She had like 4 additional cores on top of her own.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember if all these are like actual Hersher cores. I think some of them were pseudo cores. I can't remember. It's been a while since I've read the Second Eruption manga. Though I have a physical copy of some of it, so that's always nice. Man, this is a really nostalgic stage for me. Like, you don't like stages that they had us go through quite a lot in the early games. This was one. You gotta love the very obvious skybox of low resolution.
Yes.
I love that. That's fantastic. What's also really funny about this, it's difficult to see it right now, but like technically this is like multiple stages in one. So they have a few different locations that they will reuse over and over again that are in this map. Principal, where did the Gem of Desire come from? I can't find related data from the archives, even those related to A-rank Valkyries. Curiosity killed the cat. Do you still want to know, Major? Of course. My girls are fighting down there for that stupid rock. I need the truth. I'll tell you about it. It happened 14 years ago. That's when the 4 gems, including the Gem of Desire, appeared. The thing 14 years ago, so it's related to the second Hersher. Yes, the second Hersher dragged Siberia into an imaginary space 14 years ago. Wait, that's how they're framing that now? 5 of our A-rank Valkyries were killed in battle. Just 5? Even Cecilia, our S-rank Valkyrie, could not defeat her. But we did win, eventually. How did that happen? What does that got to do with the Gem of Desire? 30 minutes after the battle against the second Hersher started, Cecilia was the only one left standing. I planned to put on my battlesuit and fight alongside her, but Grandpa Otto stopped me. Grandpa Otto? Overseer Otto Apocalypse? He thought I won't do any good. He ordered me to unleash Honkai Fissile missiles to attack the second Hersher. Honkai Fissile missiles. Those things could kill hundreds of Honkai chariots, but leaves the region contaminated. They didn't do anything to the second Hersher. She moved them to imaginary space before they exploded. But Cecilia grasped the chance. She sacrificed herself to destroy the core of the second Hersher. Her core fractured into 4 gems. I guess the Gem of Desire was a part of the second Hersher's core. That's not true! That's not true anymore. That's entirely been retconned. All of that is wrong. That's really funny. Exactly. But there was an accident when we recovered the gems. My troops from the second Hersher's core fractured into 4 pieces when they went to recover her body. That's when they appeared, with more advanced battleships and tactical mechas. That was our first encounter with Anti-Entropy, and the first Hersher who led them. The second Hersher was their aim as well. But Schicksal kept the Gem of Desire. I thought Anti-Entropy would have taken it. Otto managed to deceive them. Schicksal's Valkyrie forces were devastated. We had no chance against Anti-Entropy. Luckily, Anti-Entropy had no idea that the second Hersher's core was broken into 4 pieces. We fooled them. We gave them her corpse and one of the gem fractures. We told them that's all we got, and they bought it. Yeah, none of that is how that happened at all. Like, she doesn't drag them into imaginary space. Like, she does, like, somewhat do this, but, like, the way that, like, the actual battle goes is, like, way more interesting than this. So, like, let me go through my timeline here. I'm wondering about that 30 minutes thing, because I don't think the 30 minutes thing is right either. I think that's also been retconned. Because the actual war against Sirin lasts a few days. And Cecilia dies at the very end of it. So, let me scroll back up and scroll through. So, we have timeline of stuff. February 1st, at 2200 hours, 5 minutes of footage from the Honkai output of the reactor pile Babylon Labs goes missing, which is when Sirin starting to wake up as Hersher. At 2347, Ghost Sirin is caught on camera as an image ghost and she kills the staff. At midnight, using her ghost form, she faces walls and kills 322 staff members. And due to the lack of any evidence, Otto orders an investigation of the incident. This is the official start of the Second Honkai War. Then on the second day, Ted is contacted about the threat in Siberia, and so she leaves with Cecilia, Siegfried, and Kiana at the like floating like Schicksal base in the Mediterranean. So they're hanging out there while she's dispatched to go deal with it. And then in Arizona, Welt also hears about this stuff, and so he and Einstein prepare to investigate personally. Then on February 3rd, at 11:52, in the Babylon Labs, Terry meets with the former Squad Snowwolf people, which is Patricia, who dies later on, I think. While they're investigating parts of the area, they can't find any Ratchet Leak, but they do find Sirin and her friend in holding cells. On the 4th, Sirin is discovered by Pat and cuts her arm off with her void stuff. And then an hour later, Pat reunites after she loses her arm, and then they start fighting Honkai stuff. Welt also joins the fray, forming a temporary alliance with Siegfried. Sirin warps 17 kilometers out of base, and she finds a Honkai chrysalis, which is a weird thing that they never talked about ever again, because the Cocoon of Finality is still on the moon, right? And it's much, much, much bigger. So Sirin entering a chrysalis thing is definitely weird, because this is not a concept that's ever talked about ever again. It's really, really strange. But anyways, she enters the chrysalis and awakens as the Hersher of the Void. Properly. Teddy and Co. discover the chrysalis. Teddy's pulled inside, and then she learns what happened to Sirin while she was under Schicksal's control. Sirin is like, hey, you should join me. And Teddy says no, and is teleported really far away, just the middle of a fucking lake. Let's see. Sirin fights Welt, and then Sirin bests Welt in a fight after Siegfried escapes with Teddy and summons Benares to eat him, which is really funny. That's a sentence. Welt survives and summons a power of reason to counterattack. So he does fight, actually doing some shit for once. Tesla tries to blow up Sirin with a nuke, but it's redirected, and while she's weakened, it does not do a whole lot of damage. Welt tries to kill Sirin with the Star of Eden, but Otto fucking intervenes, because of course he does. And then Sirin runs away with Bella. And then Otto tries to kill Welt again, but Siegfried stops him. And then they make their way back to the Tower of Babylon. Then from the 4th to the 6th, Bella and Sirin fly to the moon, where the battle continues on the 6th. And Sirin's like, hey, here's an ultimatum. Fucking fight me or I'm going to throw like meteors at cities. And then she proceeds to throw a few of them just because she can. And I'm like, man, Sirin, what the fuck is your deal? Oh, here it is. So we have the thing that's relevant to like this patch. Sirin travels to the far side of the moon and enters the Palace of the Selene, or the Moonlight Throne, whatever you want to call it. Meeting with the Will of Honkai, Sirin is granted the gems of Conquest, Desire, Serenity, and Haste. Once she leaves the palace, she throws meteors at Earth. One meteor lands in the Marianas Trench, leading to a mega tsunami that destroys specific cities. Another one lands near Moscow, destroying 31% of the city. And another one lands in LA. And there's one more that she throws in an unspecified location. And then she gives Bella a human form by giving her the pseudo core of conquest. So it's not the actual one. According to my notes anyway. And then on the 9th, they keep fighting while she's disabling this. This actually, so Teddy mentioned that they threw like missiles at her. So it says 60 hours after their initial launch, Sid dispatches Bella to use an EMP and disable the nukes. So like they did try to nuke her while she was on the moon, but like that fails. Yeah. And then she sends her ultimatum saying fucking fight me, which is hilarious. And then on the 10th, they're still trying to figure out how to deal with this stuff. No one has a clue of what's going on. Siegfried's preparing to go fight on the moon, and he's like, oh man, I might fucking die. This is a problem. So he and Welt eventually ride Arahato to the moon. I'm so excited. They actually ride the fucking ninja mech, like the real one, which is so much fun. And then on the 12th, they hit the deadline for Sid and stuff. They go fight her on the moon for a while. Welt dies, but only kinda. And then sometime between the 12th and the 14th, Sidon creates 3 pseudo-Hershers with the gems she received from the moon and the corpses of her dead friends. So she resurrects Avora, Agata, and Galena using the different gems. So the Gem of Desire is wind, but it's like a pseudo, or I guess it is the real gem. Gem of Haste, which is the fire one, and Gem of Serenity, which is the death one. But I think not all these were real cores is the problem. This is something like I wish they would explain better about like who actually had real cores, because like they say that like we have here like this Gem of Desire that they got from Sidon on the moon, which they implant into Wendy, and Wendy does eventually awaken as the proper like Hersher of Wind. So I guess like the idea is that she has like pseudo Hersher cores that the moon gave her, and then she takes those, resurrects her friends as pseudo Hershers, and then the ones that they kept just continue to accrue Honkai energy, and then they become genuine Hersher cores. I guess is how that works. Well, it only dies about as much as you can kill an enemy protagonist. Correct. Let's see. The war continues through the 15th and the 16th and the 17th. And there's a lot of shit that happens on the 17th. And then Cecilia dies on the 17th. That's the end of the Honkai War. So like this whole thing of like them pulling the entirety of Siberia into imaginary space. Yeah, none of that's what happened at all. They've retconned the fuck out of that. So that is not how that operated. Go read the manga instead. It's very interesting. There's so much. God, I'm looking at my notes. There's so much about this from the Second Honkai War. Though I will say, if you go play the Chronicles, Everlasting Memory, we'll get to that one. That one's a really old one, right? It was one of the first like expansions we had. In that one, they say that Cecilia dies on March 11th, 1999. But that is not correct. That was retcon, so that no longer happened. So I guess in the context of this, they want to say that Cecilia died on March 11th, 2000. But that's not correct, obviously. Weird shit, man. Trying to, like, explain this to people who, like, have never played this at all. Like, people will be really confused, because there's so much of this that's just, like, been since retconned. And they've never bothered to correct it. Which I kind of wish they would correct. This is the place indicated by the sensor, but I don't see anything. Perhaps the sensor's malfunctioned. May, wait. What's the matter, Bronya? Fire sensors detect vital readings 50 meters to the east. East. I see it. There's a girl in a wheelchair. This place is dangerous. We should save her. Oh no, it's Wendy! God, this does bring back a lot of memories to me. You come out to these stages later, the tears. Yeah, I feel that too. I'm getting like just really nostalgic playing through this, because like at the time that this stuff was still new, I was playing Sakura at the time too, because she's my biggest DPS character. It fucking Wendy! Correct. Target located. Target, but I thought we were looking for the Gem of Desire. We only found this girl. Intel from Oceania branch confirmed the girl as the Gem of Desire. I'm Wendy. Hi, Wendy. You look very sad. Allow me to explain. 3 years ago, the Oceania branch implanted the gem desire into Wendy's calf. The aim was to meld the gem with her tibia to achieve Herrscher-grade power. I guess this Wendy should be pretty powerful, but she's a girl on a wheelchair. Wendy was Oceania's best Valkyrie. She might have become the 4th S-rank Valkyrie of this generation. But she still couldn't handle the gem's power. I wasn't strong enough to contain the power of the gem. I lost control of my legs. They should have taken out the gem. Wendy shouldn't be stuck in this wheelchair. The Gem of Desire is extremely unstable in every medium, but it stabilized in Wendy's body. So Schicksal decided to use Wendy's body as a vessel for holding the gem. That's evil! What? Schicksal doing evil shit? Never would have guessed. No point arguing this here. Bring Wendy back to the Hyperion. We're heading back, but I'm in a wheelchair. I might slow you down. I can't believe it. Bronya does not believe Wendy will slow us down. Project Bunny, activate. A robot? It just materialized from thin air. Project Bunny, pick up Subject Wendy. Zychik will carry you, Subject Wendy. What? It can fly. Awesome! Bronya, can I ride your robot next time? For Subject Kiana? Yet. I forgot that Wendy was supposed to be like a really powerful Valkyrie. Like, I don't remember that like at all. I remember she was a New Zealand Valkyrie, but I didn't realize that she was like supposed to be one of the top Valkyries at the time. Which, I mean, it does make sense why she would be used for that, but like, I don't think the manga ever really like specified that that was like the reason why she was chosen for it. All the more shame that she doesn't get any fucking development at all. Like, that's upsetting. We'll be back on the battleship in 4 minutes. Statement proven. Wendy did not slow down the squad. Bronya is so kind today. I guess the mighty Bronya's data center is corrupted by the kindness virus. Thank you, Bronya. Bronya is glad to help. Bronya is equipped with an armored leg prosthetics. Bronya was wounded and confined to a wheelchair after an experiment. The exoskeleton system restored Bronya's ability to walk. Awesome. Does that mean Wendy can recover one day? I'll be able to walk and fly like Bronya, right? Da. Bronya believes it is possible. Once we return to St. Freya High, the gem can be removed. Subject Wendy shall regain the ability to walk. You're so nice, Bronya. You know, I'm realizing, though the story doesn't actually tell you this, why Bronya immediately latches on to Wendy. It's because she's like Seele. Like, she reminds Bronya of Seele. Like, she even looks like her a little bit. Though they do kind of, like, she's a little bit wrong about the details of stuff here. So, it's like, she says she's confined to a wheelchair, which was partially correct after an accident. But the reason why she was, like, able to recover is, like, because of Project Bunny. Because when she goes to, like, do the X2 experiments to go try to rescue Seele from the Sea of Quanta, the reason why Bronya has Project Bunny is because it's, like, something that was not really meant for her in the first place. It was supposed to be Seele's. But, like, Seele kind of gifts it to her anyway. It was some, like, previous era tech that she found in the Sea of Quanta. Which may or may not have been a thing that Kevin left for her. I'm not sure if they ever really clarified that. But, like, it was some previous era tech that was supposed to be Seele's and resonates with her and technically answers to her. But she gives it to Bronya during the manga. And so that's what lets Bronya, like, actually walk and move things properly. But, again, these are, like, specifics that didn't quite have fully ironed out at the time. It's kind of funny that Bronya's is such a sweetheart to pretty much anyone but Kiana. This is true. She's very nice to everyone but Kiana.
I think she just likes teasing Kiana.
She does. Again, they're very sibling coded. So.
Yeah.
Bam, bam. God, Sakura is so much fun to play. Like, I haven't played her in a long time because she's been, like, you know, like, out DPS'd by basically every character that exists now. But she was, like, my main character. Like, I think I was stubbornly like, not worrying about type countering and stuff. I just kept leveling Sakura because she was my favorite character when I first started playing. And she would powerhouse through everything. It was kind of wild, but fun. Fucking Cassiel, get back here. Piece of shit. Alright, what do we got? Bronya, what is it? I'm surprised to see you submit a personal request. Major Himiko, Bronya requests Saint Freya High to remove the gem from Wendy. The removal will restore her walking abilities. That's not possible. We need Wendy to keep the gem stable. We can't keep the gem if it's taken out. Just throw the stupid gem away! The rock means nothing compared to a girl's happiness. Gem of Desire is no ordinary rock. It contains enough Honkai to vaporize several cities, and that's what will happen if it goes off. But it's alright, Kiana. I've accepted my fate. Valkyries must sacrifice themselves for the greater good. It's my duty. You know, it's interesting to hear Wendy say that now, because this is actually a thing that I don't remember if the manga or the game tells you this, but this is why Schicksal and Anti-Entropy are separate like organizations. Because Anti-Entropy used to be the North American branch of Schicksal, but part of why they broke off was A, Otto killed Welt Joyce and Welt Yang's dad, among other things, and also because they don't like the fact that Valkyries are basically just lambs to the slaughter. That when Valkyries go through this surgery to have artificial stigmata and become proper Valkyries, that usually because of the combat through Honkai corruption, they tend to die pretty early, like by 30. So what Anti-Entropy decided to do instead was to build mechs that would do the work of Valkyries. But the problem with the mechs is that they get corrupted and break down super fast, so it's wildly expensive to maintain. But part of the reason for why they operate with mechs and stuff was because they weren't comfortable with the sacrificing of young girls. Because girls have higher Honkai adaptability than men do, which is a whole other thing. But they weren't comfortable with that being the status quo, among other things.
Hmm.
I mean, it's not the only reason, but it is one of a few. Alright, fucking Cassiel, get back here so I can kick your ass. Alright, I'm gonna kill this thing first. Alright, finish it off, Kiana. Hey, on Himiko, is Hyperion ready? Stop calling me that. Kids these days. Stay where you are and get ready to board.
Wendy,
sorry. It's fine, Bronya. You did nothing wrong. Honkai energy reaction completed. Is it from the Gem Desire inside Wendy? Wait, the Honkai ratings of Honkai energy are off the charts. With this power, I won't need 2 shots to crush Hyperion. Miss Wendy, what are you talking about? You hypocrites. I hate you. All of you. I can't wait to kill all of you. Poor Wendy.
Yeah.
This Honkai energy level. Wendy, you've harnessed the Gem of Desire's power. Or are you corrupted by the will of Honkai within it? Little column A, little column B. Little column A, it's fine. What I kind of wish they had done here is like, Wendy is like falling into like becoming a Hersher. It is clearly tied to her like getting some degree of hope and having it dashed almost immediately. But like, I don't feel like this part really does a good job of showcasing that. Because in theory, she should be kind of very similar to how Anna Sharik is used later on. It's like Anna and Owl, they merge into the Hersher of Rhymestar, but Anna becomes Hersher of Ice initially. And she's like fighting for control over herself. And part of what's going on with her is like guilt and other reasons for like what's happening with her past and stuff. And then Owl, in his like dying moments, is told, by the way, Anna's the reason why your sister's dead. And so he like caves to his like negative emotions and lets Honkai take control of his entire body, and their two Herrscher cores emerge into one immediately afterwards. So like these strong emotions and stuff become like a big reason why Honkai is able to take over people and become Herrschers.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, Sidon explains the same thing too, that like it was her hatred and grief that is part of why she was able to become a Herrscher in the first place. So I feel like what would have maybe been a better way to present this is like having us like spend a lot more time with Wendy to get a sense of how she like really is kind of hopeless. And then she talks to Bronny, they form like a nice bond together. And then Bronny gives her one last bit of hope, only for it to be immediately dashed after the fact. I feel like spending just a little bit more time with that would have been a lot better for us to know like Wendy's struggles as a character. Because again, she just immediately turns into the Herrscher of Wind. So it's a little disappointing. I feel like, you know, at the time it is what it is, but if they ever redo this stuff, I would like more of that. Bam, bam, bam. Alright, where's Wendy at? Let me fight her. Look, it's Venti Genshin Impact.
Yay!
See if I can remember how to fight Wendy. It's been a long time. Oh, okay, she's dead. Never mind. We didn't notice things are going bad, so she's retreated for now. Also, a funny thing is like using Sakura to fight her in, I don't remember what patch it was, but like when Flame Sakitama was added, they had an event where you would control her and fight Wendy, but Wendy was like given a huge amount of health and damage that she could do, so it was a matter of like mastering the battlesuit to really be able to like kill her off. And you would get you get a special emblem if you were to like get a better score in it. I was not good enough to get a really high score, but I did get at least one of those things for being in that event, but it's kind of fun. See, when was Flame Sakitama? It's version 2.2.3, so I think that's when they added that patch, probably, because when Sakitama was added. I guess we're on... Did they do this whole section here? Okay, yeah. I think we're on this one then. Let's go! Wendy has flown away. Report this to HQ. Dispatch S-rank Valkyries to capture her. Bronny does not think Wendy will hurt anyone. We can't afford the risk. She has her
Oh yeah, she looks stable.
Her mind and ego might have been corrupted by the Honkai. I trust Wendy too. Back in Nagazora, Mei was also controlled by the Honkai, but she managed to resist it. Kiana's right. We can restore Wendy if we help her. I'll report this to HQ. The S-rank Valkyrie will be here in 30 minutes. You hear that? You have 30 minutes to do whatever needs to be done. Thank you, Major Himiko. Wait, so Kiana, you do remember what happened in Nagazora? But only partially, it seems like. She's very selective about what she actually seems to remember sometimes.
Yeah.
It's fine. Kiana's just a little dumb.
Happens.
Well, she's like a shonen protagonist. She's not exactly thinking things through.
Yeah.
Let's see. Two bad news. First, HQ has tagged Wendy as the fourth Herrscher. Second, the S-rank Valkyrie from the European HQ has been deployed to bring her in. S-rank Valkyrie? Ha, I would have loved to spar with them in school. But this is definitely not the time to meet them. They've deployed S-rank Valkyrie Durandal. Hey, Durandal mentioned! She's clad in black armor and wields a massive lance. Word is that she's the most powerful S-rank Valkyrie we have. Also, clad in black armor? I don't know what Durandal you guys are talking about. She doesn't have black armor. What battlesuit are you guys talking about? Kiana definitely knows about Nagazora, but they're hiding the bomb from her. They are doing that. They are hiding the bomb about it. I don't think she'd be very happy about it in the first place. She does, but way later. Yeah, like, whenever she has, like, her Platinum's Equinox stuff, that's when Dundal gets black armor. But, like, right now? No, Dundal doesn't have that. Another bad news. Schicksal satellites picked up 5 aerial battleships flying across the Pacific. Exact location unknown. Aerial battleships? Could that be anti-entropy? Who else? Alright, girls. Give up your search if you run an anti-entropy. I'm not losing any of you to this chase. Also, great formatting there, guys.
Yeah, that was perfect.
Kiana-chan, let me give you a hand this time. Anti-entropy is on the move. Sounds like a great opportunity to me. Hehe. Give me a hand? What do you mean, Aunt Teddy? You'll know soon enough. Sure, Teddy. Whatever you say. You know, this is supposed to be like New Zealand. Why is everything fucking destroyed right now? This is just like a regular ass city. Wendy hasn't destroyed anything yet. She's kind of like...
It's anti-entropy, but who's in charge of anti-entropy right now, actually? Because Welt's in the Sea of Quanta.
No, no, Kevin is.
Kevin's in the Sea of Quanta. Okay.
Yeah, Kevin's in the Sea of Quanta. Welt is the sovereign of anti-entropy, so he's functionally the leader of it. Whenever he's not available, it's Einstein and Tesla.
Right.
Cocolia also is like a leader, but like she can't be trusted. So.
Yeah.
S-Rank Valkyrie will have New Zealand in 2 minutes, and anti-entropy battleships are coming too. Damn it, are we running out of time? Don't worry about the S-Rank Valkyrie or anti-entropy. Did you manage to stall the Valkyrie? No, I can't do that, but I know where she is. Could that mean what? That's right. I aired the S-Rank position on a public channel. I'm sure anti-entropy will... whatever. They probably went off course and intercept the Valkyrie. So that's what the explosions are. Slugging at one of your own doesn't feel good, but she'll be doing okay. I hope anti-entropy gave us more time. Alright, it's our turn now. Teddy, that was like kind of underhanded. She's like, didn't all be fine. It's whatever. Grania Welt is there too? Yeah. I mean, Weltus is sometimes in the Sea of Quanta, but he's not trapped there. Like, I think right now he's just kind of like doing whatever the fuck. I don't think they really tell us what he's actually up to right at this moment.
Right.
Found you, Wendy. Why follow me? Do you seek death? I've spared you out of my kindness. You have no idea who you're dealing with.
Do you know who you're dealing with?
Yeah, for real. It's dangerous here. Schicksal deployed an S-Rank Valkyrie to capture you. Anti-entropy is coming too. S-Rank Valkyrie? Those with Herrscher level powers? I really want to know if I can take on an S-Rank myself. Hey, that's so arrogant! You'll have to get through me first. I was just careless. Even Herschers are no match for me if I get serious. I won't upset Bronya nor fight you. Stop following me. She flew away again. But she turned back to her wheelchair self. There's almost no mention of him at all from now to the Sea of Quanta arc, where you find him in there holding back Kevin. Is that what he was doing? Because, like, I mean, the Eye of the Deep is, like, an anti-entropy base, if I remember correctly. But, like, he's not just there holding back Kevin the entire time. Kevin doesn't even awaken until later, because I think... Hold on, let me find this exactly. Because I think I have this... Like, the manga talks about it a bit. Let's see. When did this happen? Okay, so in February of 2017, let's see. A portal to Sea Quanta is open. Schicksal detects a large energy spike in northern Africa and the Sahara Desert. Shortly thereafter, while Valkyries were dispatched, nothing was found on site. The spike was Kevin's return from the Sea of Quanta. So that was like right after the ocean, or the Eye of the Deep stuff. So somewhere in there. What the fuck is Welt doing right now? Because, like, we don't even know about Kevin until the actual, like, Sea of Quanta arc anyway. What the fuck is he, like, Welt, what are you doing? What are you up to right now? I guess we'll have to just wait and see what they actually tell us about him. I just talked to DeRailed, and I got her coordinates. Talk about gullible, huh? I guess I can give her a star for honesty. Can't help it. We must give Kiana and the girls more time. But exposing her location to the enemy, DeRailed is supposed to be an ally. Ally? That nagging little brat is definitely no ally of mine. She gave me a really hard time back then. We'll have to deal with anti-entropy anyway. DeRailed can soften them up a bit. But you're giving anti-entropy quite a bit of advantage by telling them where she is. Oh, but DeRailed is uber-powered, you know. Terrific. I love you, Aunt Teddy. Mwah. Stop playing coy and find that Wendy now. I was really hoping to meet an S-Rank Valkyrie. You should feel lucky, Lazybones. She'll PT you to Kingdom Come if she was your instructor. PT? What's that? PT stands for physical training, and she's really good at that. Of course, of the 3 S-Rank Valkyries of Schicksal, 2 were naturally talented. DeRailed got hers with hard work. To be on par with the other 2 Valkyries, DeRailed was expected to put in 10 to 20 times the effort. But the truth was that she put in 100 times the effort. Maybe she was super untalented? Did it work for her? She thinks it did. She now believes that hard work can solve everything. If she knew you flunked your theory test, she'll force you to study 26 hours a day. She'll get you through hundreds of practice questions. You can forget about sleeping. She sounds like an evil witch. No, that's Rita. Textbooks are written by the most boring people on Earth. What's kind of funny about this is, like, it's not really wrong to characterize DeRailed this way. Like, DeRailed is, like, always doing physical training and shit. She's sort of like the idol of Schicksal in a sense, because she is the most powerful S-Rank Valkyrie. So people like Susanna are, like, obsessed with her. And she has her own little, like, fan club and things, because she's just kind of like a mystery. People think she's, like, cold and unapproachable to some extent, but, like, she's really just, like, kind of... she's a fucking Kaslana at heart, really. Like, she's a little dumb and a little bit of a brat. It's fine. But she's also very hardworking, and she's a lot less of a brat than Kiana is. But I'm wondering now, like, what Teddy's referring to here, because she's like, oh, she still gave me a hard time back then. But, like, is she... like, what event are you referring to, Teddy? Is it, like, when DeRailed at, like, 12 went to the Sea of Quanta with Rita? Or are you talking about, like, other events? Like, what exactly are you referring to? Like, I don't know what she's even talking about here. Let's see. Let's see. Siegfried disappeared in 2010. DeRailed becomes a Valkyrie in 2010. So there's that. Let's see. In 2012, Rita and DeRailed go into the Sea of Quanta, so there's that. I don't remember how much Teddy had to do with that, though. And then she has one other thing, too, which is how they ended up with the second Divine Key. That's like an event in England, just before the game starts. When did that happen? When was this going on? Let's see. Otto's investigating Wendy in 2014. Let's see. There's the Nagazora incident. There's the actual Sakura Samsara story. So I guess in like fall of 2015, which is sometime after. Okay, so it must be referring to the Sea of Quanta thing. Like that has to be what she's talking about. Because DeRailed, I don't think knew Teddy when she was still being ostracized by all the people in Schicksal, because she's like not fully human. She's a clone first of all, but she has Honkai DNA, because everybody makes her a Mantis soldier technically. So like, people treated her like a monster early on, which is what her everlasting memory thing is about. So she must be talking about the Sea of Quanta thing. I can't think of what else she'd be referring to. Unless there's like something else that happened that I don't have a list of. DeRailed is a refined version of Jock Kiana. You are absolutely correct. She is that. But also, she's a lot more mature than Kiana is, because Kiana's a little not.
Yes.
Not at this point in time, anyway. Oh, do you know Aunt Teddy? Or do you or Aunt Teddy know that S-Rank Valkyrie? Oh, I don't know her very well, but I trained her for a while before she became an A-Rank Valkyrie, so sometime in 2010. As subordinate and her direct superior, then you two should be close. Really? But things didn't turn out that way. The way you said it, I'm sure something weird happened between you two. Nothing weird happened between us two. I told you that she's serious and believes in her work, right? Yeah. She had the nerve to think that superior officers should be serious and believe in hard work too. Every time I tried to take a little break, she'd lecture me on and on. Oh, okay, that's what you mean. Gosh, I guess I should be thankful that Himiko is a slacker and a deadbeat drunk. Hey, Kiana, stop thinking out loud. Fucking rude. Damn. Anyway, I found a way to get her off my heels. A way? What way? That's a secret, but it has to do with the keyword Roland. Once she opens her trap, I'd say the word Roland to shut her up. What? Roland? What the fuck? What are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't know what that's a reference to.
Hold on, I'm gonna search my timeline here. Okay, I do have 2 references to Roland. Oh, okay. So the only time it's mentioned is from the dorm directory. So it's one of the stigmata you can get, which is Roland, Paladin of Charlemagne, buys time for her fellow paladins to escape and dies. Her weapon, the Holy Sword Dudendal, in previous era weapon controlled by an AI, is lost. So Teddy must be referring to the actual like weapon that Dudendal pulls her name from, and the events of the Sequana stuff. That's the only thing I can think of, is that she's referring to the Sequanta event. Unless she tells us more about it. Because I'm trying to think of, like, what the fuck else could she be referring to? I don't remember much about the Sequana mission, to be honest. Because, like, the problem with, like, that and a few of these, like, earlier stuff is, like, when the game first launched, they had, like, the VNs. There was the anti-entropy one, there was the Dudendal one, and then there was the one about, Fuqua. But they never, like, put those into the game or translated them properly, so the information for that is, like, difficult to access.
Looks like, based on Reddit, Roland is brought up in the Darendal visual novel.
I thought so. We're in trouble. What's wrong, Teddy? Did not mess with me. She sent anti-entropy packing. I guess
I think she had Darendal's weapon before Darendal did.
That might be it. She asked me about the anti-entropy ambush since I'm the only one who knew her location. Let's walk away with the lesson that lying is wrong. Think of something smart to say quick, or else. Or else? Or else she might not report this, but she'll be here in Nagas, to Nagas every day. Oh, I'll avoid your office when she comes by then. Hey, Himiko, I'm not leaving you out of this. I thought of one principle. Tell her there's anti-entropy mole in Schicksal. We can't do that, it'll create a huge mess. Brona thinks we should tell her anti-entropy initiated this Honkai incident to lure an ambush in S-Rank Valkyrie. She was marked from the start. Brona thinks this will work. Good, but the logical flaw is that anti-entropy would have sent better troops if that's their aim from the start. Hey, listen to my brilliant idea. I noticed that Dudendal took the Gold Coast oceanfront line to get here. We'll tell that anti-entropy was on holiday and happened to bump into her. That's the dumbest and most idiotic thing I've ever heard of. It actually might work. It has 0 logical flaws. Let me try this. Wait. How'd it go? She coming to nag us outright? She actually bought it. People say she's honest and frank. If you ask me, I think she's just an idiot. Well, she is a Kaslana, so... I feel Dudendal's a very reasonable person. Perhaps we can be friends. Wait, did you just call someone an idiot? Yeah, Dudendal is your sister, and also the OG Kiana, so, you know. Of course you guys will get along. It's fine. That's very, very amusing. I do like that they sort of have tweaked this dialogue a bit to hint at how Dudendal is Kiana.
Yee.
Like, there's
Yeah,
little
that is
subtleties in
nice.
that. Like, you wouldn't know that
Yeah.
shit at all if you were playing this the first time, but, like, that is kind of what it is. Which is kind of fun. You girls don't know when to give up. I have to teach you a lesson. Hey, that's my line. Wendy, please trust us. You're not yourself. Honkai is misleading you. Wait,
She's not herself when
Kiana.
she's hungry.
Exactly. Bronya wants to talk to Subject Wendy. No, stop. I don't want to talk with you, Bronya. Bronya, remember a younger sister named Celie back in the orphanage? Subject Wendy reminds me of her. I fucking called it. I knew it. Celie was strong and kind, like Subject Wendy. Celie was corrupted by Honkai, but she fought hard and got herself back. Bronya endured a lot of pain during the modifications, and still suffers to this day. But there is hope. Bronya understands Subject Wendy's pain. Bronya knows Subject Wendy can overcome this pain. Do not give up. Bronya believes in you. I trust you too, Bronya. Alright, I'll give myself another chance. Great, Wendy came back to us. Phew, that was really close. Alright, back to the Hyperion. We're all kick-ass Valkyries. If you get controlled by Honkai again, I'll defeat you in no time. Don't worry, Subject Wendy. Bronya will take you home. Bronya, can I sit on your robot again? Can I? She does remind me of Celie quite a bit. No problem. Project Bunny, activate. Oh, hey! Kogolia. Bronya, you're commanded to do this. The fourth Hersher is an important test subject. We can't let Schicksal get a hold of her. We must destroy her if we can't get her back. God, I haven't heard Kokolia's voice in ages. No, no! You rebellious little brat. No matter, you can't fight it. By the highest level of authority. Delay the fourth Hersher if you can't defeat it. Our main forces will be here shortly. By the highest level of authority, Project Bunny, switch to attack mode. Target fourth Hersher. Stop, Bronya, what are you doing? Bronya, why did you attack me? Everything you told me was a lie, wasn't it? No one. There's no one I can trust. I mean, it's pretty... I guess no one can hear Kokolia talking to her.
Yeah.
So, I guess it is understandable that no one knows this. Oh, hey, look! My Ellie! Hold on. How much can my Ellie do? She killed her.
Yep.
Fantastic, truly. You are tenacious. Tenacious is my middle name. I could do this all day. What a pity. I've got no more time for you. All tactical mechas, invisible mode off. Target the fourth Hersher. No way, one hit and the Hersher went down. The new tactical mecha is something else. Well, I have to thank you for wearing her down first. Technically, I didn't do shit. Alright, I almost forgot. There's another Hersher right here. Bronya, my sweet daughter, capture the third Hersher for me. Huh? Well, Bronya's evil again. Why? Raiden Mei has been apprehended. One target remains. Schicksal troops detected. Approaching with high velocity. Guess you got lucky this time. All units, retreat. Himiko didn't arrive in time. Kiana was the only one she managed to rescue. While both Mei and Wendy were taken by anti-entropy troops. Heart heavy with regret, Kiana had no choice but to return to St. Freya High School and devise a plan to rescue Mei with the help of Teresa and Himiko. Oh yeah, I forgot we had a Mei gets kidnapped arc.
Yeah.
Like, I forgot about that. And this is also kind of like a somewhat not great thing, because I think they kill Wendy off screen. I don't think we actually see Wendy again.
That might be true. I don't know if... Yeah, I don't know if that was our final battle with Wendy.
I mean, I think it is our final battle with Wendy. I don't think we see her again. Oh, look. All the stuff Insane... So Insane hasn't done all this yet.
Yeah.
Cool. We're getting caught up, finally. Not too bad. I guess if we finish this chapter, then that puts us through... Oh, hold on. I'm going to close this. No, I don't want to skip ahead to shit we're not supposed to have access to. We'll get to that later. If we get through Betrayal Has a Silvery Smile today, and then we go to Everlasting Memory, that will be everything through versions 1.8 to 2.2.1. I think. And then, if we do Everlasting Memory stuff, we should be able to unlock all the other ones, which means we can do Dilemma Dreamland, which is what's happening in Bronya's mind. And then we can do Chapter 5. Because I thought about this, and I was thinking, like, what's the best way to, like, sort of do this kind of story thing? And I thought maybe doing it by, like, patch release. Or, like, whatever each patch had would be the best way to do that. Minus Sakura Samura, because I can't do that right now.
Yeah, I mean, that gives you the order that people would have originally experienced it in.
Because I can't, like, fully remember everything anyway. I thought about doing this in, like, chronological order, but, like, there's some stuff that you just can't access necessarily. Right. So there's a little bit of, like, issues here or there with that, which is its own thing. Yes, I know that there's a thing happening. Oh, God, there's so many fucking things Insane hasn't done. There's so many things. There's like a bunch of shit that I'm like, I wish Insane had just like not done some of these things so I could do it, but also like there's so much other shit happening right now.
Yeah.
Cause like, look at this pitiful roster. There's nobody here. There's nothing. Taxed? I'll tax you. Yeah, this is the see, this is version 2.2, so this is when this Bronya first showed up. I didn't get her originally in this patch. She was supposed to be the DPS Bronya. Not that she actually was very good, mind you, but like this was DPS Bronya at the time.
I feel like until Bronya became a motorcycle, most of her forms were kind of clunky to use.
They absolutely were. Because like when Hersha of Reason came out, it was like, what the fuck, Bronya's fun? Like that was the reaction, was what the fuck, Bronya's fun? Because she was not fun to play.
I enjoyed playing motorcycle Bronya. I remember having a good time with that version.
Yeah, and that's because she is really good. And that's something I maintain, even with like characters like Prometheus, who were like Bronya but not. She also maintains that like, I'm gonna punch shit with the robot arms.
Yeah.
But like, Bronya had like very shitty battles originally. They're all meant to be support stuff. Like this Bronya was supposed to be the DPS Bronya. But like, even when I got her and she was at the last S rank I didn't have, like, she wasn't very good. I think my issue is just that Bronya, at least the early Bronyas, just feel very slow. Yeah. Well, I mentioned this the other day when we streamed this, where I was on my own account, where, like, we went back to Post-Honkai 1, I was like, wow, this feels so slow and clunky. Like, and I feel like that's actually the case for a lot of the early game stuff, is, like, with the exception of characters like Sakura, or maybe, like, this Colin or something, a lot of the characters felt very slow, and, like, even now I'm playing through this, I'm like, I feel like I'm kind of playing in slow motion. Because I'm so used to playing with, like, the newer stuff and what's happening, how, like, the better the combat mechanics have gotten since the beginning. It's like, wow.
Can you click on the returnee thing, by the way?
Sure. What do you want to see?
I'm just curious what it offers.
I mean, crystals and
stuff. It gives you a login thing. What's the returnee funds and stuff as well?
We have returning missions, which is just doing a few things here. Returning fund, which I haven't bought because I'm not spending money on this account. Insane will have to do that if he wants it. It would be great, Insane, if you would do that. You know, just as a thought, it would be very, very nice if you could get some 680 battle pass tokens or whatever, so we can get some extra crystals to get actual characters for your account. Just as a thought, you know, would be really nice.
Right.
And then we have the return stuff. There's more mission stuff to do. Just spending crystals in the gacha. The spending event stuff. Yeah. And this stuff helps you level up Valkyries, I think.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we have this. This is to maybe get Vita. But this is like the specific thing to that. I would love to get Vita on this account. That'd be fantastic. We're not gonna get Vita unless Insane spends money. No money at all? Why not? It's your account. At least buy the battle pass shit. I'm not spending money on your account. That's not happening. My account gets all the money. Nope. Fucking rude. Can't believe you've done this. Look, we could get Vita. She's so useful. Unless you're funding my Rin pulls? Why would I be funding your Rin pulls? This account's for you. This is your account. Look at all the stuff you could get. There's so many things you could do. Like return eShop, you get all these things here. This would be great to do some pulls to get actual good characters. Exactly, they're not happening. Look, you could get Halia, or you could get Kiana, or you could get literally anybody in the dorm supply. Look at all these Valkyries we could get, including really good ones like Bronya and Ellie.
Don't you want Bronya?
Yeah, and Bronya.
Bronya.
And Ellie.
Is it possible we could get Bronya?
You know what? I think it might be.
Yeah. I feel like there's like there's
You crackled up there quite a bit for a minute. What happened?
No, that went through my mic too.
What just
that
happened?
Went through my headset where I would corrupted for a moment while I said evil Sealy.
Look, you can get Bronya. And Bronya. And Bronya.
Bronya right now.
And Bronya. And Bronya. Look, and this Bronya got to rework this patch. So like she has a whole equipment supply right here just for her to give her entire rework to work with the Astrolop system for part 2. We have a whole new Bronya just for you. Tax for complaining? I will complain. I absolutely will complain.
Man, you know what would be really cool?
Hmm.
If we had a Bronya.
That would be really cool.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's continue with chapter 4, and then we'll go see if we can do.
Do you remember where you were? Do you remember what you just did, or did we even start chapter 4 yet?
We haven't started chapter 4 yet.
Okay, cool.
That's why I went off on a tangent.
Yeah.
What are we doing? We are playing through Impact 3rd Story on Insane's account, because I can't on mine.
Yeah. Last time, we convinced Wendy to turn good, and then Kakolia Bronya into an evil Terminator, and Bronya captured Wendy and May.
Yeah. Are we shaming Insane today? I mean, if I need, I can play Grand Wars again. I mean, I'm shaming him for his account, yes. He's getting account shamed right now.
He doesn't have a sufficient number of Bronyas.
No, he has not enough Bronyas.
Yeah.
Actually, if we could get more Bronyas, I think that the two that there's like, I guess, two that are actually really useful, which is like the new, like Silver Wings Bronya, like it's a big one. And then Herrscher of Truth, because she's like one of the best, like, just broad elemental support characters. She's been sort of like power crept a bit by some of the newer Valkyries, but like, she's still a really, really powerful support character.
I'm just imagining us going to like a supermarket and just like going down the aisle of Bronya, and you just pointed out which of the Bronyas you feel like today.
I mean, it is a bit that.
Yeah.
You can shame all you want, still not spending money on it. Whatever. I will fight you at some point in time, Insane, for this. We will get you good characters inevitably. Kiana-chan, Maycorp is up ahead, ready to break in. Of course. Why is Teddy leading this operation? Where's Himiko? I heard that, young lady. I won't let you off that easily if I hear that again. Maycorp is a very dangerous place, so I'm coming in with you. If you went in by yourself, you'd be deader than dead.
I mean, to be fair, she has default Bronya, but I don't think Insane had any other Bronyas. Or
not many,
no, he
no.
probably does have. Yeah,
I'll join you too.
He has some Bronya, just not enough Bronya.
Not enough. We need all the Bronyas.
Yeah.
Even if we never use them, we need all of them.
Yeah.
I'll join you too. After all, it takes 3 Valkyries to form a complete lineup. I love how, like, they're working in the game mechanics into the way that they talk about things set up in the world. Like, that's very funny. Is this free-to-play? I mean, we're forced into free-to-play because I can't use my account. So, yes. Because Insane
It is
won't
a
spend money.
free-to-play game, but of course, like, almost all free-to-play games, you can spend absurd amounts of money if you chose to, and the game would certainly
I wonder
not
who knows
only
about that.
allow you, but encourage you to do so.
I mean, Insane's
Although that
account is
means
no
that
money
you
account. Yeah, it is.
Play it free-to-play. Like, it's not...
I have said this before, and I will say it again. I do think that of all of Hoyo's games, Impact 3 is the most free-to-play friendly. Even right now, Insane's got, like, expeditions running to grind out fragments to triple S Sealer. So, like, there are ways to get Valkyries you don't have. I think out of, like, the 90 Valkyries, like, 75 of them are ones you can grind passively.
Yeah.
It'll take you a long time, but you could get most of the Valkyries by just playing the game. Which is not a thing I can say for, like, anything else in any other game.
No, I do give Honkai Star Rail credit for having the store, because it feels like gradually characters are ending up in the store, so it feels like you will get to collect characters eventually if you skip them.
It's not even that you feel it there; they actually are. Like they don't update the like late game store to purchase characters too often, and there is a cap on the amount that you can buy every single week, but you do get new Valkyries added to that periodically, and you can just buy fragments. Like right now, I am currently in the process of buying fragments for Vilvi and Aponia, because they just added them to the shop, this patch. So I'm now able to buy fragments to get both of them up to triple S, which I wasn't able to do before. So, like, it took them a long fucking time to add them to the shop, but, like, they are added. And they get added characters to, like, the standard banner all the time. Like, Finality Kiana is in the standard banner, like the dorm supply. So, like, a lot of the new Valkyries are, like, in the dorm supply stuff. You can get that pretty easily for the most part. It's, like, one that I just kind of roll on passively on my own account. So, like, you can get this stuff pretty well. And if you have any character that's triple S, you unlock the Witch's Corridor shop, I think. It's either that or level 80. I can't remember which one of those two, but, like, one of those two. And then when you unlock that shop, you can take the fragments you will get of, like, some of your S-Rank Valkyries and, like, refine them to, like, a golden currency that you can use to buy more fragments for other Valkyries you don't have. So, like, the longer you play this game, the more options become available to you to buy fragments for other characters. Like, there's a huge amount of, like, stuff you can get that's just easy to get if you play the game long enough. It takes a while to get to that, truly, but, like, I'm glad it exists. It's not a thing they do in any other game. You should have pressed the skip button. It's the same fun as YouTube's. That's really funny. So Kiana says, Himiko, I can't thank you enough. Just keep smiling. Alright, wipe the disgusting grin off your face. I'll settle for a thank you. Gosh. Why are you being sin today, Himiko? Alright, enough chit-chat for now. Here's the mission briefing. Our intel department confirmed May, Bronya, and Wendy, captured by Anti-Entropy, are now being imprisoned in the May Corp HQ building. Unfortunately, Schicksal is not prepared to declare war on Anti-Entropy yet. We shouldn't be put up with this crap anyway. Our primary goal is to infiltrate the building and rescue our Valkyries, and do naughty stuff along the way. Teddy, I don't think now's the time to do naughty stuff. I think maybe the mission's not the time for that.
Special broadcast.
What happened?
I need to confirm something. Pending, it's not a cookie.
It's not a cookie?
What?
No, it's a cake that is cookie flavored.
Oh. Okay.
What does that mean?
Oh,
it's similar to have you ever, oh man, I only know American brands. God.
It's a good thing I'm American.
Obzi, help me. Do you know of a Hostess cake that is covered in chocolate frosting that's hard? That has a cream in center?
What, like a moon pie?
Hostess cakes anyway.
Similar to moon pie, but it is cake.
I posted like this this snack food.
Okay.
Earlier, and I'm like, does anyone know if this is any good? Because I had interest in it, but it was also like more expensive than I would have liked to engage in. So I didn't end up getting it, but it does exist. So
Yes.
the option still exists to like grab it another day.
Oh, okay. I see. You posted over in your collab
It's like
server.
it's similar to a Hostess
Yeah.
Ding Dong.
Can we say I hate the name of that? I hate that they're called ding dongs.
I hate the name too, but that's the name, isn't it?
I really, really hate that. Like, I'm
So
not,
it's basically
not
it's a
fan.
cupcake with cream in the center and a hard chocolate outside. So it's not a cookie.
Okay.
And I saw an old lady review it because she bought it because she thought they were Oreo, but they weren't. Which is why I was like, oh no, I was tricked.
Yeah, because I thought it would have been. My thinking was it was Oreo as well.
No. Oreo does have a Korean writing for their name, but that's not Oreo's writing for their name.
That's unfortunate.
Okay, weird. I went to go open up Discord, and my computer is typing 3 over and over and over again. And
Are
I
you
don't-
pushing the 3 button?
No, that's the problem. I don't know where it's getting that information from.
It's probably your key is sticky. Just click it a few times.
Yeah, it's not that.
Three.
I don't know what it's doing. This is terrible. I'm just gonna
Is
minimize
your-
Discord and not worry about that.
Is something pressing on like your phone that's also typing 3 somehow, and that's also connected
No.
to your computer in some way?
It is not. It is none of this.
Or is there another keyboard that is
Nope.
attached to your? Okay.
Nope. Again, it's just being weird. I don't know. I'm gonna blame Honkai for it.
I
We'll
would
move on.
unplug it and plug it back in again.
I already did that. It
Because
didn't
you're
work.
playing Honkai the Third.
Yeah.
Of
3
course.
for third.
3.
Of course, there's a. Okay.
Oh, Himiko calls her out of this. Naughty stuff along the way. Sister Teddy, you sound as if... I knew I had to use
Alright.
a harder word for that. Anyway, Major Himiko and I will be joining this mission. But the HQ building is heavily
Obviously.
guarded. Be prepared.
What flavor do you think this limited edition summer flavor of Oreo is?
Summer Oreo?
Yeah, for America.
It's like lemonade, probably.
It's a specific famous popsicle brand. A lot of people like to eat it on the 4th of July.
See, I don't like popsicles, so
Ah.
I don't know any offhand. Other than like the flacidical. What?
Oh yeah, the trolley one. I still want
Yeah.
to try that.
I tried them and I hate that I like them. Because
It's the rocket
soft.
popsicle flavored.
Ah, I see.
It's called a Firecracker Pop Oreo for this year, I guess. I was just trying to look up I was just trying to save a picture for Pending to let him know what the Oreo brand for Korea looks like.
Yeah, not a fan of that.
Is assaulted by that problem.
So Teddy says, scout the building perimeters and find a way in. Okay, now let me test this now that I've got out of the cutscene stuff. Is it still? It's still doing stuff. Why is it still doing stuff? Is it because I'm in menus?
Maybe? Is it your controller?
No, I am.
Is your controller pressing a button? Like, do you have a controller plugged in? Is it pressing a button that would be 3 on the keyboard?
Okay, weird. So because I have Discord up, it's causing my game to behave strangely. No.
Close Discord quicker.
What? No. Okay, now the controller's being weird.
I think it's your controller.
I-
Unplug and plug in your controller.
I just did.
Okay.
Okay, so it's picking up something.
I'm telling you, you're pressing on something that is connected to your computer. Like, does your mouse have buttons on it?
It does, which I also checked that too.
Unplug and plug back in your mouse.
Alright, my controller's also behaving weird.
I think it might be your controller, though.
Why? Why the fuck is it still? Right,
One of the keys is sticky. I'm telling you, something's sticky.
Yeah, obviously. What if I just... I know the side of my mouse could pop loose. How do I do that?
You're asking the wrong person. I don't know what your mouse is.
There we go. Okay, I've removed that. Now, does that fix the problem? No, it's still sending a 3 on. Why? My keyboard is unplugged. My mouse is like buttons thing is unplugged. Why is it doing that?
So that way you know what Oreo looks like in Korean.
I'm so confused.
Depending.
Thank you.
What the fuck is happening?
Don't fall for the weird ripoff brands, I guess.
Okay, let me find where my actual mouse is plugged into.
I'm telling you, something's up.
Oh, yeah, no shit.
Something's sticky, and you need to click it a couple of times to
I
unclick
clicked
to.
everything there was to click. Okay, I've unplugged the
I
mouse.
don't believe you. Is there a number lock on your keyboard?
Yes, I did all that, Jay.
Are you sure you pressed the 3 on the number lock?
Yes, I did. I know how my computer works.
I'm just double checking.
Okay. I unplugged and replugged my mouse. Okay. Now the question is does that fix anything? It's not... Now I can't click into Discord. Why is my mouse not working? Hold on. Alright, I'm gonna close Discord out and we're gonna reopen it. Oh, no, it's still doing typing. Okay, it's still doing that. Why is it... What is sending that message through? What is happening? Why is it doing that? Oh, that's not good. What the fuck is that? What is it doing? What is this noise? What the fuck? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna close. Okay, what? What the fuck was that? I'm so confused. Is it still trying to send 3? Yeah, it's still sending 3s. Something is still sending a message. Why? I am genuinely, like, really, like, again, all my shit's unplugged for the most part. It's trying to type into, like, everything that I'm in, and I don't know why. What is sending this message? I unplugged everything! What is it doing? That includes the mouse. Alright, let me unplug. Let's see, what is this? This is headphones. Or that was the headphone charger thing anyway. Okay, now it's not doing it. According to that, is that correct? Is it fixed itself? Let me reopen Discord. All right, my keyboard's unplugged. Okay, what the fuck? And now it's not doing it anymore. What? What? Why? I unplugged a cable that wasn't connected to anything. Excuse me? I have no words. What the fuck?
Why are you here?
I don't...
Hello?
I have no fucking idea why that just did that.
The right place.
What happened?
Okay, so I'm gonna show you the weirdest of this. I went over to, like, unplug stuff. I unplugged, like, there's a little, like, cable that I used to charge my headphones. I unplugged said cable, which is not currently connected to anything at all,
Okay.
and all of a sudden it stopped doing it.
That's very weird.
What the fuck? That was
Can't
so
say
weird.
why that's
What the? And all this after he like spammed my
Hi.
ear with like a bunch of like, and I'm like, why is it doing that?
Is there a number button on your headphones?
No.
Okay.
Also, they're not plugged in, so why would unplugging
know
the
they're
cable?
not
It's
plugged
not
in.
plugged into anything. Do this. I don't understand. It's haunted, man. What the fuck?
It's the
I didn't
Will of
realize you were
Honkai.
gonna need an exorcism. Did you spill water on your stuff?
No. I don't eat here.
It's the Will of Honkai.
Apparently.
It's the will of Honkai.
So anyways, what the fuck was I talking about? I don't remember where we
The
were
will
at.
of Honkai, obviously.
Sure. Let's see.
Actually,
Kiana
speaking
kills
of
himself.
spelling things on keyboards, I need to check to see if this keyboard actually works.
That was honestly one of the weirdest things to happen so far. I don't think I've ever seen my PC do that before.
Yeah.
I have multiple times. Not your PC, but my PC.
Also, my PC doesn't do weird shit like that.
But normally I find out it's because one of the cords is accidentally pushing a button.
I mean, it might have been pushing a button. I'll have to check to see what's on the top of the PC, but I don't think
Like
there's much
my
there.
okay, I can use my big words. Microphone cord. Some is right next to my F1 button on my keyboard.
Right.
And sometimes I press this F1 for like forever and I don't notice it until I'm like, oh wait. Right.
Okay, so
That's a thing.
There's not a button on the top of my PC other than the power button. So unless my PC is being shut down, the cable wasn't touching anything.
No.
That was weird. Anyways, Teddy says, Kiana, you knew that Bronny was being controlled, right? I really don't. Oh, really? I guess I can't hide this forever. Bronny was controlled before while we were carrying out that mission on the Celine. You didn't report this to protect Bronya. Lying for your friends. Yeah, that's very Kislana. Reminds me of your idiot dad. He used to say that seeing people getting hurt makes his Kislana blood boil. Then he'd just snap. Yeah, that's how the stupid old man talks. In the end, it's Anti-Entropy's fault. They made Bronny into this. But does Schicksal stand for justice? Schicksal transformed girls into Valkyries to fight the Honkai, but the girls would suffer Honkai corruption. Valkyries, a poor
See,
Honkai
we were
ability
talking
will
about
die
the will
young.
of Honkai.
I mean, just kinda. That's not exactly what's happening here, but sure. I don't know. Justice is often opposed by another form of justice. Anti-Entropy has their own objectives as well. I don't see anything wrong with working towards a goal. Kislana justice is the best justice there is. They will gladly sacrifice themselves to protect others. Don't forget that, Kiana. I mean, yeah, that is true, but that's also maybe not the best justice necessarily. Any findings?
The question. Is
Answer.
Honkai a simp?
Like, in general? Like, what do you mean exactly?
I mean, is the will of Honkai a simp because of the fact that Kislana is the correct answer, apparently.
I mean, how do I explain what Honkai is in a short manner of speaking? The will of Honkai doesn't technically exist, strictly speaking. The Cocoon of Finality, which came from somewhere that we don't know, arrived in the solar system and caused a bunch of problems. It creates Honkai locally, but Honkai itself is more like a manifestation of imaginary energy, which is tied to the existence of the overall universe and cosmology of the Honkai world.
I guess my next question is, does it have does it have sentience?
We're getting to that.
Okay.
So, in general, the answer is no.
Okay.
With the previous era, whenever we get to the Elysian Realm, they do explain to you a little bit more about it. Kevin tells us that, like, in his time, the Will of Honkai didn't exist. It was a lie that their organization made up to get people to, like, they were personifying Honkai with it, so it would give something that people could fight against.
Okay.
However, the final mission that the previous era did was to go to the moon where the Cocoon of Finality is, and then take their AI, not Bronya, but Bronya, Prometheus, and shackle Honkai with it. So this way the next era would have the same Herschers that the previous era did. That way it'd be predictable and give them a means to fight against it. When Prometheus became a shackled thing where she basically like replicated herself across all different versions of things, she becomes what is understood to be the will of Honkai in the current era. But all she's doing is carrying out a program. She's not. She's lost her personality and who she is, so they just call her Will of Honkai now. The way that Honkai works is it creates Herschers as its avatars. They call them in the Four Common stuff like the big bosses of evil kind of thing. They are basically individuals who are corrupted by the Honkai, where a gem forms in their bodies that absorbs and allows them to wield Honkai energy at their disposal. They can control natural disasters and like sort of the fundamental forces of the world, if you were. So like the first Herrscher is the Herrscher of reason. They can like manifest and create things. The second Herrscher is the Herrscher of the void, so she can teleport, move things around, and create imaginary pocket dimensions. The third Herrscher is the Herrscher of thunder, so she does lightning. Then fourth is wind, and it keeps going to like other new things, like there's death and gravity. It's not called gravity. It's Herrscher of earth, but it's a gravity one. Ice, and then the final one, which is the Herrscher of finality, which technically controls time, but there's whole like they all control different fundamental forces of stuff. Because Honkai, remember, is like basically just this fundamental thing that exists in the broader cosmology of things. So, for whatever reason, women have higher Honkai adaptability than men do. So, male Valkyries are not common. Because what's going to happen to them is that if they try, more often than not, they die. Or they become Honkai zombies. Where their bodies are overtaken and go through a process called Honkai Cascade, where it basically just corrupts them. Kind of like how ethereals work in Zenless. It's very similar to that. Zenless basically is just iterating on the concept, but it's essentially the same thing, that it corrupts their bodies, turns them into zombies, and then they aren't really like people anymore. And it's not generally sentient, but it like kind of is. Every Herrscher, with the exception of one, or no, I'm with this one. That's a lie, because like Welt is a Herrscher, or was, and the original Welt was also a Herrscher, but he's not technically a person. But that's beside the point.
I'm just asking, is Honkai, the will of Honkai, a simp?
I don't...
They only like women, so...
Yesn't.
Yesn't. Okay.
Because, like, technically, Herrschers have been men, and that is a thing that works for that. Kaslana specifically are a very different kind of thing.
Okay, but have most of the Herrschers that have been men been secretly gay?
No. One of them definitely wasn't.
Dang it.
I don't think Welt was.
Welt...
Well, Welt could be bi. I don't know.
Well, I think Welt
I don't know
might
anything
be
about
bi. The Welt's like marital status is kind of up in the air for a lot of people. And this is where I disagree with a lot of people. So
I see. Ooh.
Yeah.
Hot take. Tell me more.
So Welt, when he takes on the name Welt, because remember his real name is not that; it's a title he inherited.
Yeah.
He was being raised by Einstein and Tesla, who are functionally immortal. Because of this or the other reason, don't worry about it. We're not going to get into that right now.
Don't worry about it. Yep, fine.
In
sure.
the Second Eruption manga...
Wait, but doesn't he essentially marry one of
That's what I was
Einstein
getting
or
to.
Tesla?
Yeah, that's what I was getting to. So, when you get to the Second Eruption manga, the way they talk about like his relationship with them, and like Einstein is kind of like his mom. They do talk about that quite a bit, but Tesla's a bit different because they give her a lot of sequences where it seems a lot more romantic coded. She wants to have a one-on-one dance with him. She has like this like I'm staring off watching my husband go off to war kind of thing. There's a lot of like little things that suggest that Tesla has romantic feelings for Welt.
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem like it's necessarily reciprocated. It's just more of like, this seems like how it's framed for her, or whatever. By the time I get to a Post-Honkai, which is like just before Star Rail's timeline, they have a clone child of the original Welt, who they call Joey. And Tesla is in charge of raising Joey. And so people like Carol, who's like one of the Valkyries under May's jurisdiction, thinks that Tesla and Welt are married and doesn't necessarily understand what's going on with that. And there's a bit of like confusion here. So there are some people in the community who think that Welt and Tesla are not married. They say, well, she's just his mom. That's kind of weird. I'm like, no, I think the game very intentionally drew that for you, that like Tesla seemed to have some feelings for him. It's not clear if that was ever reciprocated at all. We do know that he does view Joey as his son, which is his own thing, but Tesla didn't give birth to Joey. He's just a clone.
Maybe lavender marriages exist.
Yeah. So like...
What is a lavender marriage?
Oh, you know, okay. A lavender marriage is when a gay man marries a straight woman, generally for different reasons, mostly to hide their identity generally, but also if maybe a guy wants to have a child, but since he's gay, they wouldn't allow him to adopt, they might marry a woman, and then from there, that would be a legal way to do that, and then they'd get divorced afterwards.
Yeah.
Is there any guy though that Welt has been?
Well, that answer is no, because Welt's primarily like his entire thing is duty. He's all about whatever his duty is to humanity. He took on the mantle of Welt
he
because
may consider his duty to be a father of a clone, but a father nonetheless.
Kind of like even like Joey's existence is also kind of odd because we only really learned about him through Post-Honkai Odyssey, so we're not entirely sure what the circumstances of his birth in the first place.
Maybe Welt's sexuality is mech.
Yes.
Maybe, he could, or he could just be asexual and he just wanted a kid.
Welt,
maybe.
Again, like we don't know exactly why Joey exists. As far as I can remember, we may find that when we hit a Post-Honkai Odyssey, inevitably that like we will get more of an explanation. But as I recall, they don't really tell us where Joey comes from. All we know is Joey's a clone, and that's all I think I really remember us learning about him. And Welt's entire thing is, I'm the defender of humanity. I'm like, that's my role. And he passes that role on to Bronya so he can go like work as like an animator at ET Studios, where Bronya works under him technically. She's like the CEO of MiHoYo now, which is the bit they've been doing for years. But like Welt's sort of like semi-retired by Post-Honkai Odyssey. So it's not really clear like why he and Tesla are working as surrogate parents for Joey. But he talks about it even in Star Rail. He mentions having a kid and being a father. So, like, he does care about that.
Yeah.
But as far as, like...
secretly a self-insert of the CEO that used to be the CEO, but is no longer the CEO.
No, Dewey loves Himiko. Himiko is the CEO's wife. Like, it's straight up. Like, it's like a thing that they make jokes about all the time.
If Welt was a company self-insert, then it would be hilarious that Welt gets to do absolutely
They don't need a company self-insert because they already fucking have one. Dewey put himself into the game multiple times. It's a bit they do. So, like, Dewey is in the game. They do make fun of him regularly. Like, he's a character. It's very, very funny. So, like, as far as, like, does Welt have, like, any romantic interests? The actual canon answer is, but kind of no. If you wanted to ship him with, like, Otto or Void Archives, maybe. But, like, they're also on a very, like, I guess you could say, like, enemies to lovers path if you wanted to try to ship it that way. But, like, there really isn't a whole lot of, like, actual stuff with that.
I feel like that would be more, like, the fans trying to push a thing on than, like, anything that is hinted towards in the text of the game.
But, the fangirls love a toxic yaoi.
Yeah. As far as like Welt and Otto are concerned, Welt hated Otto's ass.
I am learning this about people.
Yes. So, as far as Welt's relationship with everybody else is concerned, we know that he hated Otto because Otto killed not only his actual dad, but also Welt Joyce, who is the mentor, and Welt that's part of why Anti-Entropy even exists as an organization, because of that.
That would make it the most toxic of all toxics.
Exactly. Yeah. And people would love that shit. People love that kind of shit. Are you kidding?
And as far as like how Welt's responded to things, like we know that after Post-Honkai Odyssey is done, he gets stranded in space with Void Archives, who looks like Otto but isn't Otto, and talks like Otto but isn't Otto. And then they get picked up at the Express at some point in time, and then Himiko kicks him out of the Express, which is fucking hilarious because she hates him so much. And then all we've ever seen after this was that, like, whenever he meets Locha, he's like, oh God, no, not again. And he clocked it immediately.
Like, you have to understand pending.
Have we met Void Archive in HSR?
They've mentioned him, but we've not met him properly. Because I feel like they're saving him for whenever, like, when they introduce Vita, who's going to be probably the next actual Impact Third character to show up. Vita is going to be one, and eventually Vordarkov is going to be another big one, where I think they are going to be, like, major characters to show up. Like, it's not going to be a small thing when they start bringing in actual Impact Third characters.
Right.
Because as far as, like, us players are concerned, the last time we saw, like, Vordarkais was that he had made a deal with the Sky People to help them invade Earth. And then we beat his ass. And then he and Welt got stranded in space. And he was, like, shit-talking Welt the entire time. He's like, fuck you, you'll never get home. I hope we both die in space. Like, he's just being a dick, like, the entire time. So, like, that's the last we've really seen of him, except for now, like, Star Rail is like, oh yeah, he was on the Express, and Himiko hated him, and she eventually kicked him off. Because fuck him. I feel like it would be also on brand for him to be a masked fool at some point in time. Because, like, him being referring to himself as a fool and using masks is, like, a very common thing for Otto, just in general. Lord Archives also, we saw him had a mask as well, so, like, putting him into the masked fools thing would make a lot of sense for him. But we've not seen
What if he's the head of the masked fools?
Well, that's the Eon, but that's different.
Well, you know, the other head that isn't a god.
Technically, no. He's not. Is it Fooly? Fooly? Which one is
Fooly's
the
Remembrance. Aha is
which
for
one
relation.
Aha, thank you. Yeah, technically, no. Aha isn't the head of the Masked Fools. The Masked Fools have banned Aha,
which is hilarious.
Yeah, because it was out of pure spite because Aha never accepted their invitation. So in retaliation, they banned Aha.
My impression of the Masked Fools is they don't really have like an actual leader. It seems odd that like that group would have a proper actual leader of any kind.
No, I don't expect them to.
Yeah. So that would be like where I would sit with it. But like, if they put Fort Archives in the Masked Fools, that wouldn't surprise me. We know that Vita canonically is. We know she's a part of that for sure.
Yeah.
Because Impact Third just straight up fucking tells you. So
yeah.
I suspect that when Vordarkov shows up, he will be a major threat. Like an actual fucking problem, because of course he would be. And I think they're holding on to him and Vita, and they've been doing this with Kiana for years, because they want to do something big with them. That's my theory anyway, is that they want to have a really big event with these important characters.
I mean, it might be something to explain why Welt's, here.
I mean, Welt's been put in plot jail because he can't talk about Impact Third stuff. And you could maybe make a case, seeing as they talked to how like Impact Third's like Part 2 story is ending in a couple of patches. And then we're going to do more of like slice of life type things from that point onwards. That maybe the reason why they're intending to do that is so they can start writing Impact Third characters into Star Rail more freely. So there's a possibility they might be doing that.
Avoid any kind of conflict where like Vita wouldn't be both in HI3 and HSR at the same time.
Yeah. Of course, they also could be doing a thing with Nexus Anima, which is maybe why they're doing that too. Nexus Anima does have a lot more Honkai references to it than Star Rail does. So it's possible they're trying to shift focus into writing stuff for that too. But we don't really know exactly how Nexus Anima is supposed to fit into things, so who's to really say? But to answer your question, Jay, TLDR, not really anybody that Welt's actually canonically in love with, maybe. He's maybe legally married to Tesla, but it's unclear what that actually is. And that's kind of it.
Tesla could be just the person in charge of the clone.
I mean, she doesn't seem to be doing a very good job of it, because even Joey talked about how like she gets very angry and drunk all the time, which is very on brand for her. So she's not doing a great job of that.
Hey, no one ever said she was a good mom.
This is true. And Impact Third loves bad moms, because we're literally doing that right now. With like Kokolia being
bad mom.
Kokolia's a shit ass mom. Senna's a bad mom. Kinda. I think the only good mom was Cecilia, and she's fucking dead, so
don't activate the mind control chip on your kids, parents. Yeah. That's not cool. That's not good behavior.
Not a good thing to do to your kids.
Why is there a mind control chip on your child?
Don't worry about that.
That's a bigger problem.
Kokolia also did child experimentation. Don't worry about it.
You know what? Sometimes if your child falls down the stairs, one thing leads to another, and then suddenly you have a mind control chip.
Yeah, I mean, it had nothing to do with her turning her own daughter into a sleeper agent against the organization she hates.
Oh my god.
It's not like Cocolia tried to nuke an entire city just to awaken a Hersher that she could control. Or subjected multiple children to human experimentation, which quantized one of them out of existence and fried parts of the brain of the other one.
Okay, is there an equal amount of bad moms as there are bad dads?
Most dads are dead.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess that's one way of being a bad dad, because you're a dead dad.
Honkai, part of the thing is Honkai Impact the Third, the ratio of women to men just in existence in that universe is like 9-1, so
kind of true.
Finding a dad that exists is a little hard.
I think the only dad that we really see, there's two. We have May's dad, Red and Ryoma, who went to jail for
that's obviously why Will had a child then.
Yeah. Well, Ryoma's issue.
The amount of men.
yeah. So Raiden went to jail, and then
there was a desperate shortage.
Dad. Then we meet Siegfried. Siegfried is Kiana's dad, and his is complicated because he's very much like not mature. He's like a child in a lot of ways, and you can make the case that when he had the original Kiana with him, he endangered her by trying to rescue a clone of her. And then said girl was taken in by Otto and raised to become Didendal, the strongest Valkyrie in Schicksal, where he took the clone back and then proceeded to not treat the clone like his actual daughter for upwards of 9 years without even giving her a proper name, until he just accepted that his own daughter was dead and wanted to treat Kiana, a clone, like his actual Kiana.
I see.
So, Siegfried, maybe not the best example of dad. And then Himiko's dad in the manga, which is Ryusuke, never cared about any of them at all and only ever wanted to go to space, killed an alien, became an eldritch monster thing for a while, and Welt killed him. So, not a good dad.
I can't believe HSR had no reaction when Welt met Ryusuke.
That's wild shit to me that they didn't give him a reaction to this.
Like, he literally murdered this man before. Yeah, I know he understands that it's a different universe variant of it or whatever, but you are looking at the face of a man that you murdered. You cannot tell me that doesn't trigger something.
That should trigger something. Let's see, other dads that have been mentioned. There's a text file in the Elysian realm that talks about Mobius. So she's like the evil scientist person, or one of them of the previous era. And in one of these text files, she talks about her own dad being sickly and abusive. And then she kind of just like runs away from home and leaves him to die. And then goes to become like one of the most important, but also terrible and ethically ambiguous scientists of the previous era. Who also does child experimentation, among other things. It experiments on herself and becomes a weird snake person. Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
Question.
Answer.
Doesn't Otto have a daughter, or am I wrong?
So, if you're looking at the channel right now, this is, you see Teddy. Teddy is kind of daughter, kind of not. He calls her granddaughter.
Okay.
But she's not his biological kid. Teddy is a clone of Colin Kaslana, who's one of Kiana's ancestors, because Otto was in love with Colin, and Colin did not reciprocate this, and so she goes to kidnap. She stole a thing from Schicksal and ran away with it, and ended up in Yai Village, where she meets Sakura, and they fall in love and become a whole thing. But Sakura becomes corrupted by the thing that Colin stole and becomes a pseudo-Herschel corruption, and so they die and fight to the death. Sakura is sealed, and Colin is mortally wounded. She's taken back into custody and sentenced to death. Otto tries to free her, and then she's killed by a Honkai Beast anyway. So he, because he's a simp, has tried for more than once to create clones of her. So he has Terry and Amber. Amber is one of the other clones, but he was going to kill off all of them.
Isn't there also like a whole vat of failed clones?
Basically, the everlasting memory thing that we haven't done yet does go into this a lot more. That, like, so far as we're aware, there are only 2 living Colin clones, which is Terry and Amber. And Amber, he was going to pit Terry and Amber to a fight to the death, but Terry chose to spare her, and so Amber becomes his secretary. Terry herself, the only reason she even lives right now is because she's technically what the previous era called a mantis soldier, which is a human merged with Honkai DNA. her clone has a lot of Honkai DNA into it. So she's not even technically human. So when she was first a Valkyrie, she was shunned by, like, basically everyone because they viewed her as a little tiny monster person. And because of that, her body's also stunted to be 12. I say stunted,
so
but like...
So is Otto a good dad then?
No.
But in a really bad way, because he's a terrible person.
He dotes on her and spoils her and treats her like a doll more than anything.
He dotes on her, but he also, like, tried to get her to murder, like, what is effectively her twin.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
And he manipulates her and everyone else all the time. Like Otto does kind of dote on Teddy, and you can make the case that when it comes to her specifically, he is on the surface a good dad, but he's also a manipulative prick.
I wonder if we're ever gonna get like a version of Terry and HSR. If we're getting Locha.
I would like that. It would be fun. We have Sushong. Why can't we get Teddy?
Yeah, I mean,
that's a good point. Locha's already there, so.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It turns out that that's what's in his coffin. It's just a Terry.
You know what was funny?
The indication was that Fuke was in the coffin, but I like the idea better that that's not what happened and it was actually just a Terry.
Funny you mentioned that. So Teddy's weapon is the Oath of Judah, right? It's this big cross thing.
Yeah.
She has canonically used it to like sleep inside of like a coffin. Like she does do that.
Still be in that coffin.
I want the scene where Locha's like, "It's time I reveal to you what's in this coffin," and like you have like the camera angle where like you know how when like the coffin opens and your POV is like from the coffin, so everyone is looking down at the camera.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that happens, and there's just a moment of silence, and then one of them turns to Locha and is like, "Why do you have a little girl in here?"
And then Wilt would be like, "Teddy? Teddy's Apocalypse?" I think it'd be very funny.
Yeah.
But as far as like,
Locha's got. Well, I don't know.
Locha's looking there is like, Terry?
Without spoiling too much for me, is Locha's real name in the HSR?
I can't remember if that actually is his name. I think it's an alias he takes.
Okay.
I think it is. I think it's an alias. I don't know if his I don't think we have had anything in HSR to suggest that his canonical name within HSR is actually Auto Apocalypse. But I think we have been told that Locha is not his real name. It's just like Locha presents himself as just a traveling merchant kind of character.
Yeah.
He's
and
also
it's been implied that he kind of just uses a different name in each location that he's at.
He's also heavily based on a section in Impact Third's history where Otto is sort of like a mentor to Sushong. And Sushong's design also is based on this part of Impact Third's history. Because she calls him Raksha. And which I think is what she, in like Japanese, is what Sushong in Star Rail calls Locha. But in Impact Third, that's like a title she calls him and refers to him regularly.
We mix up R's and L's.
Yeah.
So that makes perfect sense.
But like in Impact Third,
Raksha
he's sort of
is also a
mentor.
creature.
Yeah. But it's what she calls him. He's like a kind of a mentor to her, and so she is like vaguely loyal to him until he like dies in the story. Because she comes back in the arc where Otto becomes like the actual main final boss of that section, and then we move on to Kevin being the big bad. But like Locha's design is very, very heavily influenced on that period of time, which is related to like Fuhua's time as like a celestial. She's sort of like because remember, Fuhua's immortal. She's like 50,000 plus years old, and at the time that this stuff is happening, she's like the celestial of Mount Taishuan, and she's been betrayed by her subordinates. They try to kill her, but again, she's immortal, so they don't really die. Sushong's mom was one of them, I think, or a daughter of one of them. She's connected to that in some way. I don't remember the specifics, but a lot of the Laofu for the Impact Third characters we do see are rooted in like that stuff. So there's a very good chance that when we do see Marshall Hua, who is going to be based off Fuhua for sure, she's going to have some celestial him Fuhua designs, more than likely. And that's an era where Fuku's entire thing is no mercy for the corrupted. Anything Honkai has to die. Even if they're children who haven't been corrupted yet.
Right.
So, like, there's things like that. It's a dark time in history for Impact Third.
Right.
Like, an actual, like, in-game history, not because it was bad.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I assume that they're gonna continue building up on... Ignoring that I haven't finished any of the story yet, but I'm gonna assume they're gonna continue building up on the Shenzhou Alliance.
A little bit.
They seem to have put a lot in there for reasons.
I think it's safe to say that we are not going to get away from the Shenzhou Alliance.
Anytime soon.
Ever.
Yeah.
You mean the toxic yaoi isn't fueling the male pandemic, apparently?
It's fine. Anyways, I should probably continue the story plot stuff.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. So Himiko says, nothing. The HQ building is well guarded. There are troops at every entry. Well, it's Maycore after all. This is harder than I thought. Principal, there's something I wanted to ask you. The news was talking about Raiden Ryoma, the CEO of Maycorp. Is he Mei's dad? Why would Anti-Entropy imprison Mei in her father's company? That's true. Never thought you'd watch the news. But you should know you can't trust the news anyway. Hey, wait. Is this top secret or something? It's secret, but not top secret. We got to the bottom of this. Okay. Officially, Raiden Ryoma was arrested for economic crimes, but he was actually framed by Anti-Entropy. Schicksal and Anti-Entropy maintained peace while Raiden Ryoma led Maycore. But Kokolia wrested dictatorship of Maycore from him. Kokolia is a radical extremist who'd do anything to undermine us. Yeah, for sure. I bet Kokolia was behind it all. Kokolia. I think I heard this name somewhere. Yeah, it's Bronya's mom, kinda.
Yeah.
I mean, not really, because Bronya's actual mom was, like, not a terrorist. But, you know, it's fine. She was all alone, forgotten us how long, and lost her own humanity. Yeah, that is true. Fuku's story is so tragic. I can't wait for us to, like, actually get to that discussion. Hold on! Hold on, yeah. Alicia, from my account, go kill everything for me. So I don't have to do it. Stop, Siegfried. Huh? Teddy, who are you calling? Sorry, just watching you reminds me of the time when I fought alongside your dad. You fought alongside the old man? Tell me more about him, Aunt Teddy. He was hot-headed and a maverick who wouldn't follow orders. His tactic is to charge into battle and ask questions later. Yeah, that sounds like a Caslana. He's an idiot, too. He can't even remember the activation code of his battleship. There are good things about him, though. But I'll tell you when the mission's over. This isn't the best time for chit-chat. Alright, let's hope you remember. It's amazing that Kiana hasn't pressed Teddy for information before. Like, I get that you were on the run for a while and you only recently joined Schicksal, but, like, I feel like you should have talked to her at least a little bit. I can't find a way in. We've been sitting outside Maycore forever. Anti-Tree will eventually find us snooping around. Let's retreat for now. No way! I can't give up like this. I'm not heading back. I'll go in alone and rescue Mei. Kiana, being hot-headed won't solve anything. Calm down, subject Kiana. Bronya, why are you here? Never mind. Since you are all so adamant about this, count me in and let's do it then. Maycore is heavily guarded, but Bronya can bring you in. Awesome! We're trying to do that for ages. Wait, we can't trust her. Mei was captured because Anti-Entropy controlled her. Isn't it rather suspicious that she came looking for us now? Trust Bronya, Major Himiko. Bronya wants Mei rescued. Himiko, I don't think Bronya is being controlled right now. I bet Bronya wants to rescue Mei as well. Alright, since you girls are so adamant about this, what the hell, count me in. Head to access C7 of the building. Teddy plays this very fast and loose, I'm noticing. Like, you were supposed to be like the leader of the Far East branch, and you're like, ah, fuck it, whatever, we'll figure it out. Like, she's very, like, impulsive in a lot of ways. But I guess that, like, makes sense, because Teddy at this point is, like, not really in charge of much, and she's being infantilized by Otto all the time. So, well, she has, like, serious concerns and worries. She's not necessarily, like, actually having to make these, like, life-threatening choices all the time. Kiana-chan, watching you fight reminded me of my own Caslana blood. Castellana blood? I thought you're from House Apocalypse, Aunt Teddy. What? Himiko didn't tell you. I thought everyone knew. I was grown in a lab. Part of my genes came from a legendary Castellana. Yeah, from Colin. Hey, that makes you my grandma or something, right? Nonsense. I'm the world's #1 cutie. I love that she insists on this.
I thought that was something that Kiana had said that she didn't like, though.
There is something about that. Why she says this. So, Teddy, remember, she was like, made a Valkyrie, and that was against Otto's wishes. Otto did not want her to be a Valkyrie. He wanted her to like be a pristine little doll to keep locked up in the tower kind of thing. Because she's ultimately a continuation of Colin, and that's why he wants to do that. But she becomes a Valkyrie anyway, and, you know, that's its own thing. But there is a time where Teddy was also an idol. And that's like the jokes of Magical Girl Teddy come from, is like, that's what that is. And so her like bit at that time was she's the world's #1 cutie.
Oh.
So like,
okay.
it was a real thing that did happen, like where she was doing her like idol stuff.
Right.
And so they're like referencing that. Not that that's been explained yet, but like that's what it really was.
Right. Okay.
It's just a very odd time for Teddy, but don't worry about that.
Right.
But she said she fought alongside the old man. You should be pretty old, right? Why are you so smart at times like this? I mean, she's in her 40s. She's not that old.
Yeah, 40's not old.
Yeah. Penny says, crying slightly.
Yeah.
Something doesn't feel right. Are you worried about Bronya? It could be a trap. So what? I'm in the team. I won't be stopped by no traps. We'll just smash through the walls if it's a trap. Teddy's so hyped today. She hasn't been doing field work for a while. Teddy used to be a Valkyrie herself. Yes, she was, but she was a bit reckless. But she is very, very strong. Yeah, because she's a Mantis holder. She was given the S-Ring Valkyrie promotion, but she turned it down because... Hey, Himiko, enough with the gossip. All Kiana has to know is that I kick ass. Let's move on. I like how Teddy, like, still uses this kind of, like, childlike way of speaking, cutting corners about stuff. Because she doesn't do that now. Like, in the current timeline where she's the Overseer of Schicksal and stuff, she doesn't talk like that at all. It's kind of like a time capsule of, like, seeing what she was like back then. Oh yeah, since Teddy was talking about her being in charge of this, let's go ahead and use her to kill everything. Go, my 40-year-old lowly character. Beat up the mechs. I did like how they worked that into her character quite a bit. Like her being like stuck in a 12-year-old's body and how that does bother her. It is very interesting.
I like it. I need more of those kind of stories.
Well, this
like,
is like
if you're gonna give me a 4,000-year-old lolly, you better fucking make a more complex character about it outside of 4,000-year-old lolly.
Yeah,
like,
that makes sense. Like, it has to be a source of, like, trauma or conflict or something.
It doesn't have to be a source of trauma or conflict, but you better make the character extremely interesting, or at least have some sort of, like, more depth to the character in order to be a 4,000-year-old lolly. Because it just doesn't... I know she's not 4,000 years old, but...
Well, this is, like, what I think Hoyo does really well. Because, like, with Teddy... Why she's a lolly, I mean, from like a meta perspective, is like, it's really funny to have a 12-year-old being in charge of one of the largest anti-Honkai organizations in the world. And they did it as like a bit, so they tease her quite often about it, but like, in the actual lore of it, they gave you a proper reason for it. They explain that she's being infantilized by other people, that she's also like, kind of used as like a little imp or a monster by a lot of people. And then, they do have this thing being an issue with her, where like, in the very end of part 1, for example, when she very briefly wields the power of finality, she does get an adult body. And she's like, I never thought I would ever be able to see this happen for me, even briefly. And then in the Captainverse stuff, we have a variant of her, which is like, everyone calls her like Vamp Teddy or Luna. And Vamp Teddy also was like in her childlike body for a long time until we hit like to the end of the Captainverse, where she like self-isolates outside of time for like 10,000 years. And that's when she finally ages to an adult form. So it seems like Teddy does age. She does age, but it takes her for fucking ever to like actually get to the adult form.
Yeah, because I think outside of what you're telling me of Honkai, I think the only time I've ever seen like a really good 4,000-year-old lolly is not from anime. It's generally from. I think I might have seen a couple from Chinese books, but I don't remember them. But the one that I know and have the name of the most is the one that is Lestat's daughter from Anne Rice thing, because she absolutely hates that she's stuck forever in her childlike state and can't do anything.
I do. So I haven't read the Anne Rice books, but my sister was a big fan of them, so I am vaguely aware of that.
Right.
I don't know the details, but I do remember hearing about that character.
It's a very important part of the story because of the fact that they forced a child to be a vampire, kind of, because
I think that's like
I don't remember if it was Lestat.
Is like when you're turned, you're kind of stuck at whatever age you were at the time of turning.
Yeah.
Well, that's an Anne Rice thing, which she is one of the biggest modern interpretations of vampires currently.
I see.
Because you have to remember, most of her books were written in the late 70s, 80s.
Right.
With exceptions of a couple of her books being from the 90s.
We were talking about why Teddy's a lolly.
She went... Because after the 90s, she went into a bit of a weird Christian fanfic phase, but then came back out of it.
So
she wrote an entire series about Jesus and him being gone for the 30 years between his birth and stuff.
So what I was getting at before is like Impact 3rd does a really good job of taking this lolly character and like giving her a proper actual universe reason to explain why this is going on. But this isn't the only character that they do that. Like I've talked about this many a times where Zinless does this with Jifufu, where Fufu has, as character design wise, like rounder features, more childlike look to her. She's more of like a kiddish personality. But in the context of Zenless, the only people who actually infantilize her are people who don't know her very well. Yishun teases her a bit, but she's like, also, I want to be lazy, so you're in charge today, Fufu. Have fun with that. And then Fufu herself is like, kind of has a complex about it, because people treat her like either like a cat Thyron or like a child. And she's like, I'm not a child. I am an adult. And she has a complex about being perceived as too cute. She doesn't want to be cute. And this is like a big part of how her character story is focusing on that, of like, yeah, this is not how she is. And Honyo does this quite a bit. Like they're harkening back to like older anime tropes of using rounder, cuter features to emphasize the cuteness of the thing. But then the communities get fucking weird. Like, oh, they're sexualizing a minor. And I'm like, they included a minor. They're not sexualizing a minor. And also they're not a minor. And that's a core part of the storytelling that they're doing here.
It is. And I think it speaks a little bit on, so there is a common thing for at least, now my understanding is this is very common for at least East Asian women too. They have a tendency to get infantilized by people who are racist, so it's not like this is, it wouldn't be a new
this
story,
discussion has actually come up very recently. So there was, if you've ever heard of the anime like My Senpai is Annoying, or My Tiny Senpai, it plays on that kind of thing too. There's a discussion on Twitter very recently of somebody who, quote unquote, fixed the character's design where she doesn't look like a short loli. They made her look, more anatomically correct, and people are very split on this. But like, well, I've not seen that anime yet, and it's on my list to go watch very soon.
I haven't seen the anime of that one. If I'm thinking of the right thing, I did read some of the manga. And
I think I watched like an episode or two of it, and actually it's on my anime list, I think, for something coming up.
At least for the
hi, sorry, I'm dying. Don't worry about me.
It's okay. At least for the manga, it kind of read to me as a fairly wholesome pseudo romance. I say pseudo romance because she clearly has tsundere-esque feelings for him, and at least to the point I read in the manga, because I did not.
Yeah, Curl's right. It's a
I will say, compared
don't think he had
compared to,
particular
like,
feelings for her.
Uzaki-chan wants to hang out. I don't think my senpai is annoying really is as terrible as other people.
I mean, even I can talk about Uzaki in a minute, but like I brought up my senpai is annoying because there's a thing that you mentioned before that like literally is what somebody quote tweeted the thing talking about. They said, "Keep in mind that smaller, petite, flat-chested women are unironically discriminated against because of stuff like this. It's quite disgusting and degrading, actually, to be a smaller woman and told people are attracted to you, and that's pedophilic urges and fantasies. We both see this in the laws of some countries and online all of the time." So like for me, having this context of culturally how like short, petite women exist and are yet discriminated against all the time, I immediately am like, yeah, that's fucking dumb. Also, personal thing, that tweet that was referring to was like, I'm gonna fix this, and I can't fucking stand the arrogance behind people who think they can fix an official media because they didn't like it. That pisses me off.
Yeah, I don't like it when they do that either.
So like, that's one example.
Like, I can understand if someone is like in a situation where like a character is a racist depiction and they want to make it a not racist depiction, I guess.
Well, this is like,
but
we talked about this a few streams back, which
that's
is
not
like
what this is.
The only time I think I would ever give it a pass to that, the only example I can think where it would be actually justified is like racist shit, like what you talked about. Like I think Dragon Ball did that, where they fixed characters to not be blackface, was Sailor Moon. Because in the original Sailor Moon manga, Sailor Pluto was not a white woman. And then the anime came out, and they whitewashed her and purged that. On top of, like, you know, like a lot of homophobic stuff in the original dub of Sailor Moon as well. That the dub was fixed, but they still kept her white anyway. And I'm like, if somebody wanted to, like, quote-unquote fix Sailor Moon to be a reflection of what the original manga actually said, that Sailor Pluto was supposed to be a black woman.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, that's reflecting the authorial intent.
I will say, I do find it kind of funny because I originally liked Nico from One Piece.
Mm-hmm.
And I still like her character and everything like that. But I was like, oh, wow, this is a really cool character of color. And then I realized it was just in the animation studio, someone didn't correctly mark the skin tone of her.
Yeah.
So after a certain season, she's suddenly extremely white. And you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, like whitewashing and like old anime stuff like that is like a big problem. So like if they were going to correct it moving forward, like that's the one time where I'm like,
it's a reverse whitewash though.
Yeah. Like if they were going to correct it, that's the one time I'd give it a pass. But this whole like I'm gonna fix stuff, I fucking hate it. It pisses me off. But more so to the point, like there's been multiple anime that I've seen where like this comes up again. Like Uzaki is one, Dragon Maid was another one. Where like with Uzaki again is not a child. Her features are a little bit weird, to be sure, but like the anime when you watch it, she is 19 at the start. By episode 7, she's 20, and I think by the time the manga's over, she's like in like mid 20s. Like she's not a fucking child. She's just short.
Yeah, and it's made quite clear that too. I think a lot of people. I think for me as well. I think it's because it's an ecchi a little bit. It's an ecchi comedy that. It gets a little bit into weirder territory, but overall, I don't think her design is what's wrong.
No, Uzaki's issue as like anime in general is like we said, like it's like low key ecchi. It tends to rely too heavily on like sexual humor, and not just with her, but like with a lot of other characters too. By season 2, they do back off on that a lot more compared to the first season. It's not how Dress Up Darling did as well. Like Dress Up Darling had a lot more like fan servicey scenes in season 1, but by season 2, they backed the fuck off on quite a lot of it. It's very similar in how they handle it. But the discussion was like, they're sexualizing a minor, it's all pedophilic. I'm like, she's not even a fucking minor. Like, she's in college. The whole point of the anime is she's in college. She's just short.
Yeah. I mean, like, she's definitely 19 when the anime first starts, which is technically underage in Japan, but not anymore.
But like, whatever. And then with Dragon Maid, you have like Ilulu, who people also say like weird sexualizing a child, and like while
I got other problems with Ilulu. We've had this discussion
it's
about
like, Ilulu is not the most problematic character in Dragon Maid.
She's not.
There are far worse characters than Ilulu.
A problematic character in that anime too. She's got a weird thing going on, and I really wish that they would stop that. But she's not the worst. Definitely, out of all the characters, definitely not the worst.
Ilulu's thing is like, people like to treat her like she's a child, because I think the anime doesn't do necessarily the best job of explaining how her arc is actually supposed to be. in that she's not a child, but she resonates with kids because she was denied a childhood growing up. But, like, as far as how old she actually is, they tell you pretty blatantly, even in the anime, she and Toru are the same fucking age. She's just short.
Yeah.
And while she tells people that she's 16, that also means that Toru is telling people that she's 16. So, like, if you're okay with sexualizing characters like Toru, and you're mad about, like, oh, they're sexually minor, it's like, you should be mad about it universally, then. Yeah, make up your fucking mind.
I think the problem is Toru doesn't, like, in the anime at least.
Yeah, Krell's right.
Toru doesn't say that she's 16 until...
Well, she doesn't say that she's 16 at all. Up. All she tells people is that she and Lulu are the same age. And even with Lulu, she says, oh, I'm 16. That's what we're telling people anyway. So she's not even actually 16. That's just what she tells people.
Yeah.
Like, that's it. Like, it's... Dragon Maid has some problematic elements to it, but again, like Krell pointed out, Lukoa is the more problematic one, because she's, like, literally sexually inappropriate to an actual fucking minor whose name is Shota. Like, there are worse things than this short, big, boobied girl, okay?
Oh, definitely worse things in that show.
And
absolutely.
This is from somebody who fucking adores Dragon Maid.
I'm not okay with.
Like,
absolutely not.
Remember, this is from someone who adores Dragon Maid. I have all of the manga and all the spin-offs minus Lukoa's because it's not been localized in English and they're not going to for obvious fucking reasons.
And they shouldn't. So, like,
this is someone who loves Dragon Maid. I'm like, Lukoa is the fucking problem character, but people always latch on to Lulu because Lulu is short. And I'm like, I get that her design is, like, kind of comical in a lot of ways, but even Dragon Maid plays it as, like, a bit.
Yeah. I think the problem is Lulu's design, because of the fact that it's more in your face.
Yeah.
Than technically Luka's design.
I mean, Lukoa has sequences where we just see the camera from her face, where it's just her tits coming out of the bottom of the screen. Like, Lukoa is very much sexualized in almost every single scene that she is in.
Yeah.
Like, way more than Ilulu.
More of like, yeah. Ilulu is just, I think her problem is since she is a curvy character, she's gonna be more sexualized no matter what happens, and that's a very common thing. I
think it's not that the anime necessarily does this. I think it really is just because, like, she's short. People say, oh, well, she must be a child. I'm like, well, she's not a child. That's the core part of the fucking story, is that she's not a kid, but she likes kids because she was denied her own childhood and she wanted to play with kids. It's like a whole thing with her.
Yeah, I know.
Like, that's how it's framed in the anime, and the manga expands this even better. So I'm like, not a child.
Unfortunately, the anime is a little bit too subtle with it, and I think that's the problem.
It's not subtle with it, because they do explicitly tell you a lot of this stuff. The problem is that the anime confuses how they talk about her.
Yeah, that's it.
That, like, for example, there's a scene earlier on where, like, what is it? A fucking hunter from the other world comes in to kill Lulu off. And then Kobayashi's like, you're literally attacking a child. And says something like that. But then later, Toru clarifies multiple times, not just once, but more than once, you're not a kid. And then Lukoa maybe gives a little bit more of the subtlety to it, if she's like, we'll let her pretend to be a kid for at least a little while, or like let her return to that for now.
Yeah.
It's a lie that she can indulge in for the moment. But like they do make that clear that like she's not actually a child, she's just playing at being one for the moment because she was denied any opportunity of that at all. But the anime confuses it mostly because of Kobayashi's line more than anything else. I'm like, they don't really explain that as well.
Yeah, I think it's just unfortunately due to the confusion and how she's introduced and everything else.
But, you know, in this discussion, that's not really what's ever brought up. People just describe the design itself. And I'm like, the design itself is not the problem.
No.
Again,
it's not the design.
The whole thing, to get more on point with the whole thing, is like, I think we've hit a point lately of like this weird like purity culture online where like,
it's been
all children are sexualized. You're a fucking pedophile for including this in your games. I'm like, did we like just not play the same game? Did we like not watch the same show? Like, what are we talking about here?
Oh please, Obzi, this has been around since I was in high school. This isn't anything new. They've just gotten louder.
I mean, yes. Again, none of it's new. But the way I look at it like this is like, anime has really problematic shit in it. But I'm looking at stuff nowadays, I'm like, anime is much better now than it ever was. And stuff like...
Oh, for sure.
We have a 12-year-old loli in charge of Schicksal. Like, okay, sure, but it's not a problem issue. Things like, say, Gunsmith Cats, which I have a copy of on my shelf, where the actual characters are underage, and one of them had a sexual relationship with a guy for 4+ years who's in his 30s, and she was 10. and then became a prostitute for a while, yeah, that's fucking problematic.
Don't
That's an
get
issue.
After Sakura manga, that's all I'll say.
Like, there's stuff like that in anime history that I'm like, there's like actual questionable shit in older stuff, and you guys are just mad because they included a child-looking character in something. I hate to break it to you, dudes. Short people exist.
Yeah, unfortunately, obviously, it's without going into too much of a political fucking thing. It's an this kind of thing has been around for so long in the LGBTQ community forever of American Puritanism taking over it, and then people not realizing that it's actually just internalized stuff and going on. So I'm not entirely shocked that this is happening currently. This is a pattern I have seen that's been happening since at least the 80s or 90s.
I think just social media has made a lot of it worse. I will stand by this statement, and I think we can leave it at this, which is that, like, if your first reaction in seeing a child-looking character is to immediately like decry pedophilia and sexualization despite context, this says a lot more about you than it does about the thing that actually
it really does.
Don't be fucking weird. You are shown the stuff that you interact with. If you're uncomfortable with these characters being sexualized in any capacity, regardless of context, then just don't fucking interact with it. If you're seeing more and more of it, then don't interact with it. You are shown what you interact with.
Yeah.
So don't interact with it. It's just as simple as that. Don't be fucking weird.
I do think there is some validity in but for the most part not. But some validity, like for instance, I don't think Clamp would have realized how problematic one of the relationships in Cardcaptor Sakura was until it was called out to them.
Were they gonna get their Twitter likes from?
Basically canceled it, which is great, by making it kind of hide in the background. So that's kind of important that it gets mentioned every once in a while. But I think my problem is a lot of times it leads to people just going straight for death threats. Like the fact that the person who wrote, and it's always towards people who are generally making content that is either, a lot of it too is either it's gay in nature or it's for women. Those generally get attacked first more than it's like male authors doing it as often too, which is always a great thing too. So I don't think it's bad to call it out, but at the same time I also am kind of like, but
calling it out is one thing.
I don't like what they did to Nakamura since the Nakamura author.
I said calling a lot of it is one thing, but like again, to reference Lulu from before, remember that like with that, Dragon Maid Season 2 was the first anime that KyoAni did after their fire happened, and the original director of Dragon Maid died in said fire, right? When Lulu's design was first released, people were sending death threats to the staff like, oh, I wish you had died in the fire too. Because Lulu was being included in Season 2. Even though nobody on the animation team designed that character, even though nothing about her character was problematic, they were saying death threats and stuff. And like, this is the problem with like Twitter and stuff, is it's just some fucking bullshit that doesn't account for nuance.
Yeah.
Calling out actual issues is its own thing, but that's not what this is really about. This is about stupid assholes
if
on
you
Twitter.
Wanna, and guys, if you're interested in that kind of stuff, there is a whole thing about how social media is built to push that kind of thing. Oh, yeah. You can read about it online. There are plenty of articles about how social media is built to like push negativity like that and everything. It's not anything new. Yeah, I really would recommend that kind of reading. So,
right, anyways, continue the plot.
Yeah, what's going on in the plot? Yeah. Yes, tell us more.
These mechs are strong. Valkyries like us could retire if Schicksal could come up with mechs like this. Unfortunately, that's not possible. Schicksal tried developing autonomous Honkai powered weapons, but they failed. These autonomous units only had a Honkai usage efficiency of 20%. Structural integrity of the units were also corroded by the unstable Honkai energy, and they had to be scrapped after 1 or 2 uses. It's just too expensive to use. Schicksal research proved that a Valkyrie's body is the best vessel and converter of Honkai energy. Honkai is only stable within a Valkyrie's body. The only problem is that her body will be continuously corrupted by the Honkai. Her lifespan is greatly reduced. Many Valkyries die young. I know that already, but I don't think anti-entropy is doing the right thing. Despite heavy investments, anti-entropy could only get Honkai usage efficiency to 20% as well. But they simply refuse to use people as Honkai carriers. Perhaps the founders of anti-entropy were more human than Schicksal leadership. How unfortunate. Oh, wait, we were playing a game. Yeah, we were playing a game. We got on a tangent.
Yeah, remember? How dare I, the head of distraction? No. With pending here? No.
Never. Bronny, we're at the entrance C7 now. Password received XCVF, verifying gate opened. It's open. Awesome.
To
Be
be fair,
careful when you enter.
if Opsy really wanted to kick us out, he could kick us out.
I could. I mean, I have had like streams where I like did not join VC specifically so I could focus on getting shit done.
And
So-
you have left before because of, like, you were trying to get to
I mean,
start.
I've
You did that in the
deafened.
most recent patch of
Was it the-
HSR, I
was it
think.
the most recent or was the one
Also,
before
to be
that?
fair, I think
I think it was the one before it.
that last tangent was more Obsidian than anyone else.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to talk about it a bit because like Teddy is a really great example of like good use case for like
I didn't
including
trigger
visual
him.
characters.
Don't worry about it.
I'll bite you. Anyways, be careful when you enter. Bronny is sending you the building prints. May is held in the labs at floor 3. Bronny will be there to open the lab doors. Hurry. The researchers are preparing to surgically remove the Herschel core from May. I won't let that happen. Don't worry, let's head to the labs ASAP. May, we're coming for you. I forgot that they were trying to remove May's core as well. That seems like a
Yeah.
bad idea. The whole point of like
It is
Cocolia
bad.
triggering like the artificial eruption was to like have May become a Herschel that they could control. So like,
Oh,
why
I
even
broke my
remove the core
Discord.
now?
God damn it.
I don't think I like a lot of Cocolia's ideas.
Generally speaking,
Like,
Cocolia's ideas are bad.
Yeah, if I could like indulge in a hot take for a moment, I think maybe Cocolia, not a great person.
Yeah, you know what? I love your lukewarm takes, Pending.
Thank you. Thank you.
What-
I'm here to be controversial.
No.
As one does. Password received GHDDD, verifying gates opened. The path to the lab is
Look.
open. Wait, the gate behind us just closed. This is a
I
trap
just learned
after
about
all.
spring onion lattes today, so.
You sent me that, I was like, gross. There's no turning back. I keep hearing Kiana the idiot, but it seems you're pretty vigilant at times. That voice. You're the one controlling Branya. You must be Cocolia. Teddy, you've met Cocolia. I'm like fairly certain you've met her. I am that very Cocolia. You must be Teresa
Do you
Apocalypse.
Green onions would go good in a coffee.
No.
In a coffee?
Didn't expect
Yeah.
Schicksal to send a big shot here.
I don't imagine so.
I gotta. Hold on. Okay, alright, I can't. Your reputation as a great Valkyrie precedes you, but I didn't expect you to walk into this obvious trap.
It's a
Fucking-
trap.
Fucking auto scroll on this stuff. Like, they had the auto turn on stuff for later. I forgot that they had the auto scroll for this now. So I have to, like, be forced to read it.
Read.
Tisk. People say you're a sly fox, and you are! The bait was too good for
I'm
us to pass
surprised they
up
don't
on.
turn it off. They don't allow you to have the ability to turn it off.
They do, later. This is old shit.
Oh.
Remember,
I
this
see.
is from when the game was, like, new in, like, 2016. So, this is
Right.
very, very old shit. They don't have all this stuff. But you know what they have that Genshin doesn't? Fucking skip
What?
button.
That's true.
We have a skip button.
I remember there was some controversy when Honkai Star Rail added the skip button.
That's because
People
people in
don't
Genshin
like
were
skips.
mad. Now, people
Yeah.
people wanted the skip button. People wanted that for a while, but like the reason people
There
were mad
was
with Star
definitely
Rail.
people that wanted it, but there was also people that were mad about its existence. Personally, I am in favor of it, and I don't really buy into arguments against it because my thinking is that it's purely a choice thing. Like, if you don't want a skip button, you are not obligated to use the skip button.
My
Yeah.
issue with it, at the end of the day, is like with Impact Third, at least at the time that this was here, we could replay these stories and go through them again. So sometimes skipping
Yeah.
stuff is relevant. Star Rail and Genshin do not have that replayability with their stuff.
No, they
So,
don't.
Having
There
a skip
are
button is a
several
bit of a
events that I will
problem.
never get to the
Yeah.
resolutions of.
Yeah, like it's kind of a
It's
problem
only-
because they don't let you like replay that content anymore. So like skipping it means you will never see what was said in that point in time ever again.
Yeah.
Because there's no replayability for anything. So it's not that the skip button in and of itself is a problem. It's more of that they need to have replayability for events and shit.
I would agree that they do need replayability. I don't see that. I see that as separate from the skip button. I mean, the skip button, unless the skip button was made in such a way that you would accidentally hit it.
Yeah.
The skip button is more or less just an option because some people don't care for the story. So
yeah. So
and they play for some other reason.
The other problem I think I have with it, and this is more of just a fandom issue, is people don't fucking read.
Yeah.
And then they speak like they're... Like, the problem is not so much that, like, okay, like, if you want to skip it, fine, whatever. But, like, the problem ultimately is, like, it's, again, a fandom issue of people skip shit, don't fucking read, and then they get, why is this... I don't understand this, and they talk like they're experts on shit. I'm like,
God,
the game
Final
fucking...
Fantasy 14 right now.
Like, the game would have told you this if you just didn't skip it.
Yeah, but I mean that's an issue with the people and not the mechanic.
Yeah.
Like,
No, it's a media literacy issue.
Ultimately,
personally, I agree with one of the students in my English class who said we need media literacy classes in high school.
Yes, I agree. At the end of the day, I don't really have a problem with the skip button in and of itself.
That's what English is supposed to be.
But I think he was meant more. He was talking. So his presentation in English class was about celebrity culture. So he was talking more about visual media rather than just books. Not that the books, not that English class isn't supposed to cover that, but he was talking about trying to get people more aware of media consumption and stuff like that because of things like people not understanding where the Kim Kardashians come from and how that influences culture and all those other things and the toxic and good things that can come from each of these things.
I would maybe push back on that a little bit on the grounds of it isn't necessarily that media literacy is the problem. It's that there's been a rise of anti-intellectualism. The whole, like,
for sure.
Sometimes the curtains are just blue kind of thing. Sometimes they are. Sometimes they aren't. Sometimes you need to actually have the tools to analyze these things, which is the point of the classes you take. I will tell you right
now, if the author wrote that the curtains are fucking blue, you bet it's not just because the curtains are fucking blue.
Yeah. Like,
do you know how much editing goes into those fucking books?
Yeah, like sometimes descriptions are just there to be descriptions. There's not a whole lot necessarily to be reading into it too much. But that is not to say that is the case every single time. So we see a lot of that kind of like response, especially on like social media. I
can confirm that it's not the case with how much editing goes into these books.
Again, I think it depends on the books you're reading. Like some books, it really is just a description.
Even for romance books and stuff, if they're talking about the blue curtains, it's because the author is trying to set a fucking mood.
Again, I think sometimes
I'm not saying it's going like, oh, the curtain is blue because the Virgin Mary wears blue, and the character has blue curtains in their bedroom because they want to feel like the Virgin Mary, and it's actually a symbolism of the oppression that women feel when being compared to saints and stuff like that. No, I'm just saying there is generally, if it's not someone like being like, oh, this is actually has an emotional connection to the character, it's because they're trying to set a mood.
I mean, sure, but again, sometimes in my mind there are instances where it is just a descriptor of things. Sometimes the purpose of why it's included is to describe the room that they're in. Sometimes there's more to it than that, sometimes there isn't. I think it really does kind of depend on what it is.
No, because the thing is the author had to spend time, because you have to remember, most of these books, now not every book, especially the AI books these days, most of these books are not written once. They are written 5 times minimum, and then they're sent to an editor, and hopefully.
Again, I think Krill highlights one here is like, the problem with that line of thinking is that sometimes the author isn't thinking that deep. Like, sometimes they really aren't just thinking about that. Sometimes they're just writing a scene, and while it might be a good byproduct you can interpret from it, it might serve that purpose, even if they are rewriting it multiple times. Not every single detail of every little thing is chosen with that level of precision.
No, but I'm saying they're trying to set a vibe, which isn't an unintentional thing.
Again, but
setting a vibe and making sure it fits an aesthetic is still a choice made by the author.
But there are ways to describe something and set a vibe without it having to be every single color was just specific. Like again, let's use the curtains are blue thing as an example, right? You could say the curtains are blue because they're sad or depressed, but you could also say that the curtains were another color, but the room was darkened, or you could describe other ways to set the mood without the color of the curtains themselves being reflective of the characters' moods. That's what I'm getting at. It's
I'm
like
not, that's
sometimes
not
that's not
okay.
really the case. Like maybe it's a disconnect
That's
here.
not what I'm talking about when I'm saying it's given a vibe. And I think this is me miscommunicating right now, but I mean, sometimes it is an extremely intentional, like, symbolism choice and everything. Like, the character is sad, and that's why the curtains are blue, or Prussian, blah, 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 whatever. But most of the time, it's just an aesthetic choice, which is what I'm trying to say, is that they're trying to set a vibe. They want the scene to evoke a certain image. The curtains are blue because it's daytime, maybe. And compared to when the curtains are not blue and it's nighttime. And so they're gonna intentionally, at least minimum, write it to give you a certain vibe for the scene of what emotional set you, the reader, want to be in for this scene.
I think at the end of the day, we're probably saying the same thing, because what I'm getting at is, like, it's a descriptor, but, like, why is it described this way? Right? Sometimes it's just the thing looks like this for this thing. But it might be, like, the context of how it's used might provide different kinds of scenes for that. Like, obviously that's the case for it. The whole thing I'm getting at is, like, sometimes it's not that deep, but there are instances where it is that deep, and you, as the reader, need to make that call based off the context that you're given. So, like, the problem with social media stuff in this discussion overall is that people have this whole idea of basically, no, it's never that deep, it's always super simplistic, which is obviously
and I don't
very
agree with
much
that.
wrong. Sometimes it is just simple like that, sometimes it isn't, but you as the reader have to take responsibility in understanding what the fuck you're reading and why it was done that way.
That's true. I just think part of it is your... me and Pending were actually talking about the writing style of George Lucas for Star Wars, and I think that also kind of reflects a little bit of what I'm trying to say. I don't entirely agree with what you're trying to say either, but I definitely don't agree with some of these people who are anti-intellectual altogether.
Krell highlights this here as well. He says, or maybe the curtains are blue because that's just how they saw the room in their head, and they're just putting a word on a page. A lot of early Impact Third writing is kind of like this, where they use more descriptors than necessary. And that's sort of what I mean, too, is like Impact Third, for example, has instances where it does kind of over-describe stuff, and it doesn't necessarily need to. It's just a descriptor because they're like, hey, the room looks like this in my brain. This is what that looks like. And sometimes that's clunky exposition. Sometimes there actually is a point for why it's doing that. Again, we've been dissecting a lot of these lines here.
I'm just saying, as someone who is a writer of purple prose, too much purple prose, I am putting fucking time into describing a scene because I'm trying to put you, the reader, into a mood. It doesn't mean anything to the characters. The characters don't care. It's for you.
I would maybe make the case that may be how you write, but not every writer does that.
That's true, but I am saying that, especially for a lot of these published writers, they had to go through a lot of editors and stuff. They probably are sick and tired of... If they really didn't want that scene in it, it would have gotten red marked out of the script entirely. Well, yeah, there's a reason. It's supposed to evoke a thing.
Yeah, I mean, it can have a purpose, but the purpose doesn't necessarily have to be emotional manipulation of the reader or whatever. It could just be a descriptor. Like, that is the purpose it's there for. It's to set the scene. But the scene doesn't have to be an emotional scene. It could be just a physical place. Which, again, I think we're just saying the same thing.
I think there's... For the most part, to be perfectly honest, this kind of falls into the category of, like, whether the reader draws an interpretation or not about the color of the curtains. I think if I was the one writing it, it wouldn't particularly matter much to me, because if I wanted the reader to have a reaction to the curtains being blue, I would want it to be a subtle subtext. Like I would want, like Jay was saying, I would want it to evoke potentially to evoke a feeling, but more often than not, I wouldn't care if you thought about it, because oftentimes, what you feel is not the parts that you then dissect. It's more subtle than that. So, setting a mood and analysis can be different. It is also the case, like, there's two different types of writing. There's the writing that Honkai is doing, which is kind of speed writing for the most part.
That's a good way of wording that.
they are working under incredible constraints as far as deadlines go.
Yeah.
And you could say they map these things out a year in advance, but the reality that they have to release like what is essentially the equivalent of several movies worth of script every 8 weeks, no matter how far in advance they are always rushing. So like if the writing comes off a bit more haphazard, that is potentially part of the reason why. When it comes to a novel, like, and it will there will be variation because there's also self-published stuff. There's also like a lot of bad editors. There's also a lot of not so good authors, but popular authors, so they're allowed a lot of leeway.
Yeah.
So like, not every book is going to be of pristine quality, but it is the case that typically speaking, for a novel, that is a process of many years and many rewrites and many editing phases. And
even if it's not many years, because even for fan fictions, for example, they'll be like, I wrote this while on the bus and it was like last week. They took the time to write it down while they were on the bus.
Yeah, but I think with novels in particular, like there's often a lot of like having to justify what's on the page, like in the sense of what's the point of this? Like if this isn't serving a point, get rid of it, tighten this up, kind of thing. So I do think most things have a purpose. Whether or not that purpose is worth analyzing, that's kind of a different thing. Like, I don't always think
that's what I was getting earlier, is like sometimes the purpose for why it's included is this needed to be described, not because I wanted to evoke something specific.
Could just
like, this just needed I needed to say what this was.
Yeah, it could just be to evoke an image. Sometimes it's because of like writer preference, or because it's something that sticks out to the writer. Like I remember there was this book I read as a kid, and it starts out with this really vivid scene of a bird hitting a window, and then the child like watching the bird slowly die. And it kind of it didn't. And the reason why that scene existed in the book is because the author was pulling from their own memories. And like, this was a really vivid childhood memory for them, and they wanted to implant it into that. So sometimes it's that too, where this is just something that matters to the author, and like they want to have that. So there's a whole bunch of reasons. Also, like, just as an aside, like as far as like analyzing author's intent, I tend to find it a little bit more interesting to think about what it meant to you rather than trying to like determine what the author wanted, because my basic feeling is like, once the author puts it out into the ether, their contribution to it is done, and then it's the readers, what it means to the readers that that kind of takes the baton.
To loop this all back to what I was getting at originally, brought this up, which is that like the problem ultimately in my mind with like discussing things like this is that like there needs to be a space for properly analyzing stuff to see whether or not this stuff was included for any specific purpose. Was it trying to foreshadow something? Was it there to evoke emotion? Like, there should be space for that. And the issue is not that, like, well, people have always been dicks, because people have always been dicks. I think social media has definitely, like, boosted this idea of anti-intellectualism, of preventing you from having that space to discuss and analyze things properly. Of like, oh, it doesn't mean, it's not that deep, it's not that serious. And that's really the ultimate criticism. Like, whether or not the curtains are blue is included because of this or the other reason, there should be a discussion maybe there, but, like, not all fandom spaces allow for that kind of discourse. And that's kind of the ultimate problem, is that like fandom spaces are very anti-intellectualism of oversimplifying everything. I just want my hamburger shonen. I want the big shiny images and keys jangling. Pay attention, keys jangling. Because they're fucking children who have the attention spans of 2-year-olds.
Yeah, so, and I think there's nothing wrong with the hamburger shonen, but I think like there should also be the space for like the more measured, more nuanced like examinations of things. Like I like that deeper dive stuff too.
I'll be honest with you, One Piece is technically considered a hamburger shonen, and it's got some really deep shit in it. Like, for a good reason.
This is sort of why I really like the Impact Third community specifically. Because, like, from the very beginning, the Impact Third community has not been... Like, it has had its moments of toxicity and stupidity, like, don't get me wrong. Especially the Chinese server, because fuck, there's just some entitled little shit. But, like... And then a whole other can of worms to unpack for later. But, the... Like, for example, very recently, I saw a few threads crop up on Twitter of people like, hey, like, you know, it's been a little while. What do you guys think of, like, this character? They're like, let's analyze, like, Senna. Let's analyze Coralie. Let's talk about Vita's character. And it was just opening a discourse to talk about how these characters were implemented, what people were thinking about and what was going on, and just discussing things. And I ended up learning new interpretations of these characters and how they interact with one another because of this kind of discourse. So I'm like, that's actually really good. Do you see that shit in, like, the Genshin or Sterl community? Fucking no. It's always fighting each other all the time.
Yeah,
constantly.
And that's what I mean when I say like I find it a lot more interesting to discuss what these characters mean to you or what your interpretation is, as opposed to trying to extract the author's intent. Because when you look at it from like a more internal perspective, and when you share what this meant for you, you get a whole lot of more varied responses, and you kind of all learn different things. Whereas if you're always chasing the author's intent, the end result can be fairly uniform.
I mean, it can and also can't be. So, like, for example, I do think that authorial intent is very important. So I mentioned this before, we were talking about Teddy. It was very much intended to write Teddy as like, haha, it's funny because 12-year runs this organization. Understanding where Hoyo was at when writing this character is kind of an important part of understanding what they were doing, what they were trying to accomplish when they're writing these characters.
It does give context.
Yeah, it provides additional context. A very interesting one that I saw very recently was like they were discussing two characters in part 2, Yugen and Senadina, who, for all intents and purposes, serve as mentor/mother figures to Entropy and Layla, who are two sides of the same coin as far as characters are concerned. And this discussion of, like, Yugen being, like, mom to Entropy, I hadn't really considered. I'm like, oh, you're right, though. And then people are drawing parallels of, like, oh, yeah, like, the whole point of Senna's arc is Senna's a bad mom. Senna's not good at this shit. She's kind of toxic positivity in a nutshell. Whereas Yugen was, like, actually doing, in her own way, like, doing parenting but not parenting. And I was like, that's really interesting. And I think that, like, there is a good argument to be made that Hoyo had actually intended you to draw those parallels. I just hadn't considered it before. And I'm like, that's actually really interesting. Yeah. And Hoyo does a lot of their stuff very deliberately. Like, again, we were analyzing parts of this here where, like, especially, like, right now with the stuff we're currently doing where it's, like, part of the Reburn event where they had redone a lot of the early chapters. So a lot of these new changes were very clearly done to hint at later things in a way that was more clear than it was when it was originally released when I started playing the game. So,
yes, because I would venture a guess. In fact, I'm fairly confident in this because I feel like we've talked about it before. When the stuff was originally written, they didn't necessarily know where they were going, or they pivoted from what they thought they were going to do to something different.
I think yes is the correct answer for all of that. So what... In my mind, and I've not necessarily seen anything that properly confirms this, but this is the way that I interpret Impact Third's existence, is that, like, Impact Third originally started as a 3D adaptation of Guns Girl Z. They had a lot of the same characters, a lot of the same story beats, all of the same items and things showcased off. Like, they did a lot of the same shit very early on. But almost the moment that the game was released on Global, they had already pivoted away from that to make it into its own thing. So you will see in a lot of the early, like, fan wikis and stuff where people were confusing the lore of Guns Girl Z with Impact Third. That they were blending these two together in a way that was indistinguishable and very frustrating to sort out. And
right.
The one thing they had retained is that they were going to make sure that they had 14 Hershers. They were going to go through this whole format of, hey, we have Hershers, we know where it's going. So they had a rough idea of like where things kind of needed to go. And Guns Girl Z had already been doing a lot of this. So they're like, hey, we already know generally how these characters are going to act. We know roughly what we're going to be doing here. We'll build from that and kind of do our own thing. And then you hit... I don't remember exactly when this happened, but when the Second Eruption manga came out, is when they retconned a lot of the timeline and specifics of the event. So we've been talking about this quite a bit in this stream, where we've discussed where like Teddy will say things that's like, oh yeah, that timeline's wrong. That's not what it says anymore. And that's because they didn't fix a lot of stuff in the game to reflect that. So there's a lot of like shit like that that's off. Like the Chronicle stages especially are really bad about this. Where, like they have, like they'll be years off of where these events actually take place. Or they scrimp out on the details of things. So like there's definitely a strong case to be made that when Hoyo started this, they had a general idea of where they were going to go with it, and then when they decided to pivot into their own thing, that became a little less clear. And then when they did find a plan, they retconned a bunch of shit and moved in the other direction to figure it out. Like I think there's a very, very strong case to be made for that.
Yes, I would agree.
I think that there's some people these days who I think don't understand how long game dev takes, though. So there's some people who like they're really pissy about part 2, and they think that like, oh, well, they only added Badum Kiana because part 2 was doing bad and they can't sell the part 2 characters. But like, Hoyo plans this shit out like a year in advance, at minimal.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume that Badum Kiana.
I mean, they have to make some changes because the most recent patch wouldn't have had all the changes they made because of political things. But I don't think it would have changed the overall
that didn't happen with
story
Impact
of
3rd
it.
at all. Impact 3rd wasn't affected by that in any way whatsoever.
No.
So, like, the argument being made here in this context for Impact 3's community was that some people think that because Part 2 wasn't doing as well sales-wise, that Hoyo was pivoting to bringing back old Part 1 characters to push sales, to draw people back. And that's just patently false. Like that was not what they were doing. Not only did they, like, include Kiana as, like, an important part of it, but, like, her, like, ties to characters during, like, that patch became relevant and were crucially important to other parts of Part 2 outside of the events she was introduced in. And even in the most recent patch, they straight up brought back a cutscene from the beginning of Part 1 to tie everything back together and re-explain everything. So, like,
yeah,
highly doubt that was the case.
Well, I have no doubt that when they were, like, mapping out what banners to do and when, the Kiana banner would be a particularly successful one. I don't think they put that out as an act of desperation because, like you said, I don't think that would be very likely time-wise. Like,
well, she was also our anniversary character. Like, that was our New Year anniversary patch.
Yeah, and
it was a big-ass patch. Like, that was a huge fucking thing. So you know they were planning that shit for a while in advance.
Oh, yeah, they always, like, you know, want to make, at least in HSR, they always, like, kind of plan around the idea that there's going to be a big push for the anniversary, like Silver Wolf. I guess in the case of HSR, it would be fair to wonder if maybe Evanescia was originally going to be the push between the two, and then they had to pivot to Silver Wolf because of things.
Yeah.
But I think that it was always going to be Silver Wolf and Evanescia. I think the only question was which of those two was going to be the main push, and frankly, both of them were valid options to be the main push because they're both popular.
I think the difference with Impact 3rd, though, is that we don't usually have like 2 or 3 characters on a banner each patch. It's usually one character.
No. Yeah.
It's like one character, and like what they had, like there's like Astrolabe, so like Yugen is like our current banner character, but she's not an actual like Valkyrie, she's just an Astrolabe, which is like a support character that you don't actually get to play. Mm-hmm. And the idea that like not only would they have like, because the reason why I can't wrap my head around this like thinking is that they want to think that because Part 2 was like, clunky at its start, that like, oh, well, because Part 2 was doing bad, they just rushed Kiana out, and then Durandal later, and Terry later, because things are bad. But like, when you look at like how these characters fit into the story, how they set things up, like Kiana was the anniversary patch, really fucking big deal. They had her and like a bunch of outfits, a bunch of other shit going on. Like, it was a huge ass thing. They were definitely planning that way in advance for sure.
Yeah.
And then the other Part 2 characters, or like the Part 1 characters coming back, like Durandal and Teddy, were integral to the plot. Like, they were relevant to what was going on. So they clearly had plans to bring these characters back anyway, because they're not going to just abandon all the characters they spent, 7+ years building up.
I'm sure,
like, we're not doing that.
I'm sure, especially as far as the anniversary went, it was probably always their intention to use the anniversary to have a Kiana thing, because that just makes thematic sense, and it also makes business sense. Like regardless of how good or bad Part 2 was doing, I don't think that there's a world in which it didn't make the most sense to have the return of Kiana be the anniversary push.
Yeah. The other thing to consider too, which is another part I haven't seen discussed in this too much, is that when Part 1 ended, for a lot of people, that was it for it. Like a lot of people left Impact 3rd after that was over. Yeah. That was the story they've been building for, 7 years or so, however long it was. And that was a good place to jump ship. Like that was it. And that's fair.
You got the ending to the story that you had been doing, If you were looking for a place to stop playing, that made sense to be that place.
Yeah, so we did see a noticeable drop-off in players after Part 1. 1.5 came out. 1.5 was actually really good. People really liked the story. And then Hoyo had, hoped that Part 2 would be the big push to draw people back in. But there was a couple of problems with it. The first being that, the actual presentation of the story was really clunky with exposition, because they're explaining a whole last new planet and histories that we hadn't seen yet, with a bunch of new characters we haven't met. And then you also had the fact that, while they had advertised it as being largely independent and its own thing, it did still require some basic knowledge of what the fuck happened in Part 1 and 1.5 to know what was going on. So, it wasn't quite as disconnected as they had originally led people to believe. So, some people came, and then they left pretty quickly because they were overwhelmed by what was going on, and then some of the older players who stuck around also left because they got really sick of, the clunky exposition and stuff in the beginning of Part 2. And then there's people like me who stay with this game until it fucking dies. And I'm I kind of am glad I stuck with Part 2, because it's been pretty fun so far. I've really enjoyed some of the character arcs. Some of the best writing in Impact 3rd has shown up in Part 2. So, I'm glad I stuck with it. But some people were, really just nah, I'm done. I'm out.
Yeah, which is valid, too.
You'd argue that Part 1 was a terrible place to jump ship, too many unresolved issues. I mean, there were, but they also resolved a lot of other things, too. There were other concerns and issues, with the Post-Honkai cutscene mysteries and things like that they hadn't answered yet. But, if you were only invested in the moon and finality and everything else, that was the end of that. But, there's definitely going to be questions left if you jump ship at that point. But, I mean, a lot of people, that was it for them. They just fucking left, and so our player base dropped off. And then now we've had people doom posting a lot lately. Oh, we're hitting end of service. Everything's bad and dying. And I'm nah. I'm here to the end. I don't care. I will be here till this game dies. I don't care.
See, this is why I don't like reader response sort of criticism of things. Because of the fact that it has a tendency to do that kind of stuff of people trying, because reading is both subjective and objective. And I just don't know how to...
People are just dumb, is really what it is.
Because I don't like the full death of the author for books, because of the fact that there is still, especially if the author is still alive, there's definitely still influence of the author on the work, unless the author specifically says, I'm washing my hands completely of this thing after the book is out, which technically is still the author putting intent on the book after they published it, because they're just saying, oh, here's my intent, by the way. So I don't know. I'm kind of, when it comes to criticizing things, and I only know how to do this in English terms, I'm more of a fan of a hypothetical intentionalism when it comes to this stuff.
Meaning,
but I'm not a fan of a full death of the author, like what Pending was saying with the whole it should be what it should be just what the reader's own feelings about it is as well.
So I think for me, the way I
feel I need some sort of middle ground between the two.
Yeah, I would say I feel like middle ground's important, because there's the literary side of things.
I do think intentionalism is good for certain people. I don't think that's going to be in I don't think it's good for fandom spaces though.
What I think I would get at really is the context for which a thing is made is really important. This is when we were discussing Star Rail stories of I want to be a little bit softer on Planet Arcadia because politics shit out of their control happened and kind of fucked everything.
Yeah.
So it's like, there's context that's important to understand why things were done. And understanding sort of like writing tropes and things that a company likes to follow is also really important. But also your own personal interpretation and how you engage with that media is also relevant. Like there are things, but also the problem with your personal interpretation is you can get in your own head, and then you can think that your own head is the canon thing when it isn't, and you know, there's a lot of stuff.
I think there's two different things, like understanding extenuating circumstances and kind of grading on a curve. I think there's some validity to that, but when it comes to like, let's going back to the curtains is blue thing. If you, as the reader said, that evoked sadness in me, and I, as the writer, said that was symbolism for the bluebird that guided her early in her journey, and the reader's like, well, I didn't get that. I think to me
that would be a fault of the writer for not being able to better
that's kind of what I'm getting at.
That's like, another thing.
That's kind of what I'm getting at least in terms of interpretation. Like, my ability to influence you as the reader extends to the point where I have put my metaphorical pen down and I have given this to you to read. After I have given this to you to read, and if you read it in a way that I didn't intend, that's not necessarily wrong. But if I'm unhappy with that, I think that's on me as the writer, and I think that's something that I need to kind of analyze from internally.
I think that is a good point. However, I do think also, especially with what Obsidian has been saying about the rise in anti-intellectualism recently, I don't know if I would want to put the entire onus on the writer to be able to interpret things if readers literally aren't reading.
I mean, I guess that's fair too. Like, if the reader is like kind of intentionally, are you okay, Obsidian?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I heard a lot of breathing, and I wasn't sure if that was.
Oh, no, I was clearing my throat a bit. It's fine.
Oh, okay.
I was like, oh no, we made Obsidian upset.
I would just kick you if that was the case.
Okay.
I know.
Yeah. I guess there is a fairness, like, if the reader didn't care to kind of learn, like if the kind of similar to the whole skip button thing we were talking about earlier, like if the reader wasn't reading, if they were just skimming, if they were just skipping stuff, and they're like, I didn't understand, like at that point it's user error, right? Like at that point, like I gave you the opportunity and you did not exercise it, and there's really nothing I can take from that except to say that, you know, maybe what I made isn't a fit for you. I do agree.
Charlie, like, you're right too. Charlie sent me a TikTok the other day of like they had like a cue card of something to read, and it was just like a B-roll of like students on campus who couldn't fucking read it. Like it was just somewhat larger words, and I'm like, I feel actual psychic damage from watching people not be able to fucking read.
There was someone talking about. I saw a TikTok recently of someone saying that someone didn't know what individual meant, and they were in a clubbing.
I would agree with Prel that it does take two people to enjoy. Like it takes the supplier and the consumer. Like I'm not when I say like I think like I'm not trying to take all the onus away from the reader, because I definitely think the reader has, if the reader wants to enjoy a thing, the reader does have a responsibility to make a good faith effort to understand what they are consuming. Otherwise, they're unlikely to enjoy the thing. And at that point, like the person that made it, like there's only so much you can do as the person that made it. You can't force feed it.
The problem is that by taking a full on, what does the reader think of the text, rather than any sort of like even just a slight modicum of trying to understand authorial intent. The problem is that it takes the power of reading in general away by making it say, oh well, that's just words on a page.
I guess
Like,
that's fair. And
you
also,
you feel feelings because this character died. You're pathetic, because that's just words on a page. It feels a little bit like that to me, which I know that's not the intention, but it does feel like you're taking away the magic of words and the importance of language in that kind of situation.
I think maybe the way I would view it is more so of like, people do not fucking pay attention to anything at all. There's been a content, what's the word I'm looking for? An observation about content and the way things have been framed and written lately, specifically like sitcoms and stuff, where like they tend to over-explain scenes and shit, and just kind of like they're written in a way where like they kind of expect you to be binging, not paying attention, and doing other shit. And it's awkward, weird dialogue that relies on you just not like half-assed paying attention to shit. And a lot of dialogue is written this way specifically because people don't pay attention to things.
Yeah, they'll constantly like remind you of things because they're working under the assumption that you were doing something else.
Pretty much that. Yeah. But you also have instances of people are just fucking brain dead, and they need stuff like, even if the author does spell things out, they don't quite get it. So I'm going to use Impact Third as a really great example of this. And technically, Star Rail does fall in this category too, but whatever. Impact Third is gay as fuck. There are a lot of gay-ass characters in this story. There are so many fucking gay characters. Kiana's few of her first lines of dialogue is saying, "Oh wow, you're talking about May, my girlfriend? I'm counting down the hours, minutes, and seconds since the last time I saw her." That is not a straight thing to do. Right?
I don't think that's explicit enough, Obsidian.
And then we get to like the Elysian Realm, where Ellie refers to Eden with very specific words, even in Chinese. That's like an honorific used by like Chinese lesbians to refer to her, and only her. And then people are like, "Oh, well, Ellie has like a wedding motif, so therefore she married all of humanity and she's poly." Or no, actually, I think she's dating Kevin. And I'm like, Ellie is very, 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 very overtly lesbian.
Yeah.
Or take Bronya, where in the manga, when she goes and finds Sealy in the Sea of Quanta, they fucking kiss. And she has like a polyamorous relationship with her, Sealy, and Sealy's other half, Veliona, who's also Sealy. But people are like, "No, Bronya's homophobic coded." And I'm like, what the fuck do you mean she's homophobic coded? This girl is so fucking gay. She threw herself into the abyss to save her wife. What are you talking about?
She became a motorcycle for her.
Like, Hoyo can't outright show some of this stuff, but like, it has always been gay. It's always been very, very gay. And like, I feel like there's instances of people who are like, if they showed Sesbian Lex in 4K in the game, people would say, "No, that's just friends." Like,
look, we've always known about the fact that sometimes people will, no matter what you say, will be like, "Oh, they were just roommates." Okay,
yeah,
they were just roommates since ancient Greece about things. Okay,
like,
I think this goes back to like Jay kind of touched on it, where writing has both subjective and objective parts. Like,
yeah, I'd say so.
There are parts that are open to interpretation, and then there is stuff that's just spelt out, and there's no
like Honkai Star Rail or Honkai Impact the Third specifically being fucking gay is not subtext. That is objective.
That is overt text in every possible way of it. I gotta find that there's a fucking line in the manga somewhere. I think it's one of the four comas, where like Kiana just straight up says, "I'm lesbian," like actually just says this. And there are some people who think that Kiana's not a lesbian. I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? She is the goddess of gay. What are you talking about? It's very, very funny. People are very stupid sometimes. But anyways, I should probably
mean the story in which girls get turned into machines is gay? I couldn't imagine in which in anime there are so many animes about girls who are gay turning into cars and machines. No, that's not possible, right?
That's
not
fine.
Gay.
Anyways, I should go see what Kikoli is bitching about.
Yeah,
she's been waiting for a while.
Yeah, quite a while. We've been derailed for quite a bit. That's why I called this the Honkai Derailed stream, despite the fact that we're not doing Star Rail. It's because I know we're gonna go on some fucking tangents with this. This game is like my life now.
As soon as I walked in, we knew the tangents were going to start.
I knew that before I even started the fucking stream. All of the gay thoughts moments in the manga. Yeah, you know what my favorite gay thoughts thing is? Is fucking Sasana's character. Penning hasn't got to her yet, but Sasana's like a Durandal fangirl. And
at this rate, I never will.
Yeah. Susanna is a character who, like, whenever she sees women, like Sushong or Didendal or Rita, she has, like, in the game, like, shoujo manga brain. And we see her POV where she has, like, the roses behind them, and I'm like, this girl is so fucking gay. And it's hilarious. We love the way they present her. She's got it bad for so many people. And I'm like, y'all gonna look at this stuff and tell me that there's straight characters in Honkai? Nah. They don't exist. They're all dead now.
What? No.
It's great. Anyways, the bait was too good for us to pass up on. Though walking into a trap isn't exactly ideal, it has made things simpler. Oh wait, shit. I skipped over dialogue. You should have had a blow your horn, girl. You'll find out soon enough. I'll wait for you at the labs. Try not to get killed, or I'll be mighty disappointed. Alright, Kokolia, shut the fuck up. I will kill you momentarily. Well, I guess I don't kill you.
I'm looking at Shadow with rage in my heart.
Why? What did you
Did Shadow hide another tuna can under the towel again?
No, she's taking up shop in the bag.
If it fits, I sits. This is the ironclad rule of cats.
There. It's a foot to the right.
But cats always have to
about
tend
this
to
before,
sit.
Pending. You put a bag and a box and like a toy, they're gonna go for like the bag or box.
It's what they do.
These are cats.
There's only one straight person left in Impact Third. Poor Sig. Yeah, Siegfried's the only straight person left. And his wife is dead. But you know what? He has 2 daughters, though, so he's, single dad himbo energy now.
Yes.
And you know what? We did have the recent event with Dr. Ryusuke, so he might be gay now.
I really like all the Team Mum thing that they did with Blade recently. I've been enjoying that.
Have you heard about people complaining about the male epidemic in gacha games?
Explain? Well,
Specifically Honkai and Hoyo?
Give me
Apparently
some
people
context.
are complaining that because Blade, and I think there's another guy character coming out around the same time that Blade is coming out in Hoyo and everything, that means it's a male epidemic in which all male gacha characters, or all the gacha characters are going to be male from now on and not female.
I guarantee you
that's
not
gonna
happening.
happen. With Hoyo? Nah, dude. Absolutely the fuck
I saw
not.
a YouTube video once about it. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I promise you, Hoyo still likes money. They will still make female characters.
Well, so the reason that they're saying it's men now is they're claiming that the fangirls pay more for the toxic yay couples than the boys pay for their waifus.
I would say my account specifically is the greatest evidence against that.
So, if they have data to that effect, that would be really interesting to me because I
don't think they do.
There is no data
I think
to that.
they're just making
people
up
just saying
bullshit.
shit.
Not saying that. Now, I will say, many
I'm gonna have dialogue.
many of animes
No dialogue.
have
Okay.
only barely survived because of the crazy female fangirls for their toxic gay yaois. But
like I have no doubt that there are. I
don't think that applies to just recently in Hoyo.
Given a Hoyo and gacha games in general, considering that the data that I know of is vastly mostly men playing these games, yeah, I would say that's probably some just bullshit. People made up.
That's the thing. Like, I would buy into the idea that they do see good profit from releasing characters like Blade. But I don't think that they see such overwhelming profit from those characters that they would be like, oh, let's get rid of all future female banners. Toxic yaoi, that's the ticket down.
How brainy do you have to be to make that kind of argument anyway? When our last patch was literally 2 women as the leads for it, and then you also had like every patch for Planet Arcadia has been women. Except for Ashvale.
Ashvale would be the one.
Ashvale and Blade. Like, that's it.
and then in 4.4, it's going to be 2 women and a guy because Gilgamesh. But Gilgamesh is the free character.
Yeah.
If you want Rin or Himiko, you got to pay. Gilgamesh will just give you for free.
That's such a fucking stupid argument to make. Like, y'all.
So yeah, I don't think that there's. unless they had data that like Blade.
I'll see if I can find the video
like,
so I can tell you what they claimed. 1 second.
Yeah,
they claimed some
as soon as
bullshit.
I saw it and I was like, this is bullshit, and they're also using an AI to retext. This is all bullshit.
Yeah, it's just rage bait. I tell you what that is. That it was AI rage bait. 100%.
That's why let me pull up to see what the rage bait AI argument was.
Yeah.
Anyways, I will continue doing plot stuff in the meantime.
Yes. Continue playing plot.
Oh, hey, I remember these levels are virtually unchanged from the original stuff. That's fun. I remember this. And I think I was using Sakura back then too. Funny how the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Funny how when things change, the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Hey, Saber, you don't use the cat house either. You just really like this chair.
Well, yeah. Pretty sure Genshin's closer to gay than Honkai. Maybe. Hey, look, it's S-Rank May that Insane doesn't have. Because that's Lightning Empress May. Let's go. Alright, let's see. Robots? I'm not worried about robots.
You got this.
God, Sakura is so fun to play. I forgot how fun this was. Just zipping around, beating the shit out of everything.
Minor spoiler, but if the leaks are to be believed, outside of Gilgamesh, I believe there's only one other male character that's coming out in like 4.x.
Oh.
Oh,
hold on. Got cutscene. Give me back my May. You people have no idea what the true value of a Hersher is. Once we figure out how Hershers control natural forces, human technology will advance by leaps and bounds. Sure. Bronya, stop them. Bronya, don't listen to her. Wake up! The Bronya lost her parents at a very young age. Yeah, because of the Honkai War. For the Bronya, Miss Kokolia is her Matushka. But the Bronya met May, and May has always treated the Bronya kindly. The Bronya doesn't want to hurt May. So, the Bronya will not fight anymore. Kiana, take May and go. Yep, take your wife. The Bronya has burned the biochip. Oh yeah, or brain damage. Are you kidding me? That chip was implanted in your brain. Are you trying to kill yourself? The Bronya values May's life more than her own, which is not healthy, but sure. The Bronya will no longer accept any order to hurt May. Goodbye, May. Yeah, she fully expected to die here. Kiana, please keep May safe. Yeah, no, you're not dying here, Bronya. You get Beeg later.
Yeah, there's so much more money we can make from you.
Yeah.
I can't find the video. I'm unfortunately just getting videos about the male loneliness epidemic, which...
Ew. That's a whole other can of worms. We don't need to dive into
That's a whole other can of worms I don't want to talk about today. Let's talk about something else.
Also hearing rumors that Robin's getting an SP2. That'd be nice. I wouldn't mind that.
Yes,
Hoyo developing...
The leaks do suggest that both of them are getting SPs. I think probably in the same patch. I think they're going to be paired together, kind of.
Hoyo developing 8 new games, bringing a total of 14. I mean, they're also dialing back the amount of stuff they're having to do with Impact Third, so they might be moving some of that team over to other things.
Yeah.
And then also, the company's fucking huge. I think they can afford to hire more people.
Yeah,
they probably will.
I do worry about them biting off more than they can chew, but only time will tell if that is the case or not.
Yeah.
I also somewhat worry about them kind of taking some of their current properties as cash cows and redirecting the profits from those to these new startups. But I guess that's not unusual for a business, so...
So Crowley said, I'd like to bring up the fact that, at least to a certain extent, in both Impact Third and Silver, Kokoli seems to care less, seems to care about Brony and the kids. She's just a fucking awful person. I mean, yeah, she does, like, Kokolia does care about them, but, like, also, she's just fucking awful. And Bronya slaps the shit out of her later, and it's great, so.
I think that's kind of the thing, like, I think there's a world in Kokolia's head where she'd like to be nicer to them, but whenever she has to pick between fulfilling her goals or doing right by Bronya and the other orphans, she always picks her goals over them. So even if it's not like what she wants, the reality of the situation is she always ends up giving them lower priority than everything else.
The only time where that, like, wasn't really the case was, like, during the Azure Waters manga, where, like, when Sealy gets, like, quantized out of existence, Kokolia is very much not okay with Bronya doing that. She's like, no, it's done. We're not doing this anymore. But that doesn't excuse the fact that she was perfectly okay with experimenting on children up to that point.
Yeah.
So it's like, sure. I think she has a lot of favoritism to Bronya specifically. I think when it comes to, like, anyone else, Kokolia's love really is kind of, like, optional.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not quite always there. Like, all the orphans look up to her. Like, when we meet, like, Rosa and Lilia, like, they also talk about that, too. But, like, I think when Bronya slaps the fuck out of her, I don't think anybody's particularly upset about that. Like, no, yeah, we get it. Like we understand why. But, like, Kokolia is a shit-ass mom. This is very new. Not depending on saying there's a bit more to her, this being purely evil woman. No, I mean, there is. Like, there is more. Like, she's... I think Honkai has always done a good job
of, like, some nuance to her. Like, she's not just evil for evil's sake.
Did you?
You found the video?
I found the video. Mm-hmm. All right.
I mean, I don't want to play it on stream, so...
Yeah, no, I'm not going to make you play it on stream. I'm going to watch it to see what their argument is exactly.
Yeah, like, Honkai... As a property, does pretty good about, like, introducing, like, more, like, great characters with a lot of, like, nuance to them. Like, Kokolia, if I remember what her story was, like, she was, like, a soldier during the Second Honkai War. And then she, like, you know, was targeted by warlords and shit after the fact, so.
You ready for this?
No, but go ahead.
All right. So, they're saying because Genshin is... Hoyo is releasing all at the same time. Hold on. I'm letting it play it for a second because I gotta remember which characters. They're calling it a male epidemic because they're releasing that one psychopath boy character in Genshin.
That doesn't not
who's
narrow
in the
that
Knights,
down.
that I can't remember his name right now.
Yeah, I don't.
That does not narrow that at all.
He has a knife. And it's poison. And he likes to poison people for funsies. He's a new character. He's coming out soon.
If you say so.
I'll find him. And I know his name. Unfortunately, the video is calling him this psychopath, so that doesn't help me, you know?
So, am I to understand that their argument is because Genshin's released a male character, and Star Wars released a couple of male characters?
Oh, no, it's not just Genshin. Genshin is releasing a male character. Honkai is releasing a male character. And apparently in ZZZ, they're also releasing a male character all at the same time. Therefore, there's a lull and it's a male epidemic.
Are they really going to get mad about, like, Starlight Billy coming out, who is, like, one of the most highly anticipated characters of all time? Right after we just had fucking Promia in the first half of the patch?
Yep.
Like,
absolutely.
Dumbass.
I will read to you the exact letters that they have throughout gacha history. Hold on. The entire gacha history. This has actually never happened before. Some might call it a drought, but some might call it a male epidemic. For the next month, Genshin will be releasing, and then they talk about the character who's going to be coming out shortly with green
Chinese
hair.
fan level Delulu? I think you're right, Krail. I think you're 100% correct.
I think it is Chinese fan level Delulu.
I 100% agree with you on that one.
Hold on, I swear I can pull up his name.
That's so funny, because, like, we had, like, Premiere this patch. Last patch was... Oh, fuck, who was last patch in Zinless Pending? Do you know? That wasn't Cecilia. Yeah,
it's Lohen. His name is Lohen. He's the vice captain of the Knights of Favonius Range Company.
I haven't been keeping up with Zenless as much, so I'm not sure who was prior.
Now I gotta go to my own channel to go look at like my last Endless stream so I can see who the
Well,
fuck
I can Google ZZZ recent banners and just see what they were.
Let's see, playlists, Zenless. Yeah, it was Cecilia. And then that means it was Nangong and Cecilia. And then previously it was Suna and Arya. And Xiaoguang was before that. Dylan and Zhao. There's been like so few male characters at all, and this is like recent patches in any way whatsoever.
I know, right?
That's fucking hilarious of a take to have.
This is Lohan, by the way. I put him in the chat text, unfortunately. Like a monster.
I love how stupid these people are, genuinely.
Yeah, I think you have to go back to 2.4 in Zenlist to find the last 5-star male character, because that would have been
Banyue. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hysterical. Anyways, plot. May, wake up! Wake up! Where am I? Oh, Kiana. Awesome.
Enfield is also apparently releasing a male character at the same time.
Oh no. Male characters in my gacha game? Time to uninstall.
No, not the male characters. There's also another male character in another gacha game that I don't recognize.
The worst thing you could have in a gacha game. Men. What happened? Bronya, she's down. Bronya, she took a critical injury trying to save you. She's in a coma. What? How? Damn it!
Oh, NTE is also releasing a male character in its newest game too, all at the same time in the same month.
Amusing.
Too many. Entering a new era, a male epidemic. It's never happened in gacha history before.
Sure.
June is truly the month of men.
That's... Yeah. Meanwhile, me wishing we had playable Kevin, Siegfried, and Welt in Impact 30. Right, though? I will say, like, what's amusing about that take is, like, when a Post-Honkai came out, we had Adam, who was technically the first playable male character in Honkai, period. And I remember people were very split about that. People weren't too happy about having Adam around.
And because it's interrupting with their waifus, okay?
Well, there was that, but I think there was the other caveat of, like, what Krail hits on here, of, like, people wanted male characters, but not some self-insert MC.
Yeah, I think the way I read into Adam is that he's, like, the self-insert.
Yeah, he is until part 2. Because when a Post-Honkai Part 2 comes out, he actually does get a bit more of a personality, because we get to meet Lyle, who is absolutely his gay best friend. And Lyle is one of the gayest.
Hold on, I gotta make sure I don't give this video any more views.
But like, Lyle helps like contextualize a bit more about Adam's personality. So like the two of them have a back and forth. It does help give him like a more distinct personality, not by a huge amount, mind you, but a little bit. And yeah, Krail's like split's a very generous way of saying that. Yeah, people were not happy, but like I don't think it's because like, oh, there's a man in my Honkai game. I mean, that was part of it, but like. I think people wanted Kevin, they wanted Siegfried, they wanted Welt, they wanted Otto even. Like, people wanted playable men, just not a self-insert. And that was why they were mad about it.
Yeah, I think HI3 has been very deliberate in, like, never releasing a male character. Like, I don't see how you could go that long without releasing a guy unless it was a
9
choice.
women, there's only 1 man, so...
Didn't Dwight get death threats over Adam, and they had to issue a big apology where they'd never make a male character in a huge competition transpires? That sounds right, yes. It wasn't the almost stabbing him thing, because that was the bunny suit thing. Because the bunny suit event was the one where they tried to go into Hoyo headquarters and stab Dwight to death.
Was Adam just not well written?
He was just a self-insert. Like, that's really all it was. He was quite literally, he was the first playable man in Impact 3rd, period. And he was just a self-insert. There wasn't much to him. So, like, they do give him, like, a little bit of stuff to do, and he does have, like, some things to say and do, but he's not really that interesting. And if you look at, like, what came out shortly thereafter, because, like, Genshin came out around the same time, too. And Genshin had self-insert MCs.
Oh, he's really just the most boring-looking guy ever.
Yes, he is. He's just...
He kind of looks like Dong Hung a little bit, though.
A little.
He looks so boring, kind of like Don Hung. Like Don Hung's just like, what did I do?
Don Hung, don't you fucking
Don Hung cries and dragon.
twist my words. I will refuse this sin.
I mean, it's both self-censored and poorly written. I mean, a
He's my
Post-Honkai
favorite character. You can't do this to me, man.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, like a Post-Honkai had a lot of issues with it, because both Part 1 and Part 2, I think, even now, people are very split about it. There's a very large part of the Impact Third fandom who does not like a Post-Honkai and really, 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 really do not want it to be canon. To the point that I remember getting into a back and forth with somebody on Twitter who was saying that, like, the models in a Post-Honkai are poorly constructed. And I was like, in what fucking way? The models don't have tears, any visual issues, they all work properly, they're animated fine. What way do you mean that these are bad models? But they just wanted it to be bad and they wanted to complain about shit, so they're just making stuff up. But the writing for Post-Honkai is more like, if Part 1 of Impact Third is like Evangelion, then a Post-Honkai is like Gurren Lagann. And I think a lot of people didn't respond well to that at all. And while I liked some of it, I mean, when we eventually get to a Post-Honkai, we'll talk about more at the time. But like, I remember liking some of it, but like, it did not do as well with people, I think, as like Hoyo had originally intended. Wouldn't be opposed
I
to
found
them
some
writing
fan
off
art
entirely.
of Adam holding some girl that I don't recognize.
It's probably
So-
Carol. Is she a tan girl? Because then it'd be Carol.
No, she had blue eyes with pink flower-shaped irises.
Just post the picture and
Oh.
Salty. Let me go at it. I'll tell you who it is.
Hold on a second. I got other things. Hold on. One
damn it.
second.
God damn it, Jay. God damn it, Jay.
Play the game while she's looking.
Yeah, while
Play
Jay's
the game while I'm
distracted.
looking. That's what I wanted to post, but now I gotta find this fan art.
This is even the most powerful tech could not enslave our minds. We should get out of here. Bronya's brain may have been damaged, but this is no cause for despair. We'll take her back to St. Freya for treatment. There's a good chance we can cure her.
There
I
it
won't let you girls leave like this.
is. White hair, blue, pink eyes. I'm saving the photo right now.
Just post it so I can see it. Just never mind. I still have the fourth Hersher. I'll just speed the experiment up. Wait, what are you doing
Might
to
be
win
an
me?
OC character for all I know.
I mean, I'll tell you immediately once I see it.
I posted it.
No, that's Kiana.
Okay.
Which I don't think Adam has ever met. Which is hilarious.
Look.
Fine.
He's
Fan
met...
art it doesn't need to make sense.
Yeah, like, I don't think Adam's ever met
wait,
Kiana.
I got another one of Adam and Kiana kissing. Well, there's a fandom for it.
Why, they've
Cool.
literally never interacted at all. He's talked to Bronya. He's talked to
There's
May.
Bronya and Adam on a play date. Yeah, there we go.
Like, shipping him with, like, Bronya I've seen because, like, you know, they actually talk. But, like, also it's a weird ship because Bronya's already married. So is May,
And
technically. but,
she's
like,
on the moon.
just, yeah, that's a choice.
Look, man.
Yeah, what the fuck? Adam has
I
literally
was just
never
looking
interacted
up Adam,
with her.
and it showed up. Okay.
Yeah, because that's finality Kiana, and Adam has literally never fucking met her, which is so fucking funny. Because I'm like that
Theory
dude
that
has
Adam
never
is
done.
Himiko's son.
Kimiko died before she had any kids. What do you mean? She reminisces about this all the time.
Theory that Adam is Himiko's son in Reddit.
No, yeah, Reddit's dumb because they show us Kid Adam already. Some people don't like this explanation, but I'll say it anyway. When we get to Thunders over Nagazora, which is like just before the Hersher Thunder comes out, May saves a kid in that whole arc there, and it is very likely that said kid is Adam. Because when you get to Post-Honkai Part 2, Lyle talks about how he grew up in the Roost, which is the place in Nagazora that Raven was managing, all the orphans and stuff, and that he and Adam knew each other. So it's very likely that, like, Adam spent some time with the Roost before he was sent to Kokolia's orphanage with Lyle. And so they grew up as childhood
I got
friends.
some more fan art for you. We've got Adam with. I'm trying to figure out what character this is. One moment.
If you just post it, I'll tell you.
Timido?
Well, yeah. If it's Timido, like the pink hair girl, then yes.
Yeah, pink hair girl.
That's Timido cute. And
Yeah.
they're kind
And
of.
then we
They're not
got-
quite squad mates, but sort of.
Adam with Carol Pepper. I think you mentioned her.
Yeah, Carol's his actual squad mate.
Yeah. And we got Adam with Branya again.
Expected. Odd, but expected.
I think that's another Adam with Branya. Yes, it's another Adam with Branya with Timido in the background, glaring.
Let's
Let's see, whose shoes are these
May.
supposed to be?
My girlfriend is still to the moon. Kevin, that's a rough buddy.
Adam with Branya again.
Speaking of Branya, Wendy wants to talk to her.
You talk to Wendy.
Wendy, how did you get on this channel? Where are you? We're coming to save you.
Adam
I
with
know.
May.
May's his squad leader, so I guess it makes sense.
Sure.
I can pass along a message as soon as she wakes up. Back in New Zealand, Branya only attacked me because she was being controlled. I want her to know that I've learned the truth. I will not hate her, never, but I will probably not see her again. Oh yeah, this is when they kill Wendy off screen. I forgot about that. Again, Wendy was done dirty in this early stuff. I know why they didn't do anything, because mobile game at the time, and it was not as fleshed out as it is now. I would be shocked if they did something like this in modern Impact 3rd, but man, Wendy got shafted pretty hard.
Yeah, I don't know why Kiana's here, but Kiana's here.
Kiana literally has nothing to do with Adam ever. That motherfucker has literally never met her. Which is hilarious.
There's also one fan art which could be bros just being bros, or
if it's the blonde haired guy, that's Lyle, and they are definitely fuck buddies.
Lyle.
That is 100%. Lyle is Adam's boyfriend. That's just how it is. Guarantee you. There is nothing straight about Lyle. It's been a while, Instructor Teresa. We haven't talked since you got transferred to Oceania.
They're doing that fist pump thing.
If it's probably the actual art where they do the bros thing.
Yeah.
That's actual art from the game, if it's what I think it is.
I think it is. It looks like actual art from the game. It doesn't look like fan art.
Wendy says, I want to know something, but I know. I was the one who recommended you for the Gym of Desire experiment. You were my best student. I guessed right.
Branya looking at Timido in jealousy now.
Apologies won't be enough, but sacrifices must be made. That's why I continue to bear this cross. Quite literally in this case. Instructor Teddy, you look so uncaring, but you've always tried to be strong. Let me thank you for all your guidance. Oh, they're really laying on the death flags thick with her. I forgot how, like, heavy-handed that was.
Yeah. Well, she knows she's gonna die at this point, right?
Yeah, because Kokolia is going to remove the gem, and it's going to blow her up.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Hold on. I gotta show you this.
Let me just zip back and forth with Sakura at the moment.
Hey, let me ask you a question.
Let me give you an answer.
Do you think when you're dying, you're gonna have the mental fortitude to, like, say goodbyes? Or are you just gonna be very depressed?
Alright, this is a
don't
thumbnail
know.
for a YouTube video, and I need you to attempt to explain if this is fanfic or if this is actually something that happened. The title of the video is When Branya Introduced Adam to Lyle.
Okay.
And this is the thumbnail they picked.
Yeah,
I'm sure it's Photoshopped,
That is definitely
but...
Photoshop. That is not correct. That is because, like, also Adam's smiling in this, and it's creepy and weird. He does not look like that. And yeah, no, Branya is 1000% Seely's wife, to the point that they're doing a bit now in the current patch where, like, Seely's like, "Hey, Branya, what was the last thing I said to you last night before we went to bed?" She's like, I don't know. And she's like, well, May snitched on you, and I know what you said in the late night snacking group chat, and now I'm wearing the pants of the ship, so you're getting bullied now. Like, they have a whole thing about, like, Seely being, like, the actual, like, pants of the relationship person. So, like, Branya is not getting away from Seely that easily, like, at all. And she sure as hell wouldn't pick fucking Adam. No. Absolutely the fuck not. She didn't turn into a motorcycle for Adam. We're not doing that. What a fucking
there's
question.
There's a picture I saw that I think fits what you're saying. 1 second.
Let me see this.
I got this.
She didn't turn into a motorcycle for Adam. Truer words have never been said.
Absolutely.
Browse photos. Here it comes.
I wait with anticipation. See, now that, I can see that as canon. Of Veliona killing his ass. Yeah. Adam trying to flirt, and then Veliona... Because you know what's funny about this? Is, like, in a Post-Honkai, like, Veliona is the actual, like, squad leader for Timido and Lyle's squad. But she's, for whatever reason, indisposed. So Bronya is taking over her squad as a favor to her. So her other wife, like, the Sealy that's not Sealy but is like, hey, can you, like, stand in for me? So she's there only because Sealy asked her to be there.
Do they not still share a body?
No, they don't. After part 1.5, Veliona has her own body. Or rather, Sealy gets extracted and given a new body, and Veliona has Sealy's old body.
Okay.
Senti also has her own body, by the way. Because Senti used to have Fuqua's body, and Fuqua was, like, astral projecting for a while. But now Senti has her, like, a new body for herself, and Fuqua has her own body back. So... Look, Honkai's fucking weird, man, and they make a joke about it in part 2, and it's hilarious. So, there's weird shit goes on. Anyways, Wendy's talking to Kiana.
Yes.
Kiana? Wendy, I don't have much time left. I need to tell you something. The Honkai inside the Gym of Desire allowed me to walk again a few days ago. That energy can help Bronya recover. Of course, you'll need to get the Gym of Desire first. Please. Wendy! She's gone. Senti is the motherfucking almighty Herrscher of Sentience. Yatta! Exactly. Dude, we love Senti so much.
You ready for this? Because this is a pretty hot take from this one person.
Am I gonna take psychic damage from this?
You might.
Alright.
Fact, Adam harem is canon because Adam inspired by Qin Huang, the Chinese emperor, and China emperor were having harem.
What?
I think this is a bad translation, but my guess is that they're saying that Adam is based off of a famous emperor that is also in like shows up in animated stuff.
He's
but
fucking Kirito.
He's
Honkai Kirito. That's all he is. Like that is quite literally all Adam actually is. He is Honkai Kirito. There is nothing to him at all. And the only person he has any romantic tension with in any way whatsoever is fucking Lyle.
What?
That's the only one.
Bros. Are you saying a bro can't even kiss his bro?
He's gonna kiss his homies goodnight. It's fine. As we're at Fight Against Despair, I think is where we were. Where was that? I'm gonna blow my mind. Fight Against Despair. Oh, there's that one. Okay. All right, we're finally on the stage that Insane didn't do. So we're on new stuff. We're finally caught up with his account. Oh, we gotta fight Wotan, which used to be called the Godfather mech, but it's not called that anymore. So we need to clear it within 180 seconds, take no more than 40 hits, and suffer no more than 1 death. I can do that. He's a mech type. You know what? Actually, if I want to attempt to break this, let's get preset teams. Who's a good Psi type team or whatever I can use for this? I don't have any fucking Psi teams in here. Fuck. Do I have anybody I can use as a psychic or a psychic type? Oh god. Is it just Terry and young Himiko?
Yes.
Ew. I hate that already. But you know what I think we can do? I think we can go... If we do... Let's just do young Himiko, and because she's ice, we'll use Pardo as a support and Sushang as support. We'll mix things up a bit.
How dare.
I dare. Actually, if we can summon my Alicia, my Ellie will kill everything for me. So let's hope for that, because then I can just let my Ellie do everything. Hello there.
Oh my god.
Like my little gift. What gift?
Guys, hang on. Guys,
When do you talk to
guys,
us?
What?
guys.
What?
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 Wait, hang on. Okay, wait.
Waiting. Waiting with anticipation.
Okay. Alright, I'm like, you know what? 4.3 is coming to an end.
Uh-huh.
Or 4.2, whatever patch we're on. I got the E1 Evanescia.
Right.
Right. And I'm like, you know, the patch is almost over. Why don't I just do a single roll on,
No.
Did you
on,
get
the,
E2
on her
Ava?
light cone?
Oh my god.
You-
I
light
got
cone?
her light cone on a single roll on practically zero pity because the last time I had rolled was to get Silver Wolf's light cone.
Well, congrats. Also, Charlie saw these like pictures of like people shipping Bronya with Adam, and she's like, I can feel obviously being triggered from here. Correct. Anyways, what gift? Letting Wendy talk to us. I would expect you girls to be grateful. That's Wendy's last words to Bronya. Last words? Oh, I think I forgot to tell you. I've killed the fourth Herrscher. What? What? Why? I've taken out the Honkai Cube within her, the Gem of Desire. You can't use the gem even if you want to. Perhaps Schicksal's inept tech can't. But I developed the tech to empower a mecha with the Gem of Desire ages ago. I'd like to thank Schicksal for kindly handing the gem to me. You lunatic! You killed an innocent girl to get a power source. Wendy always wished to exact her vengeance on Schicksal. I merely saw it through. I'm the one who recorded her last message to Bronya. But I guess you can't convey this message now. Try me! Kiana, watch out! Unbelievable. It managed to power this giant mech. Alright, have fun playing with my newest toy, MSR7 Wotan. Or, you know, Godfather mech, or whatever. I sure hope you can help me provide enough combat data. Take care, girls. Alright, Kokolia. I'll beat your fucking mech up. The not Ava. Don't worry about it.
I didn't even check to see what her light cone did before.
Alright, hey, my Ellie. Do stuff. Do damage, Ellie. This is what you're here for.
You got this.
Oh yeah, she already like killed like one of its entire. Yeah, it's almost dead. Go, Ellie, one more. You got this. Yay! Lesbian Jesus saved us.
2 Silver Wolves for light cone, Cass and Cass's light cone. That is amazing luck.
Damn. After a fierce battle, Wotan, the behemoth mecha of anti-entropy, was finally defeated. Kiana and the others managed to flee the ME headquarters. Though the team
Alright, I
succeeded
only
in
came
saving
here to
May,
tell
they
Pending
weren't
about his
able to bring
cake, and
back
now I've
Wendy.
been here for definitely more than an hour, so I'm gonna chill out.
Yeah. So Bronny's gonna call my even medical experts at St. Freya couldn't do anything for her.
Bye-bye.
To save Bronya, Teddy entered the central church at St. Freya. The most advanced biotech Schicksal ever developed is kept hidden beneath the church. Not even the principal St. Freya has access to it. It's kept beneath the church. Yeah. Look at that. We did a thing in 20 seconds. Also, I couldn't say bye to Jay because I had to keep reading that because I couldn't pause it. But, you know, nonetheless, it's fine. Confirm.
It's
Yep.
okay.
Hooray! We got a bunch of new crosses to use that I will probably not use much of anything. Holy shit, they gave me all of that. Alright, cool. So, now we can put a pause on the main story stuff and see if we can't go do the Everlasting Memory stuff. Because that's actually like Teddy's backstory. And if we're going by patch, this is what would have been next, I think.
Yes.
I think. Schicksal, an organization that has been fighting Honkai since ancient times. It's supported by 3 pillars. House Apocalypse, the Overseer. House Shariak, the Divine Maiden. And House Kaslana, the Knight. House Apocalypse runs Schicksal. Yet, unlike the other two, they do not have the strength to fight Honkai head-on. To ensure the power to confront Honkai is finally within his grasp, in the year 1972, the Schicksal Overseer, Patriarch of House Apocalypse, Auto Apocalypse, started a secret plan. He did do that. Let's see, can I do this original thing? Oh god, this takes up so much stamina! What the fuck? It's 10 every time?
Yeah, I really don't like...
That's some bullshit.
I really wish they would do away with the stamina system for that early stuff. Like, I don't see what they would lose by doing away from it, because it's not like it's not like you have any value by farming it over and over again.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they have the stamina system. I mean, luckily Insane's got a bunch of shit in this that I can use. There's stamina drinks in the story, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, you do, which is why I'm using it, but like, bruh. Oh, hey, they're letting me actually use a trial teddy, so I don't have to worry about Insane's being shitty. Okay, we literally just watched this. Okay. Alright. A310. Where is this? Who am I? Test subject A310 is born. The test is a success. All vital signs are normal. Honkai adaptability at 69%. That's rather strange. This is the first time Otto's spoken. Let's go, Otto! Our lovable piece of shit villain. You get more than enough drinks in the story to make up for what you use. It's most likely why they have so many already. Yeah, I mean, you're correct. That's why we had a bunch.
Yeah. Like, I think they do that specifically because, like, at this point, there's no reason not to. I guess it's a holdover to more classic mobile systems.
Yeah, I mean, people really do like the stage-by-stage thing. There was a big push against them to, like, because they wanted to try to transition into an open-world thing, and people didn't really like that. So they did bring back the stage-by-stage things occasionally, but by part 2, they had just kind of done away with it entirely. Anyways, A310, is that my name? Who are you? Voice recognition and communications capability at birth. This test subject is unlike the others. She wants to know her name. Has she really become conscious of her own existence? A310, if you pass my trial, I'll tell you my name and give you a name. I love how pompous this motherfucker sounds. Otto just like immediately is just this pompous piece of shit.
Yes.
I love him. Give me a name. That will be all. Remember, you must fight to get the things you want. Losing the fight will cost you everything. Only one of you may live. It's easy going stripping the stamina cost out, maybe? I mean, I guess. I have a theory about that, which is that, like, there's been videos where they talked about, like, when they brought on, like, a new team, and they were trying to figure out why stuff was coded so poorly, only to find out that, like, it was from, like, DeWai or somebody else who had coded, and like, oh no, actually, this is great, beautiful code. But I'm of the opinion that, like, they might have left some of the shit in because they can't figure out how to remove it without breaking stuff.
It's possible.
Like, that just seems to be, like, what I feel like would be the case. It's like, yeah, they couldn't figure out what to do, so they left it, and they don't want to touch it because it'll break stuff. Man, bringing these, like, stages out, like, this really does bring back a lot of memories. Also, I love our victory screens. The victories are just so much fun. Zelda Lost Systems in FF14. Yeah, it is that too. And I feel that that's probably the case here. Is they just didn't want to, like... They didn't want to break things, so they kind of left it as is. Such is my guess, anyway.
Yeah, I can see that being the reason.
Alright, onwards to the next stage. Survive for a specified amount of time. Sure, I can do that. God, Insane's account really is, like, fucking terrible, though. He has, like, all the basic bitch equipment, but none of, like, the recommended, like, best in slot stuff. even though some of them, or most of them, are craftable now. And I'm like, oh god, this hurts me so much. Like, not seeing Terry's, like, proper Oath of Judah, and her, like, not doing the damage she should, because he doesn't have the proper stuff for her. It's like, this is pain. Truly. I might have to go back to my own account to cleanse my eyeballs a bit. I remember that this was like, when this came out, I do remember this being like a big thing. It's like a whole event of like doing the Everlasting Memory stuff. And I remember it being really hard. Like, I had to like really try to be able to like finish some of the challenge modes and stuff for this. Because like, I think this is when you have like, when Teddy was added, they added not just like base Teddy here, but they added her S rank version, which was the Executor Teddy. And then Sakura Rondo, which was the like bunny ears one. And the end of this lets you play with like Sakura Rondo Teddy, because that was the gacha only one, and you had no way of grinding her out at the time. And I think it was meant to like kind of sell you on her character a bit. But it was like, it's hard. It's hard to deal with it. God, my hand. Now you see what I feel with your account on Star Rail. Feel my pain, bitch. My account on Star Rail is not nearly as bad as this. I don't want to hear that shit from you. My characters may not have relics, but at least I have fucking characters. At least I have people to use. You have nothing. Your account's empty as shit. There's nothing here.
He has opened up his credit card for Honkai Star Rail. That is true.
Yeah. At least Star Rail has actual fucking people in it that you can use. They may not be built all the way, but there's at least people in there. Yeah, my hand. I have not. Test subject A310 successfully defeated the Honkai Chariot. Time spent 30 seconds. No other wounds apart from the broken right arm. Impressive data. Please help. My right hand is torn open. It's hurting. Subject can feel pain. Further adjustments will be required. A310, your arm is already healing. Healing? My hand, it's healing. Slowly. I forgot that they, like, broke her arm. And she just recovered from that.
Yeah.
I can move it now, but why?
It's
Your
so
body
dark.
contains cells of an advanced Honkai beast. That Honkai beast had powerful regenerative skills, so now you have it too. Are you saying that I am also a monster? Other people are going to say that about you. No, of course not. You've inherited the genes of the greatest Valkyries who've ever lived, or rather, the one. Combined with the might of powerful Honkai beasts. You're a next-gen human, a new breed. What's so interesting about this is how, like, the Elysian Realm expanded on this. They do unambiguously tell you that Teddy's a Mantis soldier, like, later on. Because that's how, like, in the previous era, like, that's what they were doing, is that they had used Honkai genes to create super soldiers, like Kevin and the rest of the Flame Chasers. And it had some side effects. People did view them as monsters, things like that. It's very interesting that, like, the way that was recontextualized here is that Otto was like digging through previous era stuff. He figured out what mantises were, and then tried to replicate that by cloning Teddy, or like cloning Colin and making Teddy with like Honkai DNA. So he made a mantis soldier out of Colin's DNA, which is kind of interesting because it doesn't like really retcon much about this. It just kind of like explains a bit more of like how he knew about that because that's what the previous era was doing, which is kind of fun. For the previous A1 and A2 subjects, only Colin's DNA was used. They all dissolved and died within the first 5 minutes after they were born. In the new experiment, cells from the hybrid-type Honkai-based Vishnu were incorporated. Number A3 type test subject can continue growing up once they've reached 12 years old in physical age. However, they have all survived after leaving the cultivation pods. March 28th, 1972. I think the date for that's also been changed. I don't think it's 1972 anymore. Let's see, what was this? Okay, this is the same thing. Okay, skip that. We already knew what it was. There's something I was gonna say, and now my brain's fried. What was I gonna? Something I was gonna talk about. I don't remember. We'll get to it. Oh look, another Teddy team, but I'm not using that one because it's bad. Let's see. Actually, what is Teddy's DPS? What is her thing? What do you do, Teddy? I'll let you in a while. You're a lightning character. Interesting. And somewhat unexpected. But I feel like I should have remembered that. Okay, well, that means I can give you the same support that I gave to Sakura. So you can have Divine Prayer Kiana, and you can have Fischl. Because Insane did do at least one thing right, in that he got Fischl, who's a semi-decent lightning support character. So, there we go. Also, SP in this context means something very different from how people have been using it lately. It means special. It does not mean how people use it now.
E.
My body is more agile. I don't fear these monsters anymore. Terrific. This combat stands such steadfast courage. It's simply majestic. God, I love his delivery. I almost saw Colin in you. Colin? Colin Kaslana. She was the donor for your genes. She was the greatest Valkyrie who ever lived. I don't know what you're saying, but when you mentioned Colin, you sounded so gentle. Those words felt really warm to me. A310, you were a strange individual. Other test subjects experienced fear or even hatred against me, their creator. Only you described me as gentle. You reminded me of Colin again and again. Perhaps her soul rests within you. Soul? What's a soul? Do I have a soul? Of course you do. A310, I really hope a synthetic human like you can have a soul. That will be the final trial. My vat-grown beauty. Proceed. I hate the way he describes that. Like, ew. Vat-grown beauty is disgusting, and I never want him to say that again.
Yes.
Alright, Fischl, I need you to actually, like, be able to do stuff. Oh god, I can't build up her ult at all. This sucks. I'm so used to having, like, my characters built properly so they all can, like, just do whatever the fuck. They have all this interesting mod and whatever, so it's very easy to do whatever I want with them. I can't do that here. Alright, go Fischl! And then we do Kiana's shit. And then we can do... I don't even need to do this. It's a fucking Honkai zombie. Overkilling the fuck out of that. Fischl leveled up. Congratulations, Fischl. I think we're on Elegy. Yeah. Back to trial characters. A310, you'll be facing the final trial. The person in the other room, why is she... That's test subject A303. She is an exact copy of you. You are the only two survivors of this batch. Kill her and complete your trials. Then you'll earn your name. But that's another human. I won't kill a human. I can't do it. Only one of you will remain standing. If you will not kill her, then she will kill you. I'd prefer if you lived, since you're more like Colin to me. Alright, do not hesitate. It will only get you killed. Wait, I won't kill anyone. Alright. Hi, Amber. We don't call you Amber yet, but that's who you are. You don't die here, but it's fine. Also, damn, this is a lot easier than I remember it being originally. Because she beat the fuck out of me originally. Oh, they give her Vamp Teddy's, like, weapon here. That's helpful. That's the bleed weapon. God, I haven't played. This is so long now. A310 showed mercy and let A30 go. So powerful yet gentle. For a moment, I almost felt like A310 was Colin reincarnated. But reincarnation is beyond any scientific explanation. There's no evidence that can prove A310 is in any way connected to Colin. But A310 is definitely special. I decided to adopt her as my granddaughter. I'll call her Teresa. March 28, 1972. Oh, I remember what I was going to say. So they do kind of an interesting thing with this later on, which we will never get to play unless they do a rerun of it, which I highly doubt, which is the Captain Verse stuff. In the Captain Verse with Ninja Sakura, they do a whole thing where they explain to you that, like, in that timeline, Colin just says that she's going to stay with Sakura in Yaya Village. And then when she has to fight her to the death at the end of Sakura Samazura, like that whole thing, that instead of leaving or getting mortally wounded, she stays behind anyway. And she dedicates her life to trying to find a way to bring Sakura back from the dead. And ends up basically becoming a second Auto. And then she realizes, you know, I used to judge him for this, but, like, I end up doing the same thing he did. Or would have done. And then they kind of imply that, like, Yaya Kasumi is a clone that Colin created. And that she actually is Sakura's soul brought back somehow. Which is kind of interesting. Because, like, Otto here muses about the idea that, like, he doesn't know if Colin's soul is transferred into Terry or not. But, like, later on, when it comes to the Captain vs. Sakura, they do kind of, like, heavily imply that, like, yeah, that is how that worked there. So maybe Teddy really is Colin reincarnated. Kinda. Alright, this is where we get to do Terry's old missions as a Valkyrie. Despite the fact that Otto didn't want to deal with that. B-rank Valkyrie, Teddy of the Overseer's Guards coming to battle. Far East Branch Valkyrie Squadron 1 Commander A-rank Valkyrie Kali. An unidentified giant Honkai beast was found 10 hours ago. It has been labeled as Parvati. My squad is heading to the target's location in a seek and destroy operation. Roger, send me the coordinates. I'm joining the battle. I thought the Overseer's Guards... Okay, bye pending.
Good night, have fun.
What are the higher-ups thinking, damn it? Teresa, don't push yourself too hard. Retreat is always an option. Thank you, I'll be careful. Alright, let's go! Let's go fight some zombies. Of course we're being type countered. This is so nostalgic. We'll come back to this stage later as well. Because whenever we do the Chapter Chio stuff, they reuse that for this too. And I think whenever we do Fuqua stories, this also gets reused quite a bit. Look at that mobile game ass terrain. Love that. Although it's just like, I think it's not quite the skybox, but it's very much like not a whole lot going on. That's so funny, because things look so much better now than they did back then. But it's very, very amusing coming back to this. And seeing it in, like, the best quality graphics they can give it. On my PC, in a way where I couldn't have done this originally. This is just very fun. And very nostalgic. Alright, stupid Cassiels, get out of here. Paladin 2, I don't want you. Shoo. I still love Mount Teshuan's scenery. Really wish we could freely explore it. Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that. Mount Teshuan's really good. It's a really, really good set piece. It's kind of like these early stages, but better. Like, if they were going to do, like, an open world area, that would have been the one I feel like we should have done. Alright, so we did First Blood. Let's go on to Interlude. Oh! Right, these fucking raid boss stages. God, I forgot entirely about these. They did not do this shit anymore. How does this teddy work? God, I haven't used this one in a really long time. This is a really odd, like, battle suit, like, design-wise. Like, I get it's like a dress thing, but like, why does your battle suit look like that? Let's see, let's go ahead and summon... Wait, what does her ult do? Oh, right, she throws shit at stuff! Yeah, I remember this now. Yeah, she throws stuff. That's hilarious. I love this. That's so... just yeeting Judah at people. As one should. I feel like her base form is not nearly as funny. But that's okay. Bonk, bonk, bonk. You know, I think they reused this stage whenever they did Fuqua. And I guess this would have been the first time we would have seen this stage. I guess. And it's dead. I feel like we're not going to be too long in this one. I feel like this is going to be pretty easy. Teresa, how did you like your first battle? I was a bit nervous, but when I learned I'm fighting alongside of the Valkyries, my fear simply left me. The commander was really nice to me. You could have led a happy life as a member of House Apocalypse. I don't understand why you did this. I'll be alright, Grandpa. I feel really happy knowing I can protect others. Protect others? It does sound like something she'd say. Alright, have it your way. Grandpa will look after you. Hot take, Oath of Judah is really sick weapon in general, and I feel like it's kind of wasted with how Teddy uses it. I mean, I feel like if they made Oath of Judah behave more like she uses it in the manga, it would be a lot more fun, because, like, it shoots shit at things, it becomes like a helicopter thing, it has, like, chains she can use to bind stuff. Like, they let her occasionally use it for things, but I'm like, I wonder how, like, else they could have, like, branched out how Oath of Judah is supposed to work, because it's a very intense weapon. Today, Teresa will face a Honkai beast for the first time in her life. It's just a chariot, so she shouldn't be in any danger. I checked her equipment thoroughly. I made sure her favorite bitter melon juice is in her supplies. I've washed her robe carefully as well. Disc. Am I doting on her too much? December 12th, 1973. So going at, yeah, for a little bit. We should be able to power through this section, which was like, we're trying to go like patch by patch. So this was like the patch where I don't have my thing pulled up, but like I think this one chapter 5 was added. So if we finish this up, that should get us up to the next big story chapter, which we could start the next time we do this and kind of like do another big chunk of it. All right, let's do mutation. It's really late. You need to go lie down. Yeah, see you, Krail. All right, let's go. Beating up more Honkai beasts. This is fine. We'll probably do a lot of Chronicles over the next few streams of this. I don't have an exact like deadline of like what patches I want to cover each stream. I just made a list of like what patches were what and what was in them. At least as far as like what we can actually like replay anyways. Because naturally, like, you know, the original like summer event that happened around this time, like we can't do anything with that now. And they don't ever reference or talk about it ever again. The original Captainverse stuff, like we can't do any of that stuff at all. So like there's a lot of like content we just aren't gonna get to play again. Our Far East Squad Commander 1 color reporting provided was found. Hold on, Target's Honkai ratings are rising. Its rating is... Miss Cully, comics have been severed. What's going on? Teresa, the mission's been aborted. Head to the extraction point. Why, Grandpa? Valkyries who engaged Parvati have sent back data. It's an Emperor-class Honkai beast. Looks like our intel team got the data wrong from the start. Emperor class. But Miss Kali's troops have engaged Parvati. Kali's Far East Squad 1 comprises 1 A rank and 5 B rank Valkyries. They're no match for Parvati. It's only a matter of time before their defeat. Why? Teresa, retreat immediately. You are not ready to face Emperor class beast alone. Don't worry, I will launch an N2 missile to destroy that beast in 10 minutes. What about the Valkyries fighting Parvati? The missile will be the best solution. As for the Valkyries, all Valkyries should be ready to give up their lives at any moment. No, no way! I must go and save them. Wait, Teresa, retreat now, that's an order! Sorry, Grandpa. I love how Otto's first reaction is, what if I blew up my Valkyries? Why? You did this with Cecilia. You're doing this here. Like, do you just blow up Valkyries whenever things look a little bit dire? Do you just, like, not let them do shit? Otto, that's a terrible... Like, you're killing your personnel. That's dumb. But, I mean, then again, he's also supposed to kidnap a bunch of orphans, experimenting on them, so... I guess we can't expect that much reason from him. Nonetheless, dude, what the fuck? Damn it, is this the end? Miss Kali, I'm here to help. Teresa, don't get any closer. This Parvati is too powerful. My squad can't delay it. Get away from this place. They will be launching an atomic weapon soon. You don't have to die in vain. No, I will not let anyone die in vain. Whenever I close my eyes, I can hear her whispering about a covenant she made with me. She wants me to protect everyone. Let me fulfill this promise. I guess she's talking about Colin in her memories or something. Genetic memory. Which is kind of a thing that they do talk about in this game, so. It says, oh, you can't fight this thing. Meanwhile, I've like almost killed it. I've taken very little damage, all things considered. Would have taken less damage if I was actually good at what I was doing. Look at that. And it's dead. Easy peasy. A girl of her word. Yep. Thanks, Teddy. She was no more than a flawed clone. Yet, for showing kindness and sympathy, she was spared and permitted to live. She was even given the name Teresa. In the Parvati battle on December 24th, 1973, B-rank Valkyrie Teresa fought Honkai for the first time. Oh yeah, that is like her first actual mission. I kind of forgot about that. And we have not too much left for this, and then we can do the challenge modes and unlock all the rest of it and see what's going on. Let's go! We should be able to power through this pretty easy. On March 11th, 1999, Teddy lost her best friend, Cecilia Shariak. Wrong date, but whatever. Teresa was overcome by fear. The fear that Cecilia's daughter, also Teresa's niece, Kiana Kaslana, would die fighting for Schicksal as well. Oh yeah! Oh, I remember this. It's time. Time to make a ruckus. This will give Siegfried enough time to run away with Kiana. Hey, this is Dundal's origins. We'll rendezvous in the mountains to the east when things settle down. Teresa, what are you doing? What? You found me out? Sorry, Grandpa. I am leaving Schicksal. Because of Cecilia. You should know casualties are inevitable in the Honkai War. Then why did you order me to retreat when fighting the second Hersher? I could have fought with Cecilia. I won't regret it even if I died. You're special, Teresa. You're my darling granddaughter. I will not let you die like that. But that doesn't mean you can sacrifice others willingly. I have a voice behind telling me to protect others no matter the cost. I don't care if I have to die for that. Cecilia was my best friend. I will not forgive anyone who killed her, not even Grandpa. You know, at least you recognize that Otto's to blame for that shit, because it was his fault. And it really, really did not need to happen either. Like, when you read the second Eruption manga, like, it's very clear that, like, the fact that they've been put in that position at all was entirely because of Otto. Just trying to contact the will of Honkai. Like, he fucked that up so hard, and then people died because of his, like, ambition. Which is, you know, on brand for him, but, like, also, fucking Otto. Maybe one of these streams we'll actually read through the manga and stuff so people can see what's going on. Because I think that'd be kind of a fun one. I just don't know how I want to do that. Alright, we need to progress. Alright, throwing stuff. Yeet! God, that's so fucking funny. Just throwing shit at things. I do love that so much. Here, how about this? Easy peasy. And you're dead. Or you will be. No problem. Also, I'm out of water, so it's good we're gonna get to the end of this. And we've been going for like almost 7 hours. We've been doing a lot more. We've spent a lot of time yapping in there, but we'll do a lot more of these. Because these are fun to do. Let's see. We just did Enlightenment. And we did not play this cutscene, did we? Oh yeah, we did. Okay. We did do that. Alright, this one. I'm almost out of Schicksal, but I can't contact Siegfried at all. He better not make a mistake this time. Could it be? Teresa, stop fooling around. Come back. Never. I won't change my mind. Not even for Kiana. What? You know about Siegfried's actions? I can see right through your plans. I've sent a team after Siegfried when he left. They probably caught him already. Don't worry, I won't hurt your niece. No, I must leave this place and help Siegfried. Yeah, and he wasn't wrong that, like, the team he dispatched did cause some problems, because I'm pretty sure that they, like, are the reason why Kiana, like, fell and then, like, was injured, and then eventually Otto takes her in and she becomes the doll. And then clone Kiana's taken in, like, right after this event happens. I'm trying to remember what the last section of this is about. I meant to dodge that. It's fine. This is such like an odd like time capsule for me. Because of like how much of this was just like, this is not how they would do these kinds of things now, really. I don't know. These old stages, all the like weird retcons of like incorrect dates and stuff. It's really kind of fun to like see what they've changed or what they haven't changed. Of course, a lot of the time the stuff in this is completely fucking wrong. But like, that's fine. I didn't expect Cecilia's death to upset Teresa so much. So much that she started to hate me now. But I guess it couldn't be helped. When I sacrificed those civilians to save Colin, she was pissed off too. She even slapped me. Maybe Colin's soul has indeed awakened in Teresa. No, it can't be. It's preposterous. This is 2009, allegedly? Sure. I'd have to go check my timeline to see like when this stuff actually changed, but I think that was one of those that like they shifted by a couple of years. Oh hey, we have the not Sakura Terry. This one's fun. They don't do a good job of explaining why this battle should exist though. This was Siegfried's location before we lost contact, but I don't see anyone. You won't find them, Teresa. The team managed to catch up to Siegfried 10 minutes ago. He escaped, but what? How's Kiana? Kiana's wounded. She's being treated at HQ. How did that happen? Your foolish plan has fallen apart, Teresa. Return to Schicksal. This is the only way I can keep Kiana safe. Rude. Alright, I gotta fight this stupid boss that kept reusing all the time. This boss is not very difficult. Alright, what's our cutscene? Siegfried and test subject K423 escaped. But Kiana was retrieved. The only thing that bothers me is that why would Siegfried take test subject K423 with him? Maybe those who called themselves anti-entropy are behind this? What's so interesting to me about this is, like, I remember talking a lot about this, of like, before they had revealed that Dudendal was the original Kiana. That, like, there was this big mystery hanging over us for a long time of, like, what happened to Kiana. Like, we knew Otto had her, but we didn't know what actually happened to her. The fact that he turned her into Dudendal is kind of interesting. But also, I did like the idea of, like, us having to go fight the Herrscher finality and it being, like, the original Kiana tortured for this entire time. But, like, her being Dudendal is also fine. Man, they're really giving us, like, literally every Teddy battlesuit. I don't use Celestial Hymn, like, ever. I don't remember liking her all that much, though. But it's fine. Alright, who's next? Who wants to die? Bam. Bam. It really is nice revisiting all this old stuff. I could probably do a lot of this stuff on my own. Part of the reason why I wanted to use Insane's account was because of, like, open world areas that I can't really replay. That's part of why I really wanted to, like, revisit some of these things. Which we'll be able to do, more or less. I probably could have done some of this on my own account, but it's fine. Insane hasn't done any of this stuff, and we need to earn... His account needs to earn its place in my streams. Let's see, what does her ult do again? I don't remember what Celestial Hymns does. I think it drops spikes on things. Oh yeah, it does that. Okay. I kind of forgot what that did. Teresa has to stay at Schicksal, but she requests to be transferred to the Far East. And then she demanded the building of a Valkyrie training facility there. St. Freya High School. She wants to train Valkyries who value their own lives and wouldn't follow orders blindly. How naive. I do like that, like, Teddy, in the aftermath of, like, what happened to Siegfried and Kiana, what happened to Cecilia, she found St. Freya as a way to, like, train Valkyries to, like, think on their feet and do stuff properly. But it's also, like, raises a question of, like, how did they train Valkyries beforehand? Like, did they not have, like, a military school of some kind to, like, train people for things? Like, Otto, what the fuck were you doing to train Valkyries? You're just sending them out there to die? Like, surely you had them trained somehow. What are you up to, man? How is Schicksal even organized up to this point? Like, you've got to do better than that. That's terrible. Alright, the Toho boss. I forgot that they used to do stuff like this. We don't really get things like this anymore. Let's see, can I kill it before it turns its shield back on? No, we can't. Alright, where's the one that's active? Yeah, I remember how this works. This was a lot more difficult originally, because, like, again, all these little, like, drones will, like, shoot shit at you, and it becomes basically Toho. Not that this is, like, all that difficult, but I do remember this being, like, a lot harder back in the day. It's sort of a shame we can't go back and revisit all of the, like, old co-op stages. I mean, not that I really, like, wanted to go play through those stages again, but, like, there was some story lost in those. Not much of one, but some. A310 is a true miracle. Out of the 260 test subjects from Series A through E, only A310 has full cognitive abilities. That's a lie. Amber also does. More importantly, I can feel Colin in her. I want to believe she is Colin, but I'm afraid. What if she isn't? Like so many great minds before me who have reached the zenith of reason, I too might very well be knocking on the door to the infinite truth. But the reason in me has made me question, is it really the truth I seek that's behind the door? There are no scientific theories that explain how the soul works. But Honkai, or God, might be able to answer my question. Its harbingers, its hershers have already appeared. According to the previous era records, the sixth Hersher, the Hersher of Death, commands the power to replace souls. She may hold all the answers. The answers that can bring Colin back. I never stopped dreaming about this for the past 500 years. So, until I have the answers, I will protect Honkai. I won't allow Entity to sabotage my plans. But of course, I'll still kill her once I have the answers. Auto data known. It is interesting that his plan was to, like, use the Core of Death, the Gem of Serenity, to, like, access the Will of Honkai. Whether or not that actually was going to work is another matter entirely. Alright, what did he not do? Take no more than 5 hits, complete a 25 hit combo, cast ultimate 3 times. Oh god, this is going to be annoying. I can already tell this is going to be annoying. Alright, 25 hit combo. Let's try that. Protect Teddy from attacks. Maybe Fish will be easier to do this with. You gotta do ultimate 3 times, so everybody needs to do their ult. Okay, I see. Are you gonna let me actually do my 25 hit combo or no? God, this is slow as shit. I might have to, like, nerf everything. Okay, we have the 25 hit combo. We have that. Let's see. Ow, can we not do that, please? I'm gonna need you to not do that, please and thank you. Alright, let's do Teddy's ult. Where is Kiana's stuff? Can she do one? God, I don't earn enough shit to do that. I don't earn enough of anything to do her ult that many times. That's really annoying, actually. I might do that later. Because that's genuinely obnoxious. Cast ultimate once, so just do it quickly. Okay, I can do that. We'll bother getting 3 stars later. Oh, this again. Okay. Where is it? Okay. I'll just use Fischl to shoot this stuff from a distance, because that's easy. Alright, go, Fischl. Do your job. And actually be a good, like, range character. Which we did not have at the time, but that's fine. Oh, we're not going to get the ult on this either, are we? They really just want me to use Teddy the entire time on her own. That's kind of annoying. I can't use my team comms properly. That's so irritating. But there we go. That should give us... Okay, we have the next one here. Which I don't know when that was added, but like that, this is all like prequel stuff. So we might just be able to do... Like, we might go through these two, because like this also hints at Himiko's death. So we'll do those two things next. And then we can do Dilemma Dreamland after that, which should be enough for us to do that. Like, because that's like while Brony's in a coma. And then we can go into the next thing, which is the actual story. We can do Call of Fantasy VII whenever. And then Fuqua stuff is after the fact, which I think we'll probably keep these like by patches then. Is probably what we'll do. Friends new. Friend requests. Sure. Insane can have a new friend. Congratulations. You have a new friend, Insane. I'm so proud of you. But hey, I mean, that was pretty good progress. We managed to make it through quite a lot of new stuff. We'll have this one next, which is more of discussion of like Cecilia's background, a little bit of like the second eruption story. What do they give us with the manga suggestions here? Anti-entry invasion and Moonshadow. Oh yeah, this is when Kiana was like awoke as the Hersher of the Void, kinda, like briefly, and Fuqua had to stop her, which is kind of fun. And this is like, I think this is before the Chio and Shunyu and Sword chapters. I think. Because anti-entry like attacks the school. And there's like a whole thing with that. But yeah, so what we will do next time that we do this, we will pick the story back up. We'll do more of the Chronicle stages, and then we'll go right back into the main story stuff again. Again, I'm trying to split things up based off of like patches, so we have an idea of like where things are. And it's been pretty long. We had a lot of yap in there. There will be more things to do. There's always new stuff happening. It's very exciting. And I'm looking forward to this. This is a series I've wanted to do for like a really, really long time. So look forward to going through all of the story stuff of Impact 3rd at some point in time. We'll do that. Anyways, bye everybody.